¿Qué onda? ¿El té? No, es tier 3, así se llama. Sí. Tier 3 se llama. Así lo dicen los gringos. Tier 3. Tier 4, tier 5. Se voy a pasar a esta weá. ¿Quieres que te comparta? Bueno, ahí te lo dejo, sí, a mí no me afecta en absoluto. Entonces yo ya no voy a seguir con las misiones secundarias, ya hice mucho ya, demasiado. Y ahora quiero ver si esta weá es interesante o no es interesante, porque recién empieza el juego, se supone. Este es el mío más grande que tengo, te diría yo. Ver qué tan bacán
Vuelve si necesitas que forje algo.
el endgame, que el endgame es lo más importante, te diría yo, de todo. Si el endgame no es bueno, estamos cagados. Porque lo peor de todo es que para resetear cada dungeon tenéis que loguearte el juego para entrar. Eso es lo peor. Ahí voy a hacer la weá, ¿me queréis ver? O sea, weá, no me está editando ese ver. No, es que voy a probar tier 3, o sea, eso es lo que voy a hacer.
Necesito tiempo para preparar
Quiero ver
eso.
qué tan difícil se pone, po, porque yo ya sé qué dungeons tengo que hacer. Ya tengo los dungeons que
Necesito
no han sido
tiempo para
nerfeados.
preparar eso.
Que no tengo nada de MS, tengo 76 de MS, que es lo normal, y siento que es la cosa. Veamos. Este es el dungeon que tengo que hacer para sacar el tier 3. Si no me gusta el endgame te lo voy a decir, te lo voy a decir. Espero que sea entretenido, interesante. Llevo más de 200 horas jugando. Se supone que este es tier 3, pues este dungeon que me salió ahora. Que es el dungeon donde yo empezaría a farmear. O sea, no en este, pero digamos que la campaña te lo escala a tier 3 para ver si tú podís pasarlo o no.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Veamos qué tan difícil es esta weá. Sí, yo igual. De hecho, yo me gustaría juntar, o sea, bueno, yo obviamente que a los dueños que voy a ir voy a juntar todas las criaturas.
Todavía no.
Y no voy a hacer los bosses. Ahora me quedan igual 4 dungeons por terminar, que son de aspecto, que los voy a sacar sí o sí, porque no me he dedicado 200 horas para dejarlos ahí botados. Pero no, está fácil. Pensé que iba a estar más difícil. Yo pensé que
Todavía
me iba a costar más. Y eso que no tengo nada bueno todavía. Como que siento que al comienzo es muy difícil, la verdad. Pero como que después, como que te decepciona un poco la dificultad. Eso es algo que la gente está hablando.
Todavía no.
La gente, bueno, imagínate ese weón que hizo el récord del mundo, ¿no? Está goleando 98 millones. ¿En serio? ¿Pero es un gringo blanquito? ¿Blancucho?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No creo que sea ese weón. No, porque el video que yo te conté ayer de Asmon Gold, ese video fue de ayer. Ayer... Ya no, este pega más.
Necesito tiempo
Te pega
para
más.
preparar eso.
Llegó a pegar, el máximo hit que pegó fueron 740 millones. Pero qué weá este loco. ¿Cómo puede pegar tanto? O sea, para él debe ser re aburrido tier 4 porque pegando esa cantidad. Ni siquiera el boss que lo recojo que Blizzard lo hizo más brígido. Y ayer lo fueron a probar y lo mataron en el total. No, bueno. Los pilados chinos.
Todavía
no. ¿Y qué queda para el mortal común y silvestre o el casual? Porque el casual no hace esa weá nunca.
Preparar eso.
Yo veo los eventos normales, que son eventos normales, porque los eventos realmente se te abren en tier 3, no se te abren antes que tier 3. Se te abren los únicos eventos que se te abren son los eventos de legión, que son eventos facilitos donde no te dan nada bueno. Pero cacha, pues 5 personas no, hacen un evento pero no lo terminan 100%, ojo. Porque son 3 cofres.
Necesito tiempo para
y generalmente uno saca 2 cofres, no 3. Porque no alcanzáis a matar todo. ¿Cachai? Porque es por tiempo. Pero imagínate ese weón puede hacer un evento solo. Anda a encontrarte con ese weón en PvP, weón. No, yo también, no, bueno, si los chinos son peores que ese weón, te diría yo. Los chinos son peores, el primer personaje nivel 100 fue chino. El primer personaje hardcore de hardcore de nivel 100 fue chino también. Por si acaso. Por si te queda la duda.
Todavía no.
Yo quiero jugar en hardcore. Si me gusta el endgame, yo me quiero crear un personaje en hardcore. Te lo juro. ¿Vos no bañáis? ¿Eres muy pussy? Pero sí, a ver, yo te dije, ¿qué te dije yo ayer? Yo me quiero crear, te dije, si me gusta el endgame, me voy a crear un personaje en hardcore. Pero me voy a crear un sorcerer. El mismo personaje que conozco. Que me gusta.
Necesito tiempo.
Pero sí, yo lo quiero hacer. Pero primero quiero conocer mi personaje al 100%. Sí, voy a estar todo junio, todo julio, todo agosto. 3 meses.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
De puro vicio. Pero me tiene que gustar, porque esta weá es muy easy. Y eso que no tengo nada bueno. Nada, yo pensé que me iba a costar. Yo te lo juro, tenía miedo. Dije, esta weá me va a costar. ¿Ah? Entonces te escucha nada, te escucha como eso es lo que te escucha. ¿Estáis viendo porno, weón? Te tengo cachado. Yo voy a hacer un dungeon que podéis ganar por hora 11 millones de experiencia por hora. Sin matar el boss. Y te pueden soltar hasta 20 objetos por hora.
Todavía no.
Así que eso es lo que voy a hacer ahora. Cuando termine los dungeons que me faltan, que son 3. Y sería. Igual después son todos dungeons. Y lo otro que tengo que hacer son los dungeons de las insignias o de las reliquias. De los... ¿Cómo se llama eso? Se llaman... Tengo que hacer Helltides y tengo que hacer... los otros dungeons. No me acuerdo cómo se llaman. Que Blizzard está tratando de que la gente haga solamente esos dungeons. Por eso es que han nerfeado todas las weas. Pero Pero no, gracias a Dios no lo han nerfeado tanto. Lo han
Necesito
nerfeado,
tiempo
pero
para preparar eso.
no sé si tanto. Yo estoy para nivel 4, yo creo, para tier 4, yo creo.
Todavía no.
No me importa una mierda. Si no me, si digo que no me matan, si está muy easy peasy, me tiro el dungeon al tiro. Si tú, una vez que pasáis la historia, podéis subir así. Si eres capaz de matar el dungeon, te podéis meter en nivel 60 si querías en tier 4. Y eso que es para 74 tier 4. Se supone, güey.
Todavía no.
¿Hoy día te llega el PC o no?
Todavía no.
¿Cuándo va el Damián?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Pero escúchame, ¿le gustó el Minecraft Dungeon o no le gustó? ¿Pero se lo nombraste o no le dijiste nada?
Necesito tiempo.
No,
para
porque salió hace
preparar
poquito. Tú me dijiste que se lo iba a regalar. ¿Hace rato? ¿Hace rato que salió? Porque incluso lo conversamos, ¿te acordáis?
Todavía no.
Me parece muy fácil tier 3, weón. Si esto es tier
Todavía
3,
no.
me parece muy fácil. El único que me parece difícil, que sí me da miedo, es el carnicero. Pero no sé qué tanto lo van a escalar en tier 3. En tier 4 sí te lo puedo hacer el que te viola, pero en tier 3 no estoy seguro. Si level elite es lo peligroso en Dungeon, o sea en tier 3, o sea en tier 4. Si no hubieran tanto elite, sería más fácil. Más más probabilidad de sacar jefes legendarios o únicos o ancestrales o lo que sea. Pero estos son, se supone que esto es tier 3, pero me parece muy fácil. O tal vez estoy equivocado y esto no es tier 3 todavía, no sé. No, es que o sea, a ver, yo estoy en tier 2, solo yo lo sé, pero este dungeon se supone que tenéis que pasarlo para que se active el tier 3. Entonces yo creo que te tienen que poner monstruos de tier 3, porque no, ¿qué sentido tiene?
Necesito tiempo.
Si te ponen monstruos de tier 2, digo yo. ¿Tú crees? Deberían probarte con monstruos de tier 3, diría yo. Para saber si eres capaz de poder resistir en tier 3, o si no, que bueno.
Todavía no.
Claro, podéis pasar tier 2, pero eso no quiere decir que vaya a pasar tier 3.
Todavía no.
Esta weá es muy fácil.
Todavía no.
Y la idea es juntar a los monstruos, que si no, pues, pero a veces son medio tontos y se quedan atrás.
Todavía no.
Ahora este dungeon nunca ha sido así, este dungeon yo lo he hecho antes y no me deja así. Bueno, es una prueba ancestral.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Detesto los monos con Inquit Health. Los odio.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Lo que hay que tener cuidado cuando nos creemos los personajes en hardcore es que acuérdate de que lo que me pasó a mí en el boss.
Todavía no.
Si se rompe, o sea, aunque tú tengáis toda la vida llena, pero te trizan tu vida, mueres igual. Así que esa weá hay que tener mucho cuidado.
Todavía no.
Vengan amigos, vengan amigos.
Todavía no.
Un picado me rayó el auto, weón. Porque yo yo lo llevé el auto a reparar y lo dejé impecable, pues lo pinté y toda la weá, lo dejé a la raja. Y ahora voy, ¿cachai? Porque hace tiempo que no iba a ver el auto. Y veo que alguien con una llave, ¿cachai? Le pasó la llave a la pintura. Y esa weá fue de picado, pues.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ya, pero dije ya, no puedo hacer nada, ¿qué voy a hacer que ni siquiera sé quién es? Entonces obviamente me lo hicieron en el estacionamiento.
Todavía no.
Mala onda, porque lo había pintado recién. Pero digo, el picado...
Todavía no.
Picado culiado de mierda, que tiene un auto peor que el mío y...
Mis bolsas están llenas.
Y de aquí qué hueá saqué, ni una hueá buena. Pura basura. Basura. Pura mierda. Sí, yo ya creo que ya lo decidí, me va a quedar junio, julio y agosto. Y ya en septiembre empezaré. Estoy relajado, cabrón.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
Pero sabes que hace mucho tiempo que no estoy tan relajado como estoy ahora. Hace mucho. Antes tenía muchas weas en la cabeza.
No mientras esté en el poblado.
Ahora que no tengo problemas económicos, esa wea me relaja de verdad. Una weá que te quería aconsejar, pero no sé si quieres que te lo diga ahora, te lo digo más adelante, porque se te va a olvidar si te lo digo probablemente.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
Es que ayer me dijiste que no sé si fue ayer o cuando fue que me dijiste que no te dijera weá, porque te había olvidado.
Hasta la próxima.
Es que tú me lo dijiste, pues, bueno. Yo uno de buena onda, de buena tema.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
Hasta el oído. Veamos. Hasta el momento no me impresiona nada lo que estoy viendo. Nada.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Travel to the curate chamber. Ahí tienes que pasar por 2 bosses. La wea linda. Y este es lo mismo que siempre.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Los bosses se repiten más que tu hermana, weón.
Todavía no.
Se repite tu hermana más que la concha.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Demasiado buena. El máximo hit que pego es 4000. Y es poco. Y esto puede pegar mucho. No, señor boss, usted no me va a matar, señor boss. No se ve. Maximum life, fire damage, pure strike damage over time, esa buena decía nada. Critical strike chance, damage to burning, damage to injury, esa buena no sirve de nada. No, ya lo pasé. ¿Y ahora? GG.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
GG. No, yo bosses no voy a matar. O sea, me quedan 3 dungeons que los voy a pasar en tier 3. Y sería. Y después puro farmeo, ¿no? Completo. Ahora te quería hablar con el trío Whisper.
No puedo hacer eso
y... sería. Qué culia que no sabe inglés y que se siente insultado.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
You speak English? You speak English? Ah, mira, ahí se desactivó la voz. You speak English? Ahí están los Helltide Rise. Speak with the Dominant Spirit. Así que vamos a hablar con este bueno.
Lo sientes errante, el oleaje. Las mareas del infierno se alzan como sangre, infiltrándose en santuario. Almas atormentadas, portando obsequios torturados, deambulan por estas tierras. Toma esos obsequios y úsalos para enfrentar a los ejércitos de los 7 infiernos.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
Te estaba hablando, pero se apagó el micrófono tal vez. ¿Qué se está? No, estaba hablando todo el rato. Es que no sé si el micrófono se estaba dando solo, porque me ha pasado más de una vez, o, o está fallando, bueno. Una de las dos. Estaba hablando, ve el directo y te vas a dar cuenta que estaba hablando. Este vale 100 lucas. No sé si te escucho mejor desde el celu. Y aquí preview, esta weá es Burning Instinct. A ver, habla. Sí, se escucha. Buena, Gotito. Entonces, attach es esto, es esto, es esto, es esto. Estoy brígido, pero me falta este, y no tengo todavía la web. Voy a tener que subir más de nivel. Es esos tres más este, y ahí de ahí para arriba. Es que por eso te decía que eran importante reclamar el renombre, bueno, porque te dan calete de puntos de paz.
Muy bien. Gracias a ti el mundo es un lugar un poco mejor.
Hay muchos como él y vendrán más aún. Pero no pierdas tiempo.
Hermano, no quiero escuchar esa weá, me da lata. El árbol de los secretos. Me está pidiendo que mate más gente, eso es lo que me está diciendo. El árbol de los secretos. A ver, hagamos Helltides y veamos qué tal son los Helltides. Sí te escucho, pero no sé si te escucho tan bien. Y fíjate, y acá, ¿qué puedo hacer con este mapa culiado? Me faltan un par de cosas, pero fino con las misiones secundarias. No, voy a resetearlo, yo creo. Voy a dejar solamente la weá importante. Los tronjos los voy a sacar, las áreas las voy a sacar, los wetpoints los voy a sacar, los world tiers se los voy a dejar, los world boss los voy a dejar, los unique también los voy a dejar, los side quests los voy a sacar todos. Y solamente voy a dejar los mystery chests, que son lo que me importa ahora. Y sería porque los treasure chests son importantes. En esta región de aquí hay un treasure chest aquí. Pero ¿qué región es esta? Esta región de acá es... Sí, es esta. Ok, está bien.
No puedo
Que
hacer
hay
eso.
tres tipos de tesoro, de tesoro, de cofres de tesoro. Hay uno que hay uno que es especial y hay que abrir el especial. Ese es el que
Todavía no.
Pero quiero ver cómo funciona porque no sé cómo funciona. Ah, hay que matar al hueón. Ahora si mueres pierdes todo. Así que no hay
Todavía
que morir.
no.
Ahí sí. Pero mira, ¿sabes que estos son de tier
Necesito
3
tiempo para
y
preparar
no me
eso.
parece difícil, la verdad. No, pues tengo que pasar el dungeon de tier 4. Pero primero quiero hacer esto, primero quiero hacer esta guapa.
Todavía no.
¿Y qué te marca esta weá? Ah, te marca el lugar nomás, no te marca nada. A ver, voy a buscar un video para que me expliquen cómo funciona esta weá, porque... Mira, acá hay un
Todavía
cofre.
no.
Si es más cómodo, mejor. O sea... Lo que te digo es que no me parece una gran diferencia entre 2 y 3, honestamente. Pensé que sí, lo voy a hacer, pero primero quiero hacer este evento. Por ejemplo, esto por 75 te dan unas botas, pero no conviene. Pero quiero ver dónde farmeo esos objetos que necesito para hacer reroll y esas weas.
Para preparar eso.
Eso es lo importante, pues. A menos que aquí sea, pero no estoy seguro. Yo creo que aquí no es, o sea, aquí están los cofres marcados. Protection, Weapon. No sé, ahí... Tal vez en el mapa te marcan el bacán. Pero primero voy a farmear un rato porque el 14 es muy poco. Que junto unos 250 yo creo. ¿O no?
Todavía no.
Es que te piden 75 por un cofre. Por un cofre. Un cofre muy... No, la moneda roja es la del PvP, ¿ya? Esta moneda no es, esta moneda vale callampa, porque esta moneda te puede servir si querís para farmear objetos legendarios. Pero es aburridísimo. ¿Por qué es aburridísimo? Te voy a preguntar tú. Porque... ¿de qué te sirve tirar un reroll en un objeto que puedes sacar en un dungeon? De nada.
Necesito tiempo.
No sé, no le encuentro mucha importancia a la moneda de PvP, la verdad, que es la moneda roja. Esta moneda es la moneda ancestral. Es la otro tipo de moneda que se supone que según lo que yo vi en una guía, que te daban el material ese raro, ¿cachai? Hay dos materiales raros. Hay una hueá que se llama rosa de la muerte.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Y hay otro que se llama como la hueá olvidada o el forgotten no sé cuánto, una hueá así se llama. Pero no estoy seguro si te lo botan acá, porque estos son pantalones. ¿De qué me sirve un pantalón? Prefiero 1000 veces canjearlo en el cofre que te digo yo, que se supone que es un cofre más pulento. Pero me siguen botando objetos azules, pues bueno,
necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No me voy, pues hermano, qué guay. No deberían, pues. Y yo...
Necesito tiempo.
No, objetos raros. No te digo que no me quiten los objetos raros, lo que te digo es solamente que no deberían botarse objetos de nivel penca. Tan penca.
Todavía no.
Solo objetos raros. Eso es lo que digo yo, pero bueno, ahora mismo ya me di cuenta que no es.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ahora esta buena se puso brígida. Esta buena de ahí me quiso violar. Me la quiso meter, pero
necesito
así,
tiempo para preparar eso.
Brígido. Pero todo llego y ¿para qué sirve esta weá entonces? A ver, voy a buscar un video, weón. Helltide, ¿sabes?
Hi everyone, in this video I want to talk about Helltide. This is one of the major endgame activities in Diablo 4 on launch, and it is something that is actually quite relevant for your character progression. So you can see this world type here on the world map. This is this red area that just keeps popping up in random places of the world. So there are certain zones that can become hell type, and then there's a timer where something is active and it's inactive. And when you go there, while it's active, the entire zone will be transformed, and there will be a lot more demons running around. Everything is higher level. There's like special events and bosses popping up, and you can also find those cinders. You can see on the top right corner, this is the cinder count, and as you defeat enemies in those areas, or you click on collectibles, you know, ferrets or something like that, you can find these cinders. And then there are these like chests spread out. You can see one here on the left right now. You can go there and use those cinders to open those chests and get certain pieces of loot. But it's not just so much about the loot itself that is so good about Helltide. It is actually the special materials that you can get there. Because, let's be real, loot you can get anywhere really. So it's not really required to farm Helltide for that. But what you do want to farm is Forgotten Souls. You see that here, this boss here, for example, this mini boss that just appeared was one of those Helltide bosses, and it drops 2 Forgotten Souls. And likewise, you can use your cinders to open these chests and also get more Forgotten Souls, and maybe a good bunch of loot. So you see that here, that is one of the biggest, it's actually the biggest chest that I just opened, which is the chest of Mysterious Gift, which is like a special one that has more loot and just like random amounts of stuff. But you see here there's 2 Forgotten Souls again, and 3 Forgotten Souls, and a bunch of Fiend Roses. These are all crafting materials that you will need for the blacksmith and for the occultist. And then you see there's like 2 ancestral rings, for example. A bunch of elixirs can drop out, another like ancestral amulet. So generally relatively valuable. And you can see here why this is so valuable. So this is the blacksmith upgrade window, and I have stated that below. If you try to get them to rank 5, so 5 out of 5 upgrades, you will need those Forgotten Souls. So this is the Forgotten Souls. You need 2 of them, for example, for below, to get it 5 out of 5. So as you rank up your items, it costs more and more materials. So usually it's the common, then the magic, then the rare, then the legendary, and then finally Forgotten Souls. And if you want to get your maxed out items, which is definitely quite important for your late game min-maxing at least, you want those Forgotten Souls.
Really?
And this chest that I opened here is by far the best to farm those Forgotten Souls, or the most efficient one to open in general. It is actually not always there, so this Mysterious Gift chest is a kind of special one. It's always something that I recommend to seek out first before you start spending your cinders when you're doing Helltide, because it definitely has a lot more stuff. But you can also just go around and open whatever you want to improve in your character. So there's a chest for rings, there's a chest for weapons, for helms, for boots, whatever. You can kind of target farm and kind of try to get new items in a certain slot so that you can maybe progress your character right now. But generally, those mysterious gifts are the best ones you want to try to find them. Now, how long does it actually take to farm enough of these cinders? So you can see here, there's actually the timer. So conveniently, we can just check that. I have 0 of these cinders, and we have 52 minutes remaining. And let's see if I actually start farming them. So here at like 51:40, we start farming them. And if we jump forward, we have 175 by... Yeah, this is actually the biggest chest that I just opened, which is the chest of gearing up his... Hi everyone, in this video I want to talk about Helltide. This is one of the major endgame activities in Diablo 4 on launch, and it is something that is actually quite relevant for your character progression. So you can see this world type here on the world map. This is this red area that just keeps popping up in random places of the world. So there are certain zones that can become Helltide, and then there's a timer where something is active and inactive. And when you go there, while it's active, the entire zone will be transformed, and there will be a lot more demons running around. Everything is higher level. There's like special events and bosses popping up, and you can also find those cinders. You see on the top right corner, this is the cinder count, and as you defeat enemies in those areas, or you click on collectibles, herds, and something like that, you can find these cinders. And then there are these like chests spread out. You can see one here on the left right now. You can go there and use those cinders to open those chests and get certain pieces of loot. But it's not just so much about the loot itself that is so good about Helltide, it is actually the special materials you can get there. Because, let's be real, loot you can get anywhere really. So it's not really required to farm Helltide for that. But what you do want to farm is forgotten souls. You see that here, this boss here for example, this mini boss that just appeared was one of those Helltide bosses, and it drops 2 forgotten souls. And likewise, you can use your cinders to open these chests and also get more forgotten souls.
Pero no siento que la dificultad sea como que tú digas, oh wow, me cuesta mucho.
Mysterious gift, like a special one that has more loot and just like random amount of stuff. So you see here there's 3 forgotten souls again and 3 forgotten souls and a bunch of team roses. These are all crafting materials that you will need for the blacksmith and for the occultist. And then you see there are like 2 ancestral rings, for example. A bunch of elixirs can drop out. Another like ancestral amulet. So generally relatively valuable. And you can see here why this is so valuable. So this is the blacksmith upgrade window, and I have like a pair of gloves. And if you try to get them to rank 5, so 5 out of 5 upgrades, we will need those forgotten souls. So this is the forgotten souls. You need 2 of them, for example, for the glove to get it to 5 out of 5. So as you rank up your items, it costs more and more materials. So usually it's the common, then the magic, then the rare, then the legendary, and then finally forgotten souls. And if you want to get your maxed out items, which is definitely quite important for your late game min-maxing at least, you want those forgotten souls. And this chest that I opened here is by far the best to farm the forgotten souls, or the most efficient one to open in general. It is actually not always there, so this materials gift chest is a kind of special one. It's always something that I recommend to seek out first before you start spending your cinders when you're doing Helltide, because it definitely has a lot more stuff than the other chests. But you can also just go around and open whatever you want to improve in your character. So there's a chest for rings, there's a chest for weapons, for helms, for boots, whatever. And you can kind of try farm and kind of try to get new items in a certain slot so that you can maybe progress your character right now. But generally, those mysterious gifts are the best ones. You want to try to find them. Now, how long does it actually take to farm enough of these cinders? So you can see here, there's actually the timer. So conveniently, we can just check that. I have 0 of these cinders, and we have 52 minutes remaining. And let's see if I actually start farming them. So here, like 51:40, we start farming them, and if we jump forward, we have 175 by 43 minutes mark. So around 8 minutes actually it took me to get those 175 cinders to open this one chest.
Es como yo, como en Diablo 3, cosa de Diablo 4, que yo estoy diciendo todo el día video y
75 for armor slots, and I think 125 for like weapon slots. So they have a kind of a different cost, but it's somewhere in that range. But generally, this is the best one in the overall value. So I noticed that the best way to farm cinders is usually just to like make your way through the zone, roam around a little bit, try to find like big monster packs, because you can just get like 3, 4, 5 cinders or something like that from like one big monster pack. They do drop quite frequently. And also on your way, roaming around the zone, you will find those collectibles that can also have cinders. And you find events. So those local events here, those orange circles, they are generally the most valuable. So you want to try to like maybe find like 2, 3 or 4 of these spots and just like roam around the area and try to do these events whenever they pop up. So you see here right now.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Acá está la cagada, hermano, la cagada en Irak.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
La gente... No, hay que haber de gente. La gente aquí apoya, pero a nivel mundial. Qué buena. Sí, sí, individual.
Todavía no.
No, acá no se pelea por el loot. No, el loot es individual, completamente individual.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Es un evento, pero te van a botar, o sea, si lo completáis obviamente te van a botar más Hell Types. Yo necesito 170 y faltan 17 minutos para que se acabe. Ahí se abrió el cofre. Si a mí en realidad los objetos me valen callampa, si lo que quiero son Hell Types, no, para abrir el cofre, aunque sea una vez por evento, po. Me dio como 15. Pero igual, o sea, lo que te digo es que igual matar monstruos te da más, ¿sabes? Si matáis un, no sé, pues matáis un, este es el cofre que quiero abrir. Matáis un pincho monstruos que hay aquí, sacáis unos 10, unos 12. Igual te demoráis, no es tan rápido, o sea, no es que sea fácil, o sea, igual tenéis que dedicar tiempo en esto, ¿no? Y lo vais, o sea, y lo tenéis que hacer sí o sí, porque se abre 3 veces al día y los materiales importantes solo te caen de ese cofre. ¿Cachai? Los materiales para craftear o mejorar o re-rodear un objeto solo te caen de acá. Solamente ahí.
Necesito
estáis
tiempo
obligados
para
a hacer
eso.
Porque si no, no podéis, o sea, si no podéis re-rodear o no podéis mejorar al máximo un objeto, ¿de qué te sirve? Pero estoy recién viéndolo o sea, estoy recién cachando el endgame. No lo cachaba. Pero no, o sea, te voy a ser súper honesto. Sí, te pueden matar, no te voy a decir que no, te pueden matar, pero no lo encuentro brígido. No lo encuentro brígido. El problema de este evento es que si tú mueres, pierdes todo. Todo lo que habías juntado en Hellside se pierde.
Todavía no.
Eso es lo que pasa. Y igual es penca, no me vas a decir que no es penca, porque es penca morir y perder todos los Hellside. No sé, pues te demoraste 20 minutos en juntar. Porque más o menos me demoré 20 minutos en juntar 180, eso es lo que me demoré.
Necesito tiempo para preparar.
Ahora voy a ir a abrir el cofre que está acá. Mira, para que caché lo que te voy a dar. Aquí está. Mira todo lo que te voy a dar. Ahí lo revisé después. 3 legendarios y gemas más objetos de crafteo. Que los legendarios no son tan buenos, la verdad. Los que, o sea, los que me salieron acá, obviamente. No son buenos, pero da la misma.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Cómo de tan nueve? No te entendí. No existe tan nueve. De 4.
Todavía no.
Tengo que hacer el dungeon, pero primero quiero terminar los dungeons que me faltan, son 3. Para luego voy a pasar.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Dónde? No hay ningún goblin de... No. El goblin este te lo marcan en el mapa. Apenas sale te lo marcan en el mapa.
Todavía no.
Ah, ese es fácil de matar, lo congeláis y te lo violas.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Pero en 13 minutos yo no creo que junte todo lo que necesito juntar.
Necesito tiempo.
Que ya abrí un
para
cofre.
preparar eso.
Lo ideal sería abrir 2 cofres, pero no creo.
¡No te quedes ahí!
Pero me vine a este evento porque van a haber más monstruos.
Todavía no.
¿Puede ser?
¿Me ayudarás, caminante?
Tengo que ser capaz de poder matar.
Necesito tiempo.
Este weón de aquí no está tan duro, pero está hueando, ¿no?
Necesito tiempo
Oye,
para
por favor,
preparar eso.
ayúdame.
Tranquilo, porque no te puedo ayudar si te me están atacando.
Fuiste la respuesta a mis plegarias.
¿Y qué me va a ayudar por eso?
Todavía no.
¿Ah?
Todavía no.
Oye, por favor, ayúdame.
No lo habría logrado
No
sin
sé
tu
cuántos
ayuda.
Hell Tides me van a dar aquí, weón.
Necesito
Pero-
tiempo para preparar eso.
Tú ves, ¿eh?
Fuiste la respuesta a mis plegarias.
No se puede, ojalá se pudiera.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Diablo 4? No. ¿Diablo Immortal? Sí.
Eres una bendición.
Todavía no.
Ya ahí no te va a correr ni cagar. Si te va a correr...
¿Ayudarás, caminante?
Todavía no.
¿Qué es 4? 5 todavía no sabes. Ah, el 6 va a ser el 6.
Oye, por favor, ayúdame.
A 20. Durísimo.
Todavía no.
Ah, la cara. No me parece tan brígida esta weá, la potente.
No puedo cargar más.
Yo solo terminé esa weá. Quedan 9 minutos. No, pero nada, o sea, pero nada de lo que sacabas, bueno, nada. Nada, porque yo ya sé lo que tengo que sacar. No. Es crítico, es inteligencia, es critical chance, critical
Todavía
damage,
no.
lucky chance, cooldown reaction, close enemy, lo otro vendría a ser
Puedo
far
desarmar
enemies.
eso.
No, nada de lo que tengo es bueno.
No
nada.
mientras esté en el
Pero lo voy a guardar solamente para revisarlo con calma, ¿me entendí? Porque para revisarlo ahora no tiene sentido. Ya me aprendí de memoria lo que necesito. No. Es que tenéis que aprendértela porque si no vais a andar weando 1000 años con la wea, pues. Y yo he visto gente, puta, viendo, no sé, un objeto 50 horas. ¿Para qué vaya a ver 50 horas si no sabéis lo que estáis haciendo cuando te hagáis la vida, pues, ¿o no? Lo que más te dice un weón que juega
Necesito
bien
tiempo
en Diablo,
para
te dice,
preparar
viejo, apréndase lo que usted tiene que aprenderse para subir. Si usted no sabe, está perdiendo tiempo. Cada minuto que pierde mirando un objeto es un minuto que usted puede estar jugando. Un weón dijo una weá, pero el amor, este weón me da risa, me cae bien el culo. El weón dijo, yo desde que salí de Diablo 4 no me he bañado. ¿Por qué?
Todavía no.
Es muy simple. Cada minuto que yo pierdo en la ducha es un minuto que yo puedo levelear. Así que mientras que yo esté jugando, no me voy a bañar. Eso fue lo que dijo.
Todavía
Y
no.
me pareció hiper mega pro. Esa weá solamente la hace un gamer. Un real gamer, pues bueno, dijo la weá más lógica del universo.
Todavía no.
Entre más tiempo perdáis en la ducha, menos tiempo jugar, pues. Me pillaste, culiao. ¿Cómo cacháis esa weá?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Sí, pues bueno. Bueno, ¿eres un gamer? Yo pensé que vos eras gamer. Me dice Micromancer, weón, vale callampa el Micromancer.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ah, tuviste que crecer. ¿Y cuándo creciste? Que todavía no me di cuenta, weón. Todavía no te veo crecer yo, weón. Discúlpame que te lo diga, pero yo todavía no te veo crecer.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No, todavía no te veo. Veo al mismo guatón que veía hace 20 años.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ojalá que se queden guardados los Hellsides. ¿Se quedarán guardados? No creo, ¿no? O sea, sé que tengo 3 horas al día que tengo que hacer Hellside. Eso lo sé sí o sí. Lo voy a aprovechar 100%. Las 3 horas diarias que tengo que hacer. Que no es mucho, son 3 horas, ¿no? Solo sale 3 veces al día. ¿Y cuánto he sacado? 5 he sacado, mira. ¿Y rosas? ¿Cuántas rosas he sacado? Rosa tan maravillosa. He sacado 5. 5 asignaciones.
Todavía no.
Pero la verdad, si soy objetivo, súper objetivo, el juego es increíblemente entretenido y eficiente. Pero no me parece peludo el tier 3. No me parece peludo. Y eso que yo no tengo ningún puto objeto que sea de mi clase así.
Necesito tiempo para preparar
ni
eso.
siquiera uno. O sea, eso quiere decir de que cuando tenga 2 objetos de mi clase voy a hacer demasiado overpower, ¿no? Pero si yo la campaña me la paso por el hoyo en nivel 2, hoy por hoy. Si me paso por el hoyo en nivel 3, ¿por qué no me va a pasar por el hoyo la otra weá? Mira, me botaron una florcita, me botó la
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Rosa tan maravillosa. Pero si no era, pero si yo no, esto no son palabras, estos son hechos. ¿No me estáis viendo, culiao? Acumulo hueones para matar porque es muy fácil para mí. Estoy a un nivel muy dios.
Todavía no.
¿Pero que estoy mintiendo? ¿Me estáis viendo morir? ¿Cuándo? Ayer. Ayer morí. Y ayer morí por una mecánica. No es que me hayan matado, una mecánica. No, pues bueno, una mecánica es una mecánica, pues bueno, no me weís, pues coche tu madre. Rózame la rosa, espinosa. No, esta weá, este evento sí es importante. Es importante.
Todavía no.
Pero voy a probar, o sea, voy a terminar de hacer los 3 sueños que me faltan y voy a pasar a mundo nivel 4, yo creo. Porque tranquilamente, en 3 minutos, no creo que en 3 minutos lo logre.
Todavía no. Todavía no.
Sí, callado. Estaba pensando en esta weá. Estaba pensando que es muy easy.
Todavía no.
Estaba pensando que soy demasiado bueno para esta weá. Sí, pues te dije que sí le iba a subir, pero que me diera ahí un rato para terminar este evento culiado.
Todavía no.
Mira que hay otra rosa espinosa.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ponen rosa tan maravillosa.
Todavía no.
La weá es más oyenta que la concha.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Hoy día salió en las noticias la weá de Facebook, de la weá de las licencias falsas.
Todavía no.
De que nadie hacía nada. De que la policía y la PDI ni siquiera se metía a ver la weá. Y que los culiados estaban vendiendo licencias falsas pero a todo dar.
Todavía no.
Pero la weá vergonzosa. O sea, me parece vergonzoso que admitan que no están haciendo ni una weá. O que digan como excusas que no podemos hacer nada porque las publicaciones cambian todos los días y siempre hay nuevas publicaciones. Ya se acabó. Me quitaron los
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Me los quitaron. ¿Qué son estas weas? ¿Esta wea qué cosa es? World Boss en 15 horas, ok. Estos son los Trio Whisper que no sirven de ni una wea. Estos son los Trio Whispers. ¿Esto qué cosa es? Trio Whisper. Los Trio Whispers no sirven de nada, hermano. De nada. De nada. Vos no sabías, ¿eh? O sea, además que abrí dos cosas en los 50 minutos que son. Ah, pero bueno, comienzan a cada rato. En 13 minutos comienzan de nuevo. No, no es para hacer... No, pero no es para hacerlo todo el día, pues, ni cagando. Las Fine Rose se llaman. Tengo 12. Y de lo otro que me vienen tengo 5. O sea, weas siempre te van a faltar. A ver, veamos este dungeon. Estoy en tier 3, Voy a matar al boss y todo lo demás. Este es mi primer dungeon tier 3. A ver. Obviamente que este no es para farmear, este es solamente por completar los aspectos, ¿no? Pero como me armió. ¿Quién dijo que me da miedo?
Todavía no.
Vos estás hablando pura weá, ¿no? Ya murió.
Todavía no.
Por eso te digo que me parece fácil el tier 3. ¿Cuánto me duraron las criaturas? Y ojo que como te vuelvo a decir, no tengo los aspectos que debería tener mi personaje. Ni siquiera he llegado a la build nivel 3. Esta es la build de nivel 50.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Rosa, rosa tan maravillosa como tú, ¿verdad?
Todavía no.
Mira la cagada, bueno, es que hay.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Uno practica antes de tirar la wea. Pienso yo, ¿no? Antes de tirarte un hardcore, primero juegues el juego. Y analizáis cómo funcionan todas las mecánicas. Y una vez que tenéis todo controlado, inmediatamente te tiráis con un hardcore. Eso es solo para los machos, así, ¿eh? No, estamos hablando de que vos no podés jugar, pues.
Necesito tiempo.
Yo veo puro lloriqueo nomás, yo. Es lo único que veo. Aún me acuerdo. ¿Querés fumar hierba? No, es que yo no fumo esa weá. ¿Querés tomarte un copete? No, es que yo no tomo copete. Aún me acuerdo.
Todavía no.
Virgen, yo veía a un virgen ahí, eso es lo que veía. ¿Y qué efectos secundarios? Soy más inteligente, más rico.
Todavía.
Tengo la dura grande, ¿qué más? ¿Qué más efectos secundarios existen? Son brígidos los efectos secundarios. Culia.
Todavía no.
Culia, weón. Más encima yo le iba a invitar todo al hombre, weón. El hombre me dijo que no. ¿No?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Claro, pero es que ahora estoy en un momento en mi vida que es diferente. Es que lo que pasa es que tú creís que todas las weas tienen que ser en tu momento, pues, weón. No, tiene que ser todo en tu
Necesito
momento.
tiempo para preparar eso.
Por eso, cada uno tiene sus momentos, pues, weón. Yo te ofrecí 1000 veces la wea, loco, y me retrataste otras 1000 veces.
Todavía no.
Ya, pues está bien, pero ya la vida cambió, pues. Ya, Julio. Te la voy a cobrar, eso sí.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Quiero mis 500 tortas retrasadas, weón, de 5 metros.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No quiero empezar a hablar weas que he hecho por vos, porque ¿para qué? ¿Para qué? Rosa, rosa, tan maravillosa.
Necesito tiempo para preparar
Del
eso.
agua que fumáis, pues. Sí, del agua que fumáis. Yo creo que me voy a gastar esas jugosas pociones de experiencia, weón. La gente dice que valen callampa, eso es lo que dice la gente. 5%, se ríen, dicen 5%. Métete, Blizzard, métete ese 5% por la raja. No sé, pero ahora la podría revisar, pero te digo que 5% igual es un poco, güey. Mejor te vayas a tirar 4 y sacáis 90% más de experiencia. O sea, vais a sacar 11 millones de experiencia por hora. No, más. 15 millones de experiencia por
En
hora.
memoria del gran mago M.
Eso es mejor que las 5%.
Lo conocí hace décadas. Fue él quien rechazó mi solicitud para el santuario. Me dijo que estaba sedienta de poder, que era imprudente. Y lo era.
No, pues ya los objetos blancos no los voy a recoger. O sea, olvídate. Tengo como 1000 weas que... Esas weas no se van a acabar nunca, weón. Las weas estos de los objetos que
tengo el poder que una vez...
Que he triturado el 90% de los... No, el 99% de los objetos.
Lo maté yo misma. Luego lo resucité. Ahora sirve a mi voluntad. Un legado acorde a un tonto.
Ahora este dungeon obviamente no es bueno para pelearlo. Este dungeon es un dungeon cualquiera nomás.
Todavía no.
Pero siento que es un poquito,
Necesito
pero
tiempo
muy
para
poquito, o sea,
preparar
de un 100% yo te diría que un 5% más fuerte que el otro, que el de tier 2. No, un 10%, más que eso no creo.
Todavía no.
Pero esto está hecho así por la gente
tiempo
casual,
para
yo creo.
preparar eso.
¿No? Porque nadie llega ni, o sea, nadie completa la campaña en nivel 60. Todos la completan en nivel 30
Todavía
o 40. Máximo 50, si fuiste farmero. No 60. Sí, pues. Estoy virigísimo para estar acá. Pero igual se nota el cambio de experiencia. O sea, hay una diferencia, mira, un único. Ah, no, es un Scrape. El Scrape es bueno, pero no es tan bueno. Change hit versus skill level power no sirve de nada. Y aparte 2 manos, no sé. El Scrape es peor que el ancestral. Y aparte está el Scrape, o sea, está el legendario, está el Scrape legendario, está el ancestral legendario y está el único ancestral legendario. Esos son los objetos legendarios. El único ancestral es el mejor de todo. Deberías tener un cerebro de elefante. Con todo lo que fumáis. A mí me mejoró el intelecto.
Todavía no.
Más muerta. Amplió mi intelecto como en 50.000%. De intelectuación. Intelectiva, completiva. Me sigue pareciendo fácil la web.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. No lo habría logrado sin tu ayuda.
Esta weá se buguea siempre.
Llegaste demasiado tarde para detener su gloriosa
Este evento culiado se buguea siempre. Y los eventos valen que puede ser, tengo muy
Te
poco.
bendigo.
Ahí se bugueó, mira, ahí se bugueó, mira. Ahí ya no lo podéis soltar nunca más tuya. A la mierda con el evento.
Necesito tiempo para preparar
Vale,
eso.
callar para mí.
Esto es poder verdadero.
Esto
Jamás
es
lo tendrás.
poder verdadero. Vos tenés una mina que tiene problemas afectivos.
Todavía no.
Tú dices que son
Los
viejitos.
fuegos del infierno fluyen por sus venas.
No, es que te
no.
podría haber tocado una mina así con problemas de conseguir un macho alfa.
Necesito tiempo para preparar
Alfa
eso.
macho alfa.
Todavía no.
Yo creo que yo puedo en tier 4, weón. No sé por qué tengo la impresión de que puedo.
Todavía no.
Pensé que iba a ser más difícil. Falta que me salga el carnicero. Y ahí que no estoy con la otra. Esta qué cosa es, esta buena mierda.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Intelectual,
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
intelectual.
Todavía no. Todavía no.
Todavía no. No, yo le digo a mi amigo Esqueletín.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Y los objetos comunes serán mejores? Esta weá no sirve de nada. ¿Deprimido de qué? Ah, claro, obvio, eso afecta.
No mientras esté en el poblado.
Pero nada de lo que saqué me sirve, nada.
Ahí está. La forja siempre está caliente.
El weón más tirón del universo.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
The world, the world, the world. Around the world. Around the world, world, world. World, world, world. ¿O no? Around the world, 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 pero de nunca around the world, world, world. The world, world, world. Se nota que no entendí. Se le decía eso a otra persona y no te entiende un carajo. ¿Qué igual le estáis diciendo? ¿Qué vas a decir este culiao? ¿Qué enfermedad tiene este culiao?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No me va a ajustar el tema porque es peligroso. Bueno, ni los bosses son... Ni siquiera los bosses son pros, weón. La weá decepcionante mundial, metro
Todavía
mundial.
no.
Nunca mundial, pero mundial, pues. El metro mundial, ¿no?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Con razón estos weones se están quejando, pues, weón. La cagó. Ahora entiendo. Ahora todo tiene lógica. Viene un weón, claro, que pega 90 millones y esta weá es una mierda, pues, weón. Lo mata de un pape. Si yo lo mato que pego una mierda. Lo maté. Así fue la weá. GG. Me queda un puro dungeon, mira. Puro dungeon. Pero si no existe tier 9. Quiero ver un video que me explique cuáles son los otros dungeons que son los de caos, los de chaos, así se llaman, dungeon de chaos, que hasta el momento no, que esos sirven para subir tus jeroglíficos, estas weas, que te chetan más aún todavía. Pero no sé, se supone que es se supone, lo que yo entendí es que es un random drop. Que... sí, un RMC. Es un random drop. O un... ya, ok. Y un DCN. O un R... no, un CDR también, ¿no? ¿Sabes lo que es un CDR? ¿Y un CDC? Es que me corregí, pues me decía, no, es que no, bueno, es un RMG, no, no, yo te digo, a ver, ¿y qué es un CDC y qué es un CDR? No, esas weas no son inventadas, son de Diablo. Búscalo, para que tu mente sea más pensante.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
El CD, el Critical Damage, es Critical Damage Chance, que es CDC, y el otro es el es el CDR, que es el Cooldown Reduction. Yo no entiendo por qué los creadores de Diablo quieren que uno esté en el mundo dando vueltas, weón, en vez de estar en un dungeon matando, weón. No entiendo esa weá. Pero es que nadie, o sea... ay, madre, ¿por qué, weón? Espérate. ¿Me estáis hueveando? ¿Va a salir un World Boss? Comienza... 4 minutos. Voy ahí. Va a salir en 4 minutos. El amor de mi vida no quiere que esté en la casa. No quiere votar. Sí, estoy mucho tiempo acá en la casa. Ya era hora. Buena...
Necesito más tiempo.
buena onda el hombre. Pero si salimos, ¿o?
Necesito
¿Qué
más
hicimos?
tiempo.
A ver, ¿qué hice el fin de semana pasado? No quiero, po. ¿Qué tanta weá? Te apuesto que psicológicamente yo estoy más sano que cualquier otro weón.
Hola. Saludos. Saludos. Te saludo. Saludos. Saludos.
Todos dicen hola, hola, y yo les digo cheers.
Me disculpo.
Queso es queso.
Hola.
Son nivel 59, 61, 60, 62. O sea, el nivel más alto de aquí es 62. Que es bueno para el Gosumlum. A ver, esta weá, ¿qué cosa es? Increase critical strike damage. Increase damage against vampires. Increase damage against... increase damage against spiders.
Saludos.
¿Por qué harían pociones
Hola.
para cada monstruo, weón? No entiendo, weón. Por 30 minutos te da 900 de armadura y te da 5% más de experiencia. Por 30 minutos. Ataque speed por 30 minutos, me va a dar una de estas. Yo no he gastado ni siquiera una poción. Sí, cuando salga, va a salir ahora. Quedan un minuto. Este es mi primer boss de todos. Ojalá que me boten algo bueno. No, todos los que están aquí son pollos, son todos pollos. Son todos pollos, hombre, pollo. Sí, puede ser. El nivel más alto es 64, no hay ningún hardcore aquí, ninguno. Y ahí está el osito. Esa es la build de transformación. Hace que te mantengáis constantemente en la transformación. Te mostraré 1000 formas de morir. No es 8 segundos, 7 segundos.
Los huesos te traicionan. Pronto me servirán a mí.
Yo te lo agradezco.
Saludos.
Veamos el huervo. Vamos a saltar a tranquilo. Ahí tiene que ir el tanque, pero ahora recién hay que tocarlo. En la costilla ahí, en la pichula, bueno, ahora pégale en la pichula. Pégale. Y ¿sabes qué? Lo más chistoso de todo es que no tienen ninguna mecánica. Deberían ser como los arcos, weón. ¿Por qué no le copiaron, weón? No entiendo. ¿No? Deberían tener mecánicas, porque no son muy fáciles. ¿No creí? Bueno, este es el Gorgos, mira la mecánica culiada, mira la hueá fácil. ¿Qué pasa, hombre? Mira tu mecánica culiada, me la paso por el hoyo.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
El Gorgos. Y aparte este es una copia de los bosses pequeñitos. Lo más peor.
Todavía no.
Pensé que iba a ser más brígido, hermano, pero veo que no. Lo estoy cantando ahí.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No, son terribles artes estos huevos. Todo, la Y, la Z. Y todas las manos.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¡Corre! ¡Muere, Gorgos! Está terrible fácil.
Todavía no.
Por eso el otro weón que pega 400.000 lo mata, pero de 2 pases. Me paro en el veneno y no me mata el veneno. La weá hermosa. No gastaba ni siquiera una poción.
Todavía no.
Todos esos críticos, mira todos esos críticos. Mira todos esos críticos que yo le había a esta weá vale allá. Por eso la gente se queja, weón.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ya murió yo. Lo maté con sola mirada.
Todavía no.
Lo miré feo y el weón dijo, no, este weón es demasiado power. Pero mira las mecánicas que chat. Y el único que te puede matar es el veneno.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ahí le estuvo en la cara. ¿Ya murió? ¿Murió? La wea chanta, weón. Me estáis hueviando. ¿Qué me dio? Maximum Life, Fire Resistance, pero no sé bien la wea. ¿Y esta wea? Oh, a ver, veamos. Nightmare Dungeon, eso es lo que quería. ¿Y qué me dice? Fire Beyond Blizzard no sirve de nada. Control Imperial Duration tampoco sirve de nada. Master Kid no sirve de nada. No sirve de nada. No sirve de nada. No sirve. Y me dio una super runa jeroglífica. Y si me ganan el favor, no me sirve de nada ganar el favor. Ah, me gané el favor por matar al boss. Ya, esto es lo que te hablaba. Esta guay sí es importante. Blind Borrow Nightmare Sigil. Second Nightmare Sigil is to transform this dungeon into Nightmare Sigil. Blind Borrow in Archer. ¿Y qué me dice Frost Damage? Que eso me va a hacer daño de hielo. Ah, no, haces más daño de hielo. Ah, me conviene, pues. Vamos a abrirlo. Nightmare Dungeon Build, Tier 1. Es un Tier 1. Vamos para allá. Ahora voy a poner Endgame y a ver si me pueden ayudar. A ver qué mierda más tengo que hacer. Endgame. Guy. Advance. Guy. Diablo 4 and gamers you can do as a main story, tips and tricks. Okay, veamos esto.
Diablo 4 offers you a ton of things to do after finishing the main campaign, including special overworld events, more difficult dungeons, and of course new loot to chase after. We'll tell you everything you need to know about the endgame in this video. So after finishing the main story missions and seeing the credits, you will have a new priority quest that leads you back to the Tree of Whispers, which then asks you to help it collect on some debts. You'll have to complete several objectives in an area that count towards your grim favors. The first set will always be in Caldeum as they are part of the tutorial quest, but after that they can pop up in any region of the map. The locations rotate every hour and a half, and it's also good to note that not every objective rewards the same amount of favors. Quick objectives like events or cellars will reward 1, whereas difficult ones like dungeons give you 5. After you complete enough objectives to earn yourself 10 favors, you can return to the tree to pick from 3 different caches of rewards. A cache will be focused on a specific type of gear, but will always include a variety of crafting materials and gems on top. There are also some special rewards that only drop on World Tier 3 or above, but more on that in a bit. And while it might sound straightforward, there are a couple of intricacies to this system that are good to know. For starters, you don't need to complete all objectives in the same region. So if you want to do an event in one region and then a dungeon in another, you can do that. World bosses and Legion events can also count towards your progress, with them counting for 5 and 3 favors respectively. You can check the marker on the map to see if this is the case. I also found that if you want to be as efficient as possible, you want to look for these altars of reaping. These have you collecting 100 motes from fallen enemies and then return them to an altar, after which 3 strong enemies will spawn that you need to kill. It's relatively easy and rewards you with 3 favors, but you can often pair it with another objective in the area to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There are kill objectives that have you kill a number of specific enemies that will then also drop motes for the altar of reaping, and the same goes for events or the objectives where you need to find a corpse, kill some enemies and then a mini-boss. On a final note, if your last objective happens to give you more favors than you need to reach 10, those will already count towards your next set. So for example, completing a dungeon with 9 favors collected already gives you 4 marks as soon as you collect your reward from the tree. After you've collected some decent gear for your build and have leveled up to about 50, it's time to enter the Capstone dungeon and unlock the 3rd world tier. This is where the real endgame starts, as it unlocks amazing new activities that reward you with tons of trade loot. But in order to get there, we need to clear a special dungeon in the Cathedral of Light and Jehovah shop on World Tier 2. It's a bit lengthier than a normal dungeon, with a boss fight in the middle as well as the end. For the first fight, focus on the physician first, as they can revive the other enemies, but other than that, there aren't really any special mechanics you need to keep in mind. And while you can of course attempt this dungeon at any level you like, the game recommends you try and transition into World Tier 3 at level 50, which is also when you unlock another great feature that will play a huge part in the way you get stronger as you progress to level 100, the Paragon board. After level 50, you won't gain any more skill points by leveling, but instead gain Paragon points to select nodes on your Paragon board.
Todavía no.
No, si me voy a hacer más fuerte, si yo no estoy diciendo que voy a abandonar el juego, lo que te estoy diciendo es que yo me esperaba una weá que no es lo que yo esperaba, eso es lo que te estoy diciendo.
Todavía.
¿Me entiendes? Está bien, si va a salir de aquí a 10 años más, está bien, si lo entiendo. Entiendo lo que tú me dices.
Necesito tiempo.
Pero weón, si recién se filtró la weá de 3.5, pues weón, ¿tú crees que van a poner este 6 al tiro? No, van a poner 3.5, no. Acuérdate que es por temporada la weá. Pero decepciona que cuando tú piensas que Tier 3 es fuerte, porque yo pensaba esa weá, te das cuenta de que no. Eso es lo que te digo. No me estoy quejando del juego, me encanta el juego, lo llevo jugando más de 240 horas, me encanta, no me quejo. Me podría haber dado vuelta a cada de juegos que tengo que quiero jugar, pero no.
Todavía.
He dedicado mi tiempo al Diablo porque me gusta. Y porque me parece increíble el juego. Pero decepciona cuando tú tienes, no sé, cuando tú dices, oye, esta cosa me va a violar, ¿no? ¿La verdad? Y de repente tú te encuentras con el Butcher que te violaba y ni siquiera en Tier 3 te mata, ni siquiera. ¿Me entendés? Entonces eso es lo único que comento. Si yo no digo que yo no soy como los otros huevones que dicen el juego es malo, no, el juego es entretenidísimo, es la raja, a mí me encanta. Pero, mira, él me botó otro dungeon. Estos creo que se pueden subir de nivel si no me equivoco. Pero bueno, el tema es que a mí me encanta, si yo quiero seguir jugándolo, te comenté que me iría a ser un personaje hardcore, también te lo dije. Lo que te estoy diciendo es que solamente lo que te digo es que uno se ilusiona pensando de que esto va a ser más difícil, pero no lo es.
Todavía.
Realmente no lo es. Si te preparaste un poco, antes de entrar a este mundo, con ese poco que te preparaste, porque ni siquiera tengo los objetos que yo necesito como para mi build, porque no los tengo. Tengo los objetos, sí, pero son de nivel 90, pues. Desde aquí a que llegue a nivel 90 voy a estar matando toda esta mierda y buscando objetos de mierda, ¿me entendí?
Necesito tiempo para preparar.
Pero tengo objetos que saqué, que son objetos muy buenos y que son ancestrales. Y que me los dropearon de pura cueva, ¿viste? Esos objetos que tengo son justamente lo que yo necesito, pero son de nivel 90. Y que esos objetos los voy a subir a legendarios, con los aspectos legendarios, pero cuando tenga los aspectos legendarios perfectos. Antes no los voy a subir, no sé si me entendí. Cuando tú le pones un aspecto legendario a un objeto, tú no se lo puedes sacar. Lo puedes cambiar, pero no se lo puedes sacar. Entonces mejor es esperar y no gastar materiales o recursos y ponerle un aspecto que te sirve, que tal vez el rol que tiene no es tan bueno.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Entonces hay que ser más inteligentín y menos tontín y hacer las cosas bien, ¿no? Lo mismo te dije con las pociones. ¿Para qué gastarte las pociones al comienzo?
Necesito
no tiene
tiempo
sentido.
para preparar eso.
¿Para qué? Si no lo necesitáis. No las vayas a necesitar porque yo te voy a poder ayudar con los dueños que tú no puedes.
Todavía no.
¿Me entendí? Si yo puedo pasar Tier 3 solo, ¿por qué no voy a poder pasar Tier 2 contigo? No, en cualquier nivel, de nivel 1 en adelante. Pero yo no te voy a cargar desde nivel 1 en adelante, porque no tiene sentido. No tiene sentido. Te voy a cargar desde el momento en que tú me digas, ¿sabes qué, weón? Yo no puedo avanzar a este dungeon. ¿Cachai? Ahí yo te voy a decir, ok, no hay problema. Ahora, si sale un tier boss y esa weá, te voy a tener que dejar botado.
Todavía no.
Porque esas weas las tengo que hacer sí o sí, ¿me entiendes? Esas weas son weas que yo no puedo dejar pasar, pues menos que ahora que tengo mucho tiempo.
Todavía no.
No, pues tengo que hacerlas todas, igual que los Helltide. Tengo que hacer todos los Helltide posibles, que salen cada una hora salen. Pues cada una hora tengo que ir a Helltide, o no sé si es cada una hora, pero bueno, ponle cada, no sé, pues 3 veces al día. Esas weas son weas que tengo que hacer, porque tengo que mejorar mi objeto en algún momento, no ahora, pero en algún momento.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
O sea, lo que yo estoy pensando seriamente es irme a tier 4. Y saltarme tier 3, porque a menos que el cambio sea muy brutal.
Tiempo para preparar eso.
Si el cambio es muy brutal, bueno, ahí te lo puedo creer, pero no sé qué tan brutal sea, bueno. El cambio.
Todavía no.
Tengo que terminar esta weá, déjame terminar esta weá y ahí no. Me falta terminar este dungeon y uno más. Y ahí recién lo veo. Porque quiero terminar de sacar los aspectos, me falta un dungeon.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ahora, igual he visto gente que ha muerto en estos dungeons de acá, que son dungeons específicos, digamos así. Pero tengo que ver cómo lo suben de nivel, porque hay una forma, ¿cachai? Hay una forma de subirlos de nivel, entonces quiero entender. Déjame escuchar este video mientras tanto.
Straightforward, there are a couple of intricacies to this system that are good to know. For starters, you don't need to complete all objectives in the same region. So if you want to do an event in one region and then a dungeon in another, you can do that. World bosses and Legion events can also count towards your progress, with them counting for 5 and 3 favors respectively. You can check the marker on the map to see if this is the case. I also found that if you want to be as efficient as possible, you'll want to look for these altars of reaping. These have you collecting 100 motes from fallen enemies and then return them to an altar, after which 3 strong enemies will spawn that you need to kill. It's relatively easy and rewards you with 3 favors, but you can often pair it with another objective in the area to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There are cool objectives that have you kill a number of specific enemies that will then also drop motes for the altar of reaping, and the same goes for events or the objectives where you need to find the corpse, kill some enemies, and then the mini-boss. On a final note, if your last objective happens to give you more favors than you need to reach 10, those will already count towards your set. So for example, completing a dungeon with 9 favors collected already gives you 4 marks as soon as you collect your reward from the tree. After you've collected some decent gear for your build and have leveled up to about 50, it's time to enter the capstone dungeon and unlock the 3rd world tier. This is where the real endgame starts, as it unlocks 2 amazing new activities that reward you with tons of great loot. But in order to get there, we need to clear a special dungeon in the Cathedral of Light in Kjolvashad on World Tier 2. It's a bit lengthier than a normal dungeon, with a boss fight in the middle as well as the end. For the first fight, focus on the physician first, as they can revive the other enemies, but other than that, there aren't really any special mechanics you need to keep in mind. And while you can of course attempt this dungeon at any level you like, the game recommends you try and transition into World Tier 3 at level 50, which is also when you unlock another great feature that will play a huge part in the way you get stronger as you progress to level 100, the Paragon board. After level 50, you won't gain any more skill points by leveling, but instead gain Paragon points to select nodes on your Paragon board. It actually works a bit different than regular leveling, as for each increment on your XP bar you get a Paragon point. So 1 at 25%, 1 at half, 1 at 75%, and then 1 when you level up. These points can then be spent on your Paragon board to unlock a variety of passive bonuses. Most of these will contribute to your 4 main attributes: strength, intelligence, willpower, and dexterity. If you're unsure about what each of these do, you can check the explanation in your stats menu. There are more powerful magic and rare nodes as well, which can just straight up increase your damage by 10%, or even legendary nodes that can help you take your builds to the next level. I personally can't wait to unlock this Thunderstruck node for my Storm Druid build. I made a build guide for that, for if you want to try it out out for yourself, we'll link it in the video description. And by the way, if you enjoyed the video so far, be sure to leave a like and remember to subscribe as well to not miss out on any future Diablo videos. Alright, back to the Paragon board, as next to the preset nodes there are also glyph slots where you can manually slot a glyph of your choosing to handpick which buff that node gives. Glyphs usually have a bonus that scales with a specific type of node that needs to be in range of the glyph which is listed on its item card. So you need to be a bit strategic about which glyph you place where, and of course which nodes you buy, as you want to empower these glyphs as well. Glyphs can by the way drop from various sources, including the reward caches from the Tree of Whispers. They can also be leveled up, and while they can drop at any world tier, you are required to play on world tier 3 or above to upgrade them. That is because world tier 3 gives you access to nightmare dungeons. You'll need sigils to make one, which drop from the reward caches from a world boss and the Tree of Whispers as well. So you need one of these to drop for your first one, which only happens on world tier 3 or above, but sigils can also drop as a reward in a nightmare dungeon itself. They will then appear in your consumables tab, and using one will transform the dungeon listed on the sigil into a nightmare variant. These will always have a couple of extra modifiers that can also be viewed on the sigil, including a limit on the number of revives in the dungeon, but it will always include a boon for you as well. And then it's just a matter of making your way to the dungeon and completing it, after which you'll receive some item drops as a reward, but more importantly, you also get to spend some experience to level up a glyph of your choice. Now, a regular sigil only lets you spend 4 experience after completing a dungeon, and considering that leveling up a glyph once already takes 8 experience, it's not really a time efficient process. But you can actually get higher tier sigils to make nightmare dungeons even more challenging, but also increase the rewards and the XP you get at the end. You can get lucky and find these higher tier sigils as a drop, and this is the only way to get them at first. But after finding and completing a tier 3 nightmare dungeon, you'll see a new priority quest at the Occultist, which now gives you the ability to craft your own sigils. It uses the resource sigil powder, which you can get by salvaging the nightmare sigils that drop, but it can also be found in the Tree of Whispers caches. Now, you can't specify the exact type of sigil you want to craft. In fact, the only thing you have some influence over is the tier at which you craft them. You can craft a sigil within a certain range, like tiers 11 to 15. At the end, after which you'll receive some item drops as a reward, but more importantly, you also get to spend some experience to level up a glyph of your choice. Now, a regular sigil only lets you spend 4 experience after completing a dungeon, and considering that leveling up a glyph once already takes 8 experience, it's not really a time efficient process. But you can actually get higher tier sigils to make nightmare dungeons even more challenging, but also increase the rewards and the XP you get at the end. You can get lucky and find these higher tier sigils as a drop, and this is the only way to get them at first. But after finding and completing a tier 3 nightmare dungeon, you'll see a new priority quest at the Occultist, which now gives you the ability to craft your own sigils. It uses the resource sigil powder, which you can get by salvaging the nightmare sigils that drop, but it can also be found in the Tree of Whispers caches. Now, you can't specify the exact type of sigil you want to craft. In fact, the only thing you have some influence over is the tier at which you craft them. You can craft a sigil within a certain range, like tiers 11 to 15 for example, but apart from that, you only know the amount of afflictions your crafted sigil comes with. Everything else, from the dungeon it applies to the buffs and modifiers it will have, is random. Obviously, the higher the tier of sigil you're crafting, the more sigil powder it will cost, and any sigil above tier 20 can only be used on world tier 4 or higher. That one can, by the way, be unlocked by completing a new capstone dungeon called the Fallen Temple over here on the map, which is scaled to level 70. Next to doing nightmare dungeons, you'll also have access to another great source of loot when playing on world tier 3, which are the Hell Tides. These will pop up in random regions of the map, and you can see where they're active thanks to these markers. While a Hell Tide is active, stronger enemies will spawn in the affected region, but each enemy also has a chance to drop a resource known as Aberrant Cinders, which you grab by walking over them. You can see your current amount of cinders in the top right of the screen, next to the timer telling you how much longer the Hell Tide will be active for. You can then spend these cinders on various chests that also appear in the Helltide area that will usually contain a specific type of item and will very often drop legendaries as well. But you need to be careful, as you will lose half of your current cinders if you die, so you don't want to hold on to them for too long. You can check what chests are available on the map, and although they don't specify the exact type of item, it does tell you the category. So gifts of weapons will be one or two-handed weapons or offhand items, gifts of protection granted pieces pieces of armor, and gifts of jewelry, grand amulets, and rings. Good to note is that you can only get cinders from enemies in the overworld area, so entering a cellar or dungeon within the Helltide won't reward you with cinders. However, sometimes a Helltide region can contain objectives that reward favors as well, so if these are in the overworld, you can again kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get progress on both. I also found that doing events in these areas can get you a lot of cinders quickly, as these spawn a lot of enemies and will often attract other players to help you out too. And if you're not looking for a particular type of gear from the Helltide chest, it's smarter to open the ones that only cost 75 cinders, as you get to open more of them, which gives you a higher chance of earning a legendary aspect you don't have yet. And you do want to spend these cinders on chests eventually, as you will lose them when the Helltide is over. You'll get a warning for this when there's 5 minutes left, so that's the moment you want to find one last chest, collect the required cinders to open it, and then call it a day. So these new activities really grant you some fun and diverse ways to earn new loot, and there is actually some loot that can only be earned on the higher world tiers as well. You can see this in the world tier selection screen, which notes that on world tier 3, sacred and unique items start dropping. Sacred items can come in any rarity, and it basically means that that item has better stats than a regular item of the same type and rarity.
Que ninguno de estos glifos... Pero es que ninguno de los... A ver, te explico. ¿Quieres que te explique o...? Porque no sé, no sé si quieres que te explique. Ya, entonces me quedo callado. Si me voy a elaborar... Ay, ¿esa base se podrá guardar? Supongo que sí, ¿no? Ser información, pero... A ver... Exploit, ¿no? Voy a subir exploit. Que lo voy a necesitar. Dealing damage to enemy, increase your damage by 1% for 6 seconds. Dealing damage to enemy, increase your damage chance. Acá. Es que no sé, pues, dime, yo feliz te cuento si la raja por mí. Espérate, me equivoqué, no, esto está bien, Ya, mira, tú tienes glifos, ¿ya? Cuando llegues al nivel de Paragon, digamos, ¿no? Y estos glifos te van a ir cayendo mientras que tú vayas haciendo los dungeons, pues. Los podéis subir de nivel, ¿ya? Dependiendo de tu build, tenéis que subir ¿me entendí? Puta, cada uno de estos va a un glifo, ¿ya? Cada uno de estos. En mi caso son estos. En tu caso van a ser diferentes. Pero el tema es que ya, yo tuve wea y me soltaron un glifo que yo necesito, ¿ya? Entonces, cuando tú terminas en Nightmare Dungeon, te dan un poco de experiencia para levelear ese glifo en específico, ¿me entendí? Entonces, lo que yo te digo es, obviamente, así siendo un Homo sapiens, tú no vas a subir un glifo que no te sirve de nivel, ¿ya? Porque solo te dan 4 experiencias. Entonces, ¿qué pasa si no tienes el glifo que quieres subir? ¿Se pierde la experiencia? ¿Me entendí? Porque en este caso yo tengo justo exploit, que me sirve. Eso. Entonces, por eso te decía, no sabía si se podía guardar o no. Eso. Pero, porque no te sirve de nada subir a ti subir un glifo que no vas a usar, pues, bueno. ¿De qué te sirve subirlo? De nada, pues, bueno. Es experiencia al agua. Pero bueno, ya, puta, por lo menos en este caso yo tenía ese glifo, así que me sirvió. Eso. Y lo del subir de nivel o el craftear, primero te tiene que caer en un dungeon normal. O sea, en un Nightmare Dungeon de tier 1 te tiene que caer el tier 3. Y una vez que te cae el tier 3, tú puedes empezar a craftear estos Nightmare Dungeon hasta nivel 20. Eso. Ahora, no puedes elegir las especificaciones, solo puedes elegir el nivel. Eso. Entonces, la única cosa que tú puedes elegir del Nightmare Dungeon es el nivel de dificultad. Nada más.
So you'll definitely want to fully kit yourself out with sacred gear as soon as possible, but luckily it's not super rare. You'll actually find quite some sacred rare and even legendary drops to do just that. But the second item category listed under World Tier 3, unique, is actually super rare. Apart from the guaranteed drop at the end of the campaign, I haven't managed to find a single unique item yet. They are pretty special though, as they have some insane unique perks on them that can only appear on that item, like this unique necromancer site from Ryan on Reddit that starts chilling enemies when you hit them with darkness skills. Unlike legendary aspects, these effects cannot be extracted and transferred at an occultist, so it's really a centerpiece item that you'll base your build around. I'd imagine these have a higher chance of dropping at World Tier 4, which again is unlocked after completing a second capstone dungeon at level 70. This World Tier also introduces ancestral items, which are effectively the same as sacred items. So as you see, there's a lot of gear to grind and a lot of ways to grind it in Diablo's endgame, but there is even more to come. We went over all the announced post-launch plans in our previous video. You can check that one out by clicking on the screen. Subscribe to not miss our future Diablo 4 content and leave a like if you enjoyed the video. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
Pero esto lo estoy haciendo solamente para tener el 100%
There are some amazing items and unlocks you want to get as early as possible in Diablo 4, including the ability to create your own legend. Diablo 4 over...
So you want to get strong in the end game and maybe even survive for longer. Well, today we're going to talk about all the best ways to fully upgrade your character in the end game. There are quite a few hidden mechanics that the game doesn't talk about, and ways to gain massive boosts in damage and survivability that you might have missed out on. Right off the bat, let's get started with how you evaluate an item. Once you get it to drop, the first thing you should look at are, of course, its fixes. And especially since many of them actually are common within the top tier builds in Diablo 4. Damage against vulnerable enemies, for example, is one of the most common, as vulnerability already lets you deal 20% extra damage to enemies affected by it. Most classes actually have a way to apply this fairly easily, so this is the next logical upgrade. Like in the case of my previous trap build for my rogue, I had around 200% additional damage to enemies that they make vulnerable, most of which comes from the two-handed crossbow that I have, but other items can also have it to a lesser extent. Critical strike and critical damage is also really big for most of the builds, mainly because you can crit more often and also crit for higher values if you have both of these as a high value. Crits by default deal around 100% bonus damage, but if you have high critical damage, you can far exceed that. Others that work really great too are all the additive non-conditional buffs, such as the ones to core skill damage, close or long range damage. It just depends on your build, like for example in the case of the rogue, core skill damage in case we're going with the penetrating shot or the twisting blade, as well as the close range damage help us on here too, since we're constantly in the enemy space. Another thing that's not too obvious is the attack power that you see under the main stat, and generally speaking you will want to pay attention to it, but don't think it's going to paint the full picture of how strong your build is. Like you can have a very high attack power build, but really be lacking on the crits or bonus damage, so it's going to end up being significantly weaker than, say, a build that has 20 or even 30% lower attack power, but goes with 100 or 200% more damage to vulnerable enemies or crowd control enemies, or just has massive critical damage. So if you read the attack power tooltip, it says that it's based on your offensive stats, scaled with your wielded weapon damage as well as
son del mismo tier, porque este sería más
offensive
fuerte que el
stats are
antiguo
all
que
the
maté.
ones we just talked about, like the critical chance, damage to vulnerable, close range enemies, and pretty much this entire list right here. So it literally factors them all in without taking into account which benefits your build the most. So if your build doesn't do, for example, any form of crowd control, but you have a lot of bonus damage to crowd controlled enemies, your attack power might look really high, but in reality your build will suffer because you simply don't benefit from it. This is also going to bring us to the actual stat caps, also known as stat breakpoints, as I'm sure you heard of them by now. Long story short, there are about 6 breakpoint tiers in Diablo 4 that each bring additional stats and even skill points to the next tier, giving you a larger boost than a normal upgrade. I'm sure you noticed as you leveled up that your items dropped with increasingly more bonuses or higher values of them. So the 2 final breakpoints are going to be eye level 625 and 725. This means that once you find or upgrade an item past the threshold, the next amount of the affixes or the stats on them will also jump into the next tier. So here's an example with an eye level 700 ring, which is technically just below the final breakpoint that comes at 725. If you look at the quick damage, for example, its stat range goes only from 14 to 21%, while the item is still under 724 eye level. However, once I push this over 725, the new range now goes from 21% to 31%, so basically it's almost like getting doubled. So this is how it looks like to jump into the next tier, and it literally applies to any other effect. What this means for you is that you should not discard items just because they are of a low eye level compared to your current gear. For example, discarding an eye level 710 just because you now moved on to 780 plus, in reality is or can be a really bad move, as that 710 can be upgraded like 3 more times and might even get much better stat rolls once it reaches the breakpoint. This doesn't work on 810 plus item level, by the way, because there is no threshold over there to exceed, maybe at least not until season 1 or once we get a new tier above it. Moving on to number 4, the next method to buff up your power, as you can see, is to exceed the skill point on the skill that you use the most with your current build. Like for example, in my case, as you can see, I have the penetrating shot and I have 9 skill points invested in it. That's because the 4 extra points are given by my actual gear, which can indeed roll with additional skill points on top. So I've seen this actually popping off on most gear pieces, with the most common being the head.
Me preguntáis por el tier 4, el único pero que yo veo es que te salga este culiado porque cáchate, este weón de aquí ahora puta, se puso una barra de vida, digamos, que es una barra de vida que lo protege, ¿no? Eso, y como lo protege no le podéis pegar, o sea, le pegáis, pero le pegáis a la barra de vida protección.
The thing is, it can go all the way up to 20 plus, which I believe is around where the max number of skill points can be on any single given ability. Moving on to number 5, here's a tip to avoid one of the most costly mistakes you can do in Diablo 4 when upgrading your gear, and that is to always enchant your gear or reroll its affixes before you make that item legendary. Otherwise, you're just skyrocketing the price over there to insane levels and will never be able to fully afford it. So instead, do all of that while the item is still rare quality, and always change the affix that is the least most important for you. So if you go with an item that is pretty decent but has a couple of really bad affixes, change the one that is the worst for you. In this case, you might have a chance to reroll it for something that can be really great, maybe some crit damage, vulnerable damage, or extra skill points. However, keep in mind that once you picked one of these slots and change the stats on them, you're going to be stuck to only being able to change that specific slot from this point on. So if I, for example, were to go ahead and reroll on this damage over time, which is on the first slot, if I commit to it, from this point on, I can only modify the first one. Plus, every time I do another reroll on the same item, the cost in terms of gold and resources will continue to increase.
Esa otra weá que pasa que está en el video, pero que te lo comenta a ti es guarda todo lo que puedas, porque después viejo se pone todo muy caro. $1 millón ya no es nada.
Keep the legendaries still as the items on the items that they came with in your stash. I took the advice that some of you gave me, and I made a whole stash dedicated just to items that drop with aspects that I might need later on, either for my melee, my raid build, or anything else that I might find appropriate. This is because the ones in your bags are very limited and
cambiar tu skill points de nivel 60 te sale 4 millones.
Discard them every now and then. Second of all, look at the type of aspect
te equivocaste de build porque no te gustó
and what type of
tienes que
slots they
desembolsar
can
4
go
millones.
on, because this can indicate where you can find them. For example, let's say you want to go for an offensive piece, which is something that can be added to amulets, weapons, gloves, as well as rings. So what this means is that if you need that specific, in this case, offensive aspect, you can find it on these types of items. So what you can do once you have this information is to go at the oboe
yo, por
vendor,
ejemplo,
or when you go and complete your whispers, or when you do any other activity to focus
todo lo
on
que he creído que es
specific
malo
items, because they might have
lo
effects,
he
give you
vendido,
that
¿cachai?
specific human.
gran parte
But
también
let's
la
say you
he
got the item with a good affix, you got the legendary power,
el
you
mejor
also
consejo que te
think
puedo
that
dar
it's
para
time
juntar
to
oro
do
no
the
gastar.
upgrade. This is one of the next biggest contributors to your damage and even defensive output,
veo
because
gente que
it
están,
literally
no sé, por nivel
upgrades
90
all
y
the
tiene 1 millón.
stats on them, including the main as well as the affixes.
Porque no le gustó la
Even though it's
build,
only
porque se
within like
equivocó en un
1
objeto,
to 2% range, when you factor in the fact that each item has up to 5 upgrades, plus all the other gear pieces that
Igual,
you're
bueno, después te
upgrading.
pueden
At
salir
the same
objetos que valen
time, you're
400.000,
looking at
pero
at
igual,
least
aún
doubling your
así,
damage, if not
necesitáis,
tripling
igual
it, maybe
necesitáis
even more,
a
depending
veces
on how you build your character
matar
and
un
what
objeto
stats
para
you
obtener
have.
fragmentos.
Even more so if you take into account those breakpoints we just talked about and are just within like 3 upgrades or 15 eye levels away from the next breakpoint here. In this case, not only are those 3 starting upgrades super cheap, but you might also get a really big boost in all the powers that that item holds. At number 8, the next thing you're going to want to focus on right after this are the gems and the...
No me interesa ese video, la verdad no me enseña nada. How to double your power in 1 hour. Nah, esta weá.
2,600? That's too low. 6,283 is much better. Ladies, gentlemen, and Harajim of all ages, as you move along through to various stages of Diablo 4, you probably have one pretty major question on your mind. How do you get stronger? Well, of course, the largest decider of your power in general is your build, how well it synergizes, and a lot of a build has to do with your skill points. But what about everything else? How can you increase your power in Diablo 4 with absolutely minimal effort, even if your skill points are all put into the perfect places? Today I'm going to break down a number of ways to make yourself stronger that are relatively easy to do, apply to all characters and all builds. Quite a few of them you don't even need to leave the town to do, and the idea behind this is no matter what class you play, no matter what your playstyle is, you should come away from this with a better idea of how to make the game easier for yourself with a number of simple concepts to keep in mind. First up, before we dive into more specific actual methods that you can actively do, let's talk very plainly about how damage works in this game in a more broad way. There are tons of affixes that give you things like +% damage or +% crit damage, things like that. Those are what we call additive bonuses. They are all very good. You want to get a good collection of them. They make a big part of every build. But on a far more basic level, what you care about more than anything else are damage multipliers. There are 3 of these within the game outside of specific uniques and legendaries and specific class interactions, and they are critical hits, the vulnerable debuff that you can put on enemies, and overpower. Let's work with the default numbers on all of these stats, and let's say that you're doing a 100 damage hit. 1 hit for 100 damage. Critical hits, by default, deal 1.5 times damage, so that number jumps up to 150 already. If you also have a way to apply vulnerable to an enemy, that is a 1.2 times multiplier before any stats come into play, which would then raise the damage of that hit up to 180. If you have a method of getting guaranteed overpower hits, as some builds do, overpower by default is a times 1.5 multiplier, which would raise the damage of that singular hit to 270. On top of that, overpower also grants a flat damage increase to its procs based on your current health and fortified health as well, but we won't count that for the moment. 270 though is an insane amount of increase from the 100 that we started with. That's 2.7 times in multipliers just simply from taking advantage of these 3 mechanics. All this to say, as important as stats are, as important as plus percentage things are, the biggest thing that you can do to make yourself deal more damage is simply bake into your build itself more ways to apply these multipliers more often. They are the biggest way to affect your damage, especially as every one of these stats can be increased by gear modifiers as well. So if your build does not have the ability to make things vulnerable, it probably needs to change. You probably need to find a way to do that. Or you need to use the exploit glyph in your Paragon tree, which also gives you a way to do it. If you can get yourself guaranteed overpower powers as well, it's incredibly strong. Second up, quite simply, is item power breakpoints. We've known about this as a general concept for a bit, but this new handy graphic was recently put out from a user on Reddit whose username is in the corner, and this lays it out extremely nicely. At every one of these item power levels, a piece of gear will increase in power dramatically. Equipment gets better with every level of item power, but these are what we call breakpoints, where larger shifts will happen. Even if you manually upgrade a piece of gear to this point, for example, here's an amulet that I have near one of these breakpoints, upgrading an item adds 5 item power each time that you do it, to a maximum of 5 upgrades. If we take this item power 711 amulet and upgrade it twice, it gets relatively minor upgrades. They're nice, but they're nothing massive. But look what would happen on the third upgrade here, the one that would actually bring it past the breakpoint. The one to really look at here for stats is the percent willpower bonus, which jumps up massively, but what you want to really pay attention to for the example is the gray numbers. These indicate the potential rolls for each affix. Notice how ultimate skill damage potential roll goes from 12 to 18%, all the way up to 18.2 to 27.3%. The old maximum roll is lower than the new minimum one. Spirit cost reduction goes from 8.3 to 14.2%, up to 12.2 to 20.9%. And my percent willpower bonus goes from 2.5 to 6.1%, all the way up to 4 to 9.5%. Those are all massive changes in every single one of those affixes, and these specific breakpoints are a big way to increase your power if you're aware of them.
No, sí, pero te están explicando, o sea, mira, pongo Advanced Endgame Guide, que es español es guía avanzada del endgame, en palabras simples.
Todavía no.
Y luego te explican cómo subir tu ataque de daño. Pero si está claro, pues, bueno. Todo depende de tu build, todo depende de los críticos que peguí, o del lucky chance, o del total stat que tengáis, o de la inteligencia en mi caso, o no sé, pues, hay varios factores que influyen, pero son fáciles de entender, o sea, tampoco es tan difícil. Pero nadie te explica otras cosas, como que te explican lo mismo todo.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Que me expliquen qué se debería hacer exactamente para que no sea tan fácil.
Para preparar eso.
¿Cómo le aumento el nivel a este juego? Por 20.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Hasta Elden Ring es más difícil que este juego.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Y no entiendo por qué hay gente que se queja de la dificultad. Pero no tiene sentido. ¿Qué sentido le voy a encontrar a esta weá de dificultad? Porque no pasaron, no hicieron nada, pues, bueno, se dedicaron a puro pasar la weá rápido y querer llegar a nivel 3. Pero bueno, mira, yo estoy en nivel 3, ¿ya? Y me siguen votando la misma weá que me votaban en nivel 1. Me tiran un par de secret rares, que es lo único que cambia. Y los legendarios secret, o sea, los legendarios scares. Pero nada de lo que votan veo que sea bueno. Nada. Sigue siendo una mierda. No, si te cacho, pero te digo que no, o sea, no porque tú ruchees, eso te va a asegurar de que tú vas a sacar objetos. No.
No mientras esté en el poblado.
Yo tengo 1600 de ataque, o sea, es una mierda.
Necesito tiempo.
Pero es que weón, es una mierda. Estoy en tier 3 y no tengo ningún problema con tier 3. ¿Qué pasa cuando llega a 8000
Necesito
de daño?
para preparar eso.
Que no me van a hacer ni cosquillas, po, weón.
Necesito tiempo.
Porque tengo, ¿cuánto tengo? Tengo 3000 de armadura y 2272 de vida. Y eso que no tengo ni siquiera puesto las gemas más bacanas. Tengo las gemas normales, ¿no?
Todavía no.
Yo creo que sí, o sea, creo que lo que dice la gente con respecto a la dificultad, obviamente que los que son consecuentes, porque no voy a opinar de los buenos que dicen que es muy difícil, porque esta weá es absurda. Pero sí con los que dicen que es muy fácil, es verdad, weón. Eso sí es verdad, es muy fácil. Es muy fácil. Un weón que está pegando 90 millones, tier 4 no es nada.
Necesito
no tiene nada más que hacer en el juego, el hombre. ¿Qué opinas tú?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿No me hay harta opiniones?
Todavía no.
O sea, el juego es la raja. Esa weá no se la quita a nadie, pero... Tal vez están pensando muy casual, creo yo. O sea, sí, ahora te lo puedo asegurar que sí. En este punto sí.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Yo te diría que no es hardcore para nada.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Y aparte, aparte de que me di cuenta de que no es necesario completar todo al 100% para tener todo al 100%, eso es otra weá que me dejó para adentro. Fue como, what? No me lo había dicho.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no.
Y ojo que esta build que yo estoy utilizando se supone que no es la mejor build. Eso es lo que se supone.
Todavía
Para mí me parece la raja la build, pero bueno, no sé. Después estuve viendo otras builds de otros hueones y todos dicen, ah, pero esta build no pega tanto como la que estoy usando yo, ¿me entiendes? ¿Y por qué es mejor? Es la pregunta que me da. ¿Por qué le ponen como una a esa build y a esta no?
Todavía.
Si esta pega más. Y el creador te lo dice, te dice, no es mejor que la Arc Slash. Ya, ¿y por qué es mejor entonces? No, pega menos que la mía. Revise todas las filas. Todas. Mira, ¿estáis mirando la pantalla? Ya, mira. Mira esta weá. ¿Cómo era? Ahí está, mira, acá están las filas. ¿Las veis? Ya, mira. Sorceress. Este es un programita que sirve para poder ver la juega. Esta, o sea, si uno pone por tipo, meta, ok. Meta, veamos las metas. ¿Cuáles son las metas? Ultimate Fire. Esta de acá, el mismo creador dice que no es la mejor. Y está como catalogada como meta. No, pues... ¿Cómo hablo contigo, conchito madre? Y esta weá acá que se supone que no es buena, esta es la que estoy usando yo, y se supone que no es la mejor. No.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No es más rápido. Ya lo analicé. No es más rápido. Y aparte consumen más maná. Son dependientes del maná. Esta build no es dependiente del maná. No consume tanto maná. Por ende podéis constantemente estar tirando la weá. Una vez que tú tengas el cooldown reduction necesario, tus habilidades las vas a poder usar todo el puto rato. Todo el puto rato.
Todavía.
Y GG well play.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No sirve de nada esta weá. Ay, ya. Yo creo que voy a dar el tier 4 porque... supongo. Pero no me aparece, ¿cachai? Ese es el punto, po, weón. No me aparece esa cueva que necesito, po. ¿Dónde está la cueva? ¿Cachai? El juego no te lo permite, po, weón. Ah, mira, hay un Helltide, 50 minutos de Helltide. No me deja. No me deja cambiar de la web. Voy a hacer esta web mientras tanto. Y ahí me voy a farmear experiencia, pero no me deja cambiar, no me deja cambiar el tier 4.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
¿Qué ven que esa wea? Se supone que la única forma de cambiar de mundo es cuando te sale en el mapa el dungeon. Si en el mapa no te sale ese dungeon de color amarillo, no lo puedes cambiar.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Es la única forma. Y yo siento que deberían aparecer más monstruos, porque esta weá es Diablo, ¿no? Por lo menos es lo que siento, deberían aparecer más monstruos, weón. Aparecen 5 esqueletitos, weón. La weá ven.
Todavía.
Yo me acuerdo que en Diablo 3 aparecían caletas, ¿te acordás? Habían como 800.000 hueones en el mapa y tú decís, ¿qué hueá está pasando?
Todavía no.
Pero acá tenéis que correr de un lado a otro, buscando, lureando hueones. Y eso que esto es Helltide, aquí en teoría deberían aparecer bichos hasta para decir basta.
Necesito tiempo para preparar.
Tal vez, claro, es que tal vez las otras razas están más mal hechas, no tengo idea. Tal vez para otra raza, o sea, para otra clase, esto es muy peludo. No sé, bueno.
Todavía no.
¿Puede ser? ¿O me estoy quejando mucho? Puede ser.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ay, ahora agarré el relampaguín, olvídate, me los voy a reviolar a todos. Con el relampagón.
Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Cuánto queda? 46 minutos. Voy a juntar, son 175 más 175.
Todavía no.
Son como, ¿cuánto es? Ya voy a juntar los 650 para abrir los dos chests. Y ahí me voy. Porque son solo dos chests. De los buenos. De los buenos. Y otra cosa que también deberían aparecer más es con el lead, o tal vez estoy pidiendo demasiado, Yo cacho que voy a hacer un video de esta wea para que la gente no se asuste. Pero es que yo creo que todos pensamos eso, pues, ¿no? O sea, muchos piensan de que van a llegar al nivel 3 y se les va a hacer la vida imposible y la weá. Y no sé, pues, van a tener que maquillarse. Y no, pues. Es lo contrario, la weá se vuelve más fácil. O no sé, o es la misma dificultad, yo creo, ni siquiera, o sea, es como que no siento que la dificultad sea mayor. Y mira, pues 4 hueones acá. ¿Para qué voy a gastar mi habilidad en 4 hueones? No, yo creo que yo estoy pidiendo demasiado. Sí, yo pienso lo mismo. Mira acá, 3 hueones. ¿Y por qué no salen 50 hueones mejor? Un turro hueones.
Todavía no.
Digo yo, no lo hace más interesante. Te dicen que puedes morir, pero ¿qué vaya a morir, weón? Tendréis que ser más manco que la gente. He muerto una vez en este puto juego. No. Sí, porque la mecánica ya, ok. Cuando tú juegues con tu druid te quiero ver. Y no vengáis llorando a mí a decirme, ay, que weón, no puedo pasar la weá. Oh, no puedo pagar la reparación, weón.
Todavía no.
Te conozco. Si voy a llegar maquillando.
Todavía no.
Bacán, por fin un elite, weón. A la mierda, qué weón. Y me teletransporté al otro lado, la weá, coche de su madre, estaba matando el elite.
Necesito
la
tiempo
puta que la
para
cagó.
preparar eso.
Gracias, weón. Que la cagué porque estaba matando el elite. Y apreté teleport y el teleport se va inmediatamente a otro, inmediatamente se va, digamos, a otra criatura, weón. Se la cagué, weón. Yo estaba justo buscando el elite, weón. Y cuando me lo dieron,
todavía
la cagué, weón.
Todavía no.
Ya no voy a llegar a ese video, sí puedo llegar. Aquí está. A ver, ¿está acá ahora? O ya no está. No, ya no está. Puta que penca, weón.
Todavía no.
Qué penca. ¿Por qué se va ahí? No entiendo, weón. ¿Por qué se va? ¿Por qué se fue el elite? ¿Eres que muché? Se le escucha muy bajo.
Todavía no.
¿Sabes qué? Te va a subir el volumen porque realmente a veces no te escucho, weón. Y eso que le bajé el volumen al juego, weón. Específicamente para poder escucharte bien, weón. A ver, dale, habla. Ahora sí que te tengo en 160, weón, de volumen, weón. Ya, aquí, weón. No sé por qué no me decir. No, yo te comentaba de los elites que desaparecen. No deberían.
Todavía no.
Ahora, la experiencia, yo vuelvo a decir, siento que es un poco mayor, pero no mucho más. No mucho más de lo que era. Y me gustaría una experiencia más hardcore, la verdad. Con mayor cantidad de mobs en el mapa. Sería eternamente feliz. Si fuese así.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ahora, tal vez lo hacen... O sea, puede que lo hagan, ¿sabes por qué? Tengo un porqué tal vez. Puede que lo hagan porque no quieren que saques tantos headtypes, ¿cachai? Porque dos cofres son, tú dijiste que son 350, ¿no? Ya, pues si hay demasiado mob, los va a sacar rápido. Entonces puede ser que lo hagan por eso.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Es una opción. Y yo ya me compré el PDI 3, ¿no?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿En Turquía? ¿Qué cosa quieres que te diga? ¿En Chile?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Qué wea te pasa? Esta wea te la dije hace mucho tiempo. Pero no quería entender.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Te ayudé, viejo, te ayudé, perdí una hora haciendo la wea. Pero hay que pagar $12 por la cagada culiada.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no.
Oh sí, oh sí, oh sí, oh sí. A la pícara le cuesta matar a un boss, weón. Salió corriendo cuando salió el boss y cuando lo maté volvió. Yo creo que es por eso también, weón. Las otras clases no están tan... no sé, weón. No sé qué onda. Ahora no podría decir que el bárbaro pega poco, porque ya vimos un bárbaro que pega 93 millones, así que... no podría decir que pega poco.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Pero claro, ese es como el 0% de la gente que pega eso.
Todavía.
Bien, cayó un mega boss.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Muéstrame tu poder, maldito perro. Ah, este es un mega boss. Este sí que está chetado, por hermano. No le hago nada.
Todavía no.
No sé si no le hago nada porque... no sé. Qué wea. Al culiao no le hago nada. No le hago daño.
Todavía no.
¿Y por qué no le hago daño? Bueno, tampoco me mata, pero... ¿por qué no le hago daño? Qué raro, ¿no? Y vos me está mirando, mira, no me hace nada. ¿Por qué no le hago nada daño? Eso. No, yo creo que se requiere más gente para esta weá. No le hago daño, no, no. Él tampoco me hace daño a mí, pero...
todavía no.
¿de qué sirve? No se puede, mira. No sé, es que está bloqueado por nivel. El nivel 72 nunca lo va a poder matar. Por eso es que no le hago daño. O sea, los buenos dijeron, si tú eres muy power y eres nivel 60, pero el boss es nivel 70, no lo puedes matar. ¿Por qué tan hijo de puta? Hijo de puta, Esa weá es racismo, weón. En mi mundo esa weá es racismo, weón. Me están excluyendo, weón, por ser nivel más bajo. ¿O no?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
La boleta, weón. Me excluyeron de poder matar a un boss. No porque no sea fuerte, porque solo por el nivel. ¿Y por qué mato dos si soy pollo? Y no muero.
Todavía.
Por el nivel, por eso. O sea, si yo soy pollo, morí ultra pollo. No, está todavía en la incubadora.
Todavía no.
Acá igual te botan caleta de recursos, pues, esta weá no.
Todavía no.
Que sea sirve de alguna weá. Porque el de Whisper no sirve de ninguna weá.
Todavía no.
Bueno, ya tengo mi primer cofre, vamos a abrir el primer cofre.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no.
Yo creo que sí llego a los 350, weón. ¿Cuánto falta? Me mataron. Estaba comiendo, weón. ¡Ay, perdí 100! Me estáis hueveando, hermano. No, no voy a quitear, que voy a quitear. Pero ¿cómo me van a quitar 100?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Me estáis hueveando, viejo. Por un mob de mierda que vale callampa, que lo matan en un segundo porque me puse a comer.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Qué penca, ¿viste cómo lo maté el culiao? No murió ni menos que un candy de 10. ¿Y por qué me mató?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No, esa weá está mala.
Todavía.
Si fuese fuerte no me hubiera matado, po. O sea, yo no lo hubiera matado, hermano. Está ahí sacando puro chillo, no.
Todavía no.
Bueno, perdí demasiado. Voy a poder abrir un cofre, yo creo, no creo que más. Con la cantidad de mobs que hay, que una mierda la cantidad que hay.
Necesito.
O sea, estoy súper entretenido, pero siento que tengo que subir de como 20 niveles para sentirme con el ano en la mano.
Necesito tiempo.
Nunca voy a ver pasti, güey. No, acá no podéis morir ni cagando. Si morí es perder tiempo, weón. Perdí cuánto, 30 minutos, yo creo.
Todavía no.
De farmeo. No, o sea, no conviene morir, weón. Te lo juro que no. La peor weá que te puede pasar.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Voy a botar estas weas que no me sirven de ni una wea.
Todavía no.
Bueno, con un cofre. Bueno, que no va a sacar dos ni cagando. Ya perdí la oportunidad. En el momento en que mueres, no te alcanza el tiempo para poder sacar todo. Perdí mi oportunidad.
Todavía no.
Una cosa que me di cuenta es que si ves cosas, por ejemplo, si ves como bichos que podías apretar, o sea, como no, como interactuar con ellos, apriétalos porque te van a botar, te pueden llegar a botar semillas y no te botan una, te botan varias
para preparar eso.
No, estas semillas culiadas por los gel. No sé cómo se llaman, Hell types, pero ¿cómo se llamarán las semillas? No sé. Tendría que ver cómo se llama, pero no cacho. Esa weá igual te ayuda. No es que te botan 10, pero igual te sirve. A ver si nos sacáis 10 monstruos.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Y ya con 25 minutos te saco este cofre y me voy de acá, porque no tiene sentido ya.
Todavía no.
O sea, no voy a alcanzar a sacar lo que quiero. Voy a sacar uno nomás, un cofre.
Todavía no.
Tururum, tum, tum, tururum.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Voy a buscar en YouTube a ver si puedo subir a nivel 4.
Necesito tiempo para preparar
Creo que es
eso.
necesario cualquier 4. Se supone que debería aparecer un dungeon de color amarillo.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ese fue el bastardo que me mató, el mismo bicho. Y van encallando.
Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Perdí como el 60% de lo que sacaste cuando morí.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no.
Obvio, obvio. Está claro. ¿Quién quiere morir? Sí, es que tú eres muy...
Todavía no.
Sí, te quiero ver. Está más fácil el mapa, weón.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No, pero no podéis tener Helltide casi. Dais 4 hueones. Demoráis demasiado en juntar la weá, porque claramente hay tan poco. No sé.
Necesito tiempo.
Mira, un boss de nivel 63. Espérate. ¿Aló? Me he equivocado, casi me matan. Me llaman a ofrecerme servicio por contestar, casi muero.
Todavía no.
Oh, la verga. La verga alemana, me pegó, pero brígido. Hay algunos monstruitos que sí te pegan.
Todavía no.
¿Cómo es? Pero no lo... Es que, bueno, no sé para qué contestar el teléfono, así que la verdad que... es perder mi tiempo. Todos te llaman a ofrecerte algo.
Todavía no.
Nada es importante. Ayer me llamó una buena y me dice... Yo le digo, ¿y qué? ¿Me estás llamando a ofrecer servicio? No, señor, lo estoy llamando por otro motivo.
Todavía no.
¿Ya por qué motivo me está llamando? No, es que tenemos un plan médico para usted. ¿Y qué es esa weá? Le dije yo. Un servicio, ¿no? Y se quedó callado. ¿Esa weá qué es? ¿Un servicio?
Mi carga es muy grande.
¿Ah? No lo llamo ofreciendo un servicio. ¿Qué me está ofreciendo entonces?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Sí, claro.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ah, alguien que sabe luchar. Buen desguace.
O sea, es que botan demasiadas gemas.
No puedo hacer
demasiadas gemas. Que ni siquiera voy a utilizar uno. La mitad del bolso es gema.
No,
o sea, una vez que tenéis más de 50 gemas, nunca la vais a usar. Y no se pueden ni vender. Estos son sacred. Lucky Chance, Core Fire, no sirve ni una wea. Nada, no sirve de nada. Me voy a ir porque queda cuánto tiempo? 17 minutos. No llego con 17 minutos a hacer ni una wea. Acá está el dungeon. Lo encontré. 70 más, dice. Yo me la puedo, ¿no? ¿Una quest?
No mientras esté en el poblado.
¿Una quest secundaria?
De hecho, sí. Se rumorea.
Pero viejo, si esta quest nunca estuvo, cabrón. Esta es la última quest que me falta de este mapa. No, sí, pero después no.
No mientras esté en el poblado.
Ya no, ya la pedí ya, pues. Pero te digo que aquí vine como 500 veces. El NPC está...
Todavía no.
Tal vez se activó porque no sé, estoy en tier 3, tal vez puede ser. Bueno, vamos a pasar a tier 4 a ver qué pasa. He visto gente a nivel 61 muriendo en tier 4. Un ruso culiado con la cuenta hardcore se metió a tier 4. Bárbaro. Le pegaron un stun, lo encerraron y lo mataron. Hardcore, ojo. Murió. Nivel 61.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿En qué juego? ¿Pero en qué juego? ¿En el Diablo? ¿Qué Diablo? ¿Diablo War se llama? ¿Pero por qué no me quieres decir?
Este lugar está maldito.
Pero yo quiero saber, pues, ¿para qué me contáis la mitad de la historia?
Todavía no.
Dice que elija el camino ya.
Todavía no.
Yo quiero entrar al más brígido de todo. No voy a entrar al sigilo de Wii. Voy a entrar al más terrible de todo. Al indolente. Pero el otro es de los débiles. Yo soy fuerte.
Necesito tiempo.
Y arriba me dice 70 más. Hola amigo. Estoy en menos de 70, ¿te puedo matar?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Es un poco más difícil.
Todavía no.
Me sale en rojo. No, sí, es un poco más difícil definitivamente. Pero 70 más es un poco más de lo que tengo yo.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
No, pero acá sí escala. O sea, acá están pegando... Están pegando demasiado. Diría yo.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Acá sí se nota la diferencia.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Es que me pegan un guate y me dejan sin vida, bro. Y ojo, teniendo escudo. Entonces sí se nota la diferencia, pues. En el otro no me hacen nada. Por eso te digo que se nota la diferencia, si no, no te lo diría. Veamos, pues, a ver si lo puedo lograr.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Pero hay una diferencia, que es positivo. Ahora tal vez puede ser que eso era en el beat y por eso estaban tan brígidos.
Para preparar eso.
Ahora, en ese caso igual los podéis matar, si así es lo que yo hice. de alejarse un rato, esperar el cooldown y toda la weá, nos van a matar. Va a perder más tiempo, pero los van a matar.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Bueno, aunque sea para desbloquearlo, ¿no? Si veo que no me la puedo, no me la puedo nomás.
Todavía no.
¿Qué es lo que nunca viste, bro? ¿Marciano?
Todavía no.
¿Son los marcianos? Los marcianos llegaron.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Bailando el cha-cha-cha. ¿O no? Son amigables. Son amigos.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Me la metieron. Se siente bien.
Todavía no.
Ya no puedo. Esta weá es demasiado difícil para mí. Está bien, me parece bien. Aunque sea, no me fui con una mala impresión.
Todavía no.
Me fui con una buena impresión de esta weá. Me mataron. Muy bueno, muy bueno. La muerte más satisfactoria que puedo haber tenido. Me gusta. Pero es que bueno, a lo que voy es que está bien que sea difícil, pues bueno, ¿o no? Por eso tiene que ser satisfactorio morir, pues. Me parece que está bien, me parece bueno. Todavía lo puedo. No hay problema. Vamos a ir a levelear los dungeons que debería ir a levelear. Eso es lo que vamos a hacer. Ya. ¿Qué dungeons son los que ganan más experiencia tú? Son los... Esta voy a hacer, déjame mandar el enlace de la clase y me hacer un café también. Este es... ¿Cuál es la clase hoy día? Ordenar por nombre. Mecánica. Mecánica 4. Esta es mecánica 4, bueno, hermano, ¿y qué? Hoy día es la prueba. Yo creo que bien. No, estoy bien. Mira, y en el peor de los casos, ¿para qué existe el GPT Chat? ¿Eh? ¿O no? El GPT. Yo al GPT le pongo la pregunta más las respuestas y uno me dice cuál es la respuesta correcta. Listo, GG. No lo quería usar, ¿eh? Ojo, de ninguna prueba lo he usado. ¿Ah? Pero weón, ¿para qué te voy a mentir? O sea, no entiendo por qué te mentiría a ti. ¿Qué saco mintiéndote a ti? No tiene sentido mentirte, weón. No lo he usado nunca. Te lo juro. Porque un weón de la clase ayer comentó la weá. No. Pero él dijo que sí funcionaba. Sí, pero el GPT saca la información de internet, viejo. Por eso, si tú le pones la pregunta más las opciones, el GPT automáticamente lo que hace es descartar y te da y te dice lo que es verdad. Eso es lo que te comento. Entonces, yo no dudo que una inteligencia artificial sea inteligente. Espera un segundo. Espera un segundo. Ya, sorry. ¿Estoy ahí? Ya, bueno. Ahí. A ver, si yo desperté buena, puta, ¿para qué te digo cómo me despertó la otra?
Alright guys, let's hop in content creator. We're trying to run off.
Si yo soy pesado con vos,
let me go and show you guys where they are located. So the first one we're going to be talking about is Iron Hold. So it's located in the bottom right side of the map, and it's really close to the waypoint, which is another benefit. Now, going over the times over here in terms of like the raw stats, it's not just on once, we're doing it multiple times, so this is the average, okay? Now, one thing that's nice with Iron Hold, it is pretty close to the waypoint, and it is relatively easy. However, there are a lot of like doors in different areas where if you're playing a sorceress, you will be able to teleport through, and this gives you a huge advantage versus playing other characters that may lack mobility, specifically the Necromancer. But anyways, here's my results. So as far as Iron Hold goes, the average time was about 4 minutes and 50 seconds. The average XP was a little bit over 500,000. And the legendary drop rate is about less than 1 legendary per run. I was also testing out the bosses as this does technically add some time to all of them, but I was doing most of the bosses. Siroko's kind of an exception where it doesn't really have one that you want to go for. But if they were right next to the objective, like I was already finished with the map, I would do the boss, but it does add a little bit more time. Some people were saying that with the nerfs of the elites, the boss is a little bit better. I haven't had any results that really indicate that the boss is dropping more legendaries, so to speak, or unique items, is kind of like things some people are talking about. So at the end of the day, this is the results for Iron Hold. Now, let's play the sorceress. I would say this one, it doesn't look like it has a lot of density in terms of one room. There's like one room that you'll open up, and there's a bunch of elites, but on average, it's not going to be that insane. The next area that I actually want to talk about is actually called the Blind Burrows. Now, I do have to say with this waypoint in general, because sometimes you'll DC, whatever happens in the game, you have to like reset your game. This area is kind of far away from a lot of the different waypoints, but there is a combo with this area. One thing I do gotta mention with Blind Burrows, which you're seeing in the gameplay in the background here, is there is a lot of poison damage. This can actually get you killed quite easily. So in terms of doing Blind Burrows, this is my results, but I do gotta go ahead and mention that there are two things that apply to this dungeon that are negative. One, the poison damage, which is actually something that applies to Sirocco as well because of the monster type over here, which are like the maggots, spiders, and the guys that do explode. And it can be a little bit more difficult than other dungeons, and it's also further away. But here's my results for Burrows. So, average XP is actually much higher, and it's faster than the previous one. The legendary drop rate was about the same, so it's basically 4 minutes, so a little bit faster, and it's got more XP than the previous run. Again, keep in mind, just as a heads up, I got to add a little bit of a rule to all of this data that I'm providing for you guys. I was picking up all of the shrines that did exist, but I was not doing all of the little events that would happen because that would add a lot more time, and people just kind of want to get in and get out. And I did not kill every single enemy that I saw on screen. However, if there was an elite pack, obviously we're going to take down the elite pack. That's kind of what you want to do. A lot of people always ask, what's the best way to get legendaries? Honestly, doing elites are going to be kind of the go-to, as there's probably a higher drop from them. However, you're killing so many small monsters, sometimes you'll feel like, well, small monsters drop legendaries more often. It's just because you're more, but the drop rate on the elite packs is just going to be more than likely a little all the legendary, the poison damage, which is actually something.
Porque eso de estar buscando los dungeons así como no sé, bueno. ¿Cómo fue que hice esta wea yo? Esta wea le saqué fruta así. Shift window S. Podría probar este, o podría probar el otro, pero...
It applies to Sirocco as well because of the monster type over here. It's fast. Always ask what's the best. Well, so I was doing this and I have like a very long amount of footage, Hokos on the. Let's go ahead and move to some Sirocco gameplay. Now there is an exception to this area as well. This area also has the spiders, so poison can become a thing. You see, some of my HP is dropped into like a half. If I'm doing Eridu or Iron, I'm not worried about the poison damage at all. So this kind of comes down to like your defenses as well, because if you're dying, maybe that one's not to run. 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and be like, you know, maybe that one's not going to be a good option. But here are my results from Sirocco Caverns. The average time was 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and all like Eridu. In terms the various, and you just go to the left, and this is the ruins of Eridu, so that's the location of it. So this area is one of the best still, honestly, even after the nerfs. Here's my results. So the time spent in here was relatively same as Sirocco. If like I was to compare them, you get a little bit more XP, just barely a little bit more time, but the average legendary drop rate on Eridu was just a little bit better than the previous ones. So I would say on average, since I got 1.5 legendaries, and again, your results may vary. I mean, I've had runs sometimes where I'm getting 3 per, like, just one zone, and there's sometimes where I get 0, right? So in terms of legendaries, the whole goal of the most recent nerf is to basically bring everything down to its average, regardless of which run you are doing. So the real question comes down to which one it will maybe be the best for you in terms of your playstyle and how you want to.
Yo guys, what is up? Max for Diablo 4 video, and today we're talking about the best dungeon farm post nerf. I apologize for being annoying and putting out another XP farm, but a lot of people have been asking me what is the new best dungeon farm, and Blizzard did do a much better job at making the dungeons more well-rounded and giving a fair amount of XP. Between our highest dungeon that I've tested and our lowest is only about a 3 million XP farm difference. So it's not like drastically different where one dungeon is giving 20 mil XP and another one's giving 10 mil. So
¿Tú crees que debería recoger solamente raros y legendarios? Yo creo que sí,
Today I want to go over what the best dungeons are now to run for experience.
Que obviamente tú solo quieres farmear lo bueno, raro.
We tested a ton of dungeons to make this video. So yeah, let's get right into it. So this is a top 3, but I've got 2 dungeons tied for 2nd place and 2 dungeons tied for 3rd place. Now, the dungeons tied for 3rd place are probably no stranger to. That is Champ's Demise and Iron Hold. Now, Iron Hold you can find in Howitzer. You can come down to the very, very bottom of the map, and then you'll find the ruins of Ratcat, the inner court, and Iron Hold is just to the right of that. Now, this dungeon is great because there is still massive elite packs of mobs. You still need to clear the beginning part of the dungeon. You got to go kill an enemy, have them drop their key. Once you make it to the second part of the dungeon, there is 2 big swarms of elites, and they're giving millions and millions of XP. I was averaging around 8.8 million experience running Iron Hold, and that'll fluctuate based on your speed by about 500,000 or so. The other dungeon that is at our 3rd place, tied for 3rd, getting about the same experience, is Champion's Demise. Now, I am so glad that this is no longer the best experience farm, simply because tired of running it. Champion's Demise is still really great, and we'll be talking about it later in the video, but you can find that in Kyrgyzstan if you come over to the Jarandai waypoint. To the right of that is Champ's Demise. Now we get to our number 2 spot, and our number 2 spot is really interesting because they're actually located right next to old, really experienced farms. So at our number 2 spot, we have Blind Burrows. Now Blind Burrows is giving 9.3 million experience an hour, and it is located right next to what used to be the best farm, Eridu. Now Eridu is only giving 7.6 million experience an hour. It is pretty much...
Pero voy a hacer run, ahora me voy a dedicar a pura hacer run. Hasta que salga de nuevo la wea esta de gente.
Now the reason I mention that is Blind Burrows you can run,
pero entre más rápido la haga mejor.
And then run Eridu, and then leave, and then run Blind. So you'll never have to save and quit. The dungeons will reset as soon as you
ideal sería juntar todo.
This is a really, really nice
pero no sé por qué en este juego el spawn se devuelve.
The better loot is actually over by Champ's Demise. Now, Champ's Demise was around 8.8 million experience an hour after the nerf. However, a better experience is right next to it, Charnel House. Now, Charnel House is giving me around 9.3 million experience an hour, and you can do Charnel's House, run this, and then go do Champ's Demise, and back and forth. Charnel being a better experience farm than Champ's Demise, and if you want to just run this over and over again, you absolutely can, but if you want to avoid loading screens and saving and quitting and all that annoying stuff, you can literally just clear these back and forth, and you're going to be extremely efficient in your XP game. At our number 1 spot, however, this is just a solo dungeon that you can run, save and quit, and then reset, is Older's Cave. Now, Older's Cave is in Tajistan. It has no boss. You basically just run through it, kill everything, and you'll just make your way through this dungeon. You'll complete it basically on accident, which will give you the XP for completing it, and it's very, very straightforward. It's a great solo dungeon to run, and it was giving me 10 million experience an hour running this, versus the other second best farms which were around 9.3 million experience an hour. Now, if you want to avoid loading screens and saving and quitting and leaving,
me hablan de las pantallas de carga y yo la verdad que mis pantallas de carga son de 20 segundos.
For a single best XP dungeon just to run to blast Older's Cave is it. Now, one thing to note is we were all tested solo. Older's Cave is pretty narrow, so it's not great for splitting up into a group. All of us are tested solo. If you're going to do groups, I think
Cabra Calle Elite, qué buena.
Pretty great. In terms of the amount of XP that you can grab in a sufficient amount of time as a solo player, Older's Cave is definitely the number 1 spot right now. In case you were curious, these were all of the dungeons that we ran in order to make this video. We ran Mercy's Reach, which is around 7.2 mil experience an hour, Iron Hold 8.8, the Golran Canals, which was 7.9, Blind Burrow was 9.3 mil, Anika's Claim was still 7.8. That was the same as I tested it last time. Champs is 8.8. This was about 1.2 million experience less than it was last time. Charnel's House, 9.3 mil experience. The one thing that's weird with Charnel's is like you can run the base of it and then save quit, and you can do it really, really fast in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. So it's going to be a lot more saving and quitting, but it is very, very efficient. Older's Cave was 10 mil an hour. Eridu with 7.6. Eridu is down from, I think, around like 22 million.
Hay ciertos dungeons que son muy buenos, para farmear, y la cagó la diferencia, bueno, entre un dungeon y otro. Los otros dungeons eran una mierda.
The big issue right now is that Nightmare Dungeons don't give enough experience, and if they just made Nightmare Dungeons give more experience, then that would be the activity to run. People are just blasting easy dungeons because they give so much good XP. One thing that they could do is change the XP values that the elites give in Nightmare Dungeons to boost them up. There is currently not much of a reason to run Nightmare Dungeons, which is definitely soiling the endgame for some players. So hopefully, if they see this video, they'll know that please, please, please buff Nightmare Dungeons, make them more worthwhile, give them XP value bonuses, and then players will shift over to Nightmare Dungeons, hopefully. Guys, that doesn't do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I will catch you on the next one. Take care. Bye.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Nick2. As I'm sure you guys have learned by now, Blizzard absolutely hates fun, and they nerfed pretty much everybody's favorite farming spot, Ruins of Eridu. So if you guys are interested in getting a ton of XP and a lot of loot, I have tested a lot of the different dungeons that pretty much everybody can test. Over on twitch.tv/Nick2, please drop a follow. We'd love to see more of you guys around. Tested a whole bunch of them, and in today's video I'm going to round out with solo farming, able to farm just 2 people to farm as a friend, and then if you are able to farm in a group. It's going to be a real quick video for you guys. Before I get into things, I want to show you guys a really sick way to look at new builds and always be updated on the meta, and that is with today's sponsor, Mobalytics. They have this really amazing desktop app here where you can pretty much see not only tier lists, but updated builds that are constantly updated, and you can even just tell how good one is going to be based on the tier list, right? You go into the build, it's going to have a very sleek way of pretty much presenting you the build. You can very easily just see all of the skill points here, you can see all the aspects, the Paragon board, etc. It's fantastic. We're even going to add in a new Paragon board thing for the UI, so that'll be fantastic. But one of the better parts about this is that there's actually an in-game overlay, which is really cool, and I'm sure as time goes on there's going to be even more functionality. functionality for this, but let's say that I want to try out preparing Ice Shard Sword because I'm on my sorcerer. What I can do is I can click on this while I'm in-game, and I can click on my own skill tree. Let's say I want to copy the skill tree. I don't have to tab out and have this on another monitor or have it on my phone or something. It's just right there, simply just when you press the button. And I can very easily just copy-paste the build and have everything literally at the click of a finger. If I'm farming and I'm like, okay, I forget what I want on my rings, I'm looking at my rings, I can just boom, alright, I want vulnerable damage, crit chance, crit damage, thank you for parrying, awesome, and then I can just query again. And for the people that download using my link in the description, and you actually end up downloading the desktop app, you will have a chance to win one of these epic Diablo statues. They're worth a ton of money, and they look really cool. Personally, I would love to have one, but a little out of my price range. But anyways, make sure to download using the link in the description, check out Mobalytics, and a huge thanks to them for sponsoring today's video, and helping continue to support me as a creator. Anyways, getting into the farm, we're first off going to start with the solo method. Again, I'm going to have a solo method, a duo farming method, and a group method. For those of you guys that don't already know, I set up an LFG channel in my Discord, so make sure to hop into there if you're interested in getting some groups going. So in my opinion, the best solo dungeon is going to be Iron Hold. The reason for this is that not only do you get a very good amount of XP, but it actually seems to have the best loot opportunity out of pretty much any of the dungeons that I tested. I tested like 8 different dungeons today while streaming, timed them, tried to see how much XP they all granted. Iron Hold is one of the best XP ones. You can do it in about 2.5 minutes and get roughly 400 to 500k XP. Not as good as some of the other dungeons used to be, and there are a couple other dungeons where you can, if efficiently, get more XP. But Iron Hold gives way more loot than a lot of these dungeons because it just has way more elite density. Literally my first run I got a unique and multiple legendaries. So Iron Hold is going to be what I recommend because there's no point in leveling up if you're not getting loot, right? Iron Hold is decent in a group of 2, but mainly it's best for solo. How you want to play it, by the way, if you want a video on the sort, or on the build that I'm running right now, I already uploaded it, so feel free to check it out if you're interested. My character's gear is pretty scuffed, but it's perfectly fine. So basically what you want to do right now, ignore all these mobs, and you're trying to just kill the guy that is going to give you a key. We're going to open up the room with the key. I'm getting a little trolled right here. Alright, he's all the way over here. Very nice, he's hiding in the corner. And we're just going to hide in the corner. Pause it, 2023. Alright, we're going to get him. And we're going to get it. Alright, we got him. And then we're just going to go open the door. Very exhilarating gameplay here. The beginning of this dungeon is kind of bad, but usually he has good movement. And most of the time he spawns on this part of the dungeon, so it's pretty quick. And then we're going to open up the door. Sorry, people hate me mouse spamming, but I'm just so conditioned to do it at this point. We're going to open up the door. There's this little interim area. Sometimes you can get like really unlucky and take a second. Usually if you get this thing, you can kind of just nuke it down and then just move on, which is quite nice. So I kill those guys, nuke it down, and then I'm literally just going to leave. And then what our goal here is basically instantaneously, as fast as humanly possible, get to the massive group of elite packs here. There's an artillery shrine, I'm going to take that. Pretty nice. Usually those shrines, there's usually like at least 2 shrines. And then anywhere in this part of the dungeon, there's going to be 2 elite packs. So as you can see here is the first one, where it's going to nuke all the way down. And as you can see, you get a pretty ridiculous amount of gear on the ground, pretty much like OG Magons, but it just takes a little bit longer to get here. And then there's nothing over here, so we're just going to go circle back around. And basically, you just want to do this, you get the 2 big elite packs, and then you just GG reset. This is best for solo, like I was mentioning. However, if you're in a group, there's some better stuff in terms, because, I mean, farming in a group is always going to be more efficient, and there's dungeons that are better in a group. This dungeon is way more like a solo thing, so you can see here is the second pack of mobs. I don't have any of my cooldowns left, and there's a damage reduction mob, so this will be a little bit tough. I guess that wasn't too bad. So as you can see, tons of loot, not too bad. Didn't get any legendaries, it's kind of unfortunate, but I'm going to show the gameplay. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the solo farm. Again, Iron Hold. And then when you're done with this, you can just reset by leaving the dungeon, and then you can actually just press the leave game. I'll show you this. There's these annoying skeletons that sit there and just attack the shit out of you. You don't need to worry about it. If you die while logging out, it really doesn't matter what these guys are for you. So yeah, you just quick leave game, go back in, and then boom, you're chilling. And then the dungeon is going to be reset. I'll leave a couple dungeon recommendations in the comments if you only care about XP. I did not rigorously test all of them. I did not test them 100 different times, just test for all of the variants, etc. This dungeon I just thought is a no-brainer because you get a crazy amount of XP and you get a lot of loot, and I think loot is just more important in these types of farms. But the XP from this is about 90% as good as the other ones. But anyways, now you can see that you go back in, and the dungeon is reset. Now I'm going to show you guys what I think is the best for duo form. I didn't really show where it was very well, so under Kyovashad, there's Hawazar. I don't have most of the map unlocked because Blizzard hates me playing my alt character, but here's Kyovashad, and here's Ironhold right under it. For the duo farm, we're going to be doing Blind Burrows, which is in Hawazar, directly to the right of Zarbinzet. It's very close to Magon's Works and Ruins of Eridu, which is pretty funny. Pretty good coincidence here. The reason that this is good in a duo and not that great in a solo is because there's just a lot of trekking around, and you're just going to waste your time. And in a group, the best dungeon we will talk about in a second, but in a two-man, this is just more XP per hour than you're going to get doing Ironhold. You're not going to get as much loot, I don't think, but as you can see, the dungeon just splits off instantly, so you pretty much just want to clear the dungeon normally. There's just a crap ton of mobs, pretty much. Like I said, you're not going to get crazy loot. My build isn't really the best for it. I guess it's kind of nice because I don't really have to worry about killing mobs. I can just attack them and walk away. But the way that the dungeon is laid out is you're probably going to spend a lot of time traversing back and forth. So even in a duo, it can be a little bit annoying, and it's not like my favorite dungeon ever, but pretty much you just want to kill these guys. The dungeon's also subject to RNG based on how the layout is, but like sometimes you can get way more mobs at the end, and other times you just get scammed. But basically, you just want to kill these like infested guys, and then you move towards the next part of the dungeon. But along the way, there's just a ton of mobs. Like the dungeon is just very compact, and there's just a ton of little dudes. There's not really much elite density though, so this is pretty much strictly an XP farm if you just want XP. And these guys are a little tanky because they have lifesteal, and my build is not really a single target damage build. But regardless, oh my god, I'm getting nuked, dude. Anyways, pretty much just want to run around and kill stuff. My friend is on the other side doing the exact same thing. And then once we have killed all the dudes, here's a shrine here, pretty nice. Once we've killed everything, we'll unlock the next part of the dungeon. I wish I had better commentary, but you know, there's not really anything interesting happening. These guys have lifesteal and increased HP. Generally, if you want more loot, here, there's an event. If there's an event, you just skip the event, right? So, my friend has cleared. Now we just need to go through the second part of the dungeon, which sometimes it is difficult to find that, but here it's just right here. And then we just kill a few more dudes to unlock the next part of the dungeon. Friend is kind of carrying because it's a little higher level, but you'd probably do it even faster yourself. Anyways, get a little shrine here, and sometimes right here there's like a good bit more mobs, and other times the dungeon just ends. So when you get a lot more mobs, it's pretty efficient. And the dungeon just ends, it is not great. So right here there's a boss, and then yeah, so we got a dead end, and then there's going to be a boss. The boss is not worth doing. I'll show you guys the boss. Generally, I would not recommend doing it because it is just kind of a waste of your time. You don't really get much XP for doing the boss. But yeah, if you're in a duo, it's really good XP, but as you saw, I got literally no loot. So this is strictly an XP thing, and I'd only recommend it if you have a group of 2. Alright, the next dungeon that is the best if you're in a group is Champion's Demise. This did get nerfed a ton of times, but it is still very good, simply just because of the layout. Again, you're not going to get nearly as many legendaries as you used to. This pretty much used to be by far and away the best spot for just getting XP, legendaries, uniques, literally everything. Now it's more of an XP thing, and I would only recommend it if you have at least 3 people to do it with, because then everybody does their own lane. Because of the way that the dungeon splits up, basically everybody can just go to their own side, and you can just clear it incredibly quickly that way. If you have one friend that is a little bit lacking, I would probably just go to Ironhold so that you can get more loot, because you want everybody to be pretty strong in order to quickly and efficiently clear this. Again, if you're looking for people to farm with, make sure to join my Discord, but these mobs are pretty much noobs now. Not many of them are elites anymore, so they kind of just get owned. There's not nearly as much like CC and annoying stuff going on. But you're not going to get as... What is this? This is like a weird way that this path... I've never had this path this way. But if there's like an event in that cubby, just completely ignore it. But yeah, since there's not nearly as many elites, like as there is an Ironhold, etc., you're just not going to get as much loot. Oh, I got a conduit shrine. Decent. But yeah, I mean, everybody pretty much just does this on their own side. I'm only with one friend, but you get the idea. Like, the map splits up into this lane, that lane, and then the third person would just go to the top lane. If you're in a duo, this isn't that bad either. If you don't really like blind burrows, feel free to do this as a duo as well. But yeah, they just massively nerf. Like, I don't even have a good time to use my whole like damage rotation. Oh my god, I just got one shot. Dude, that was really bad gameplay. I'm sorry for that. Anyways, I just got absolutely owned. But I don't have a good time to use my whole like damage rotation everything is dead anyways, because there's no elites anymore. Everything is just like normal piece of crap mobs. So, I don't know. It's still good for XP, which is unfortunate. Like, it's still the best for XP, simply just because of the layout. But you're not going to get nearly as much loot anymore. But yeah, that's pretty much it. You can see my friend Cleared got 1 legendary. This used to be like 3 legendaries per side. It's insane. But that's pretty much it for the video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm so embarrassed that I died at the end there. I was just focused on what I was counting, but whatever. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a good one. Way more build videos to come, way more guide videos to come. Make sure to subscribe if you aren't already. Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate all the support recently. Have a good one. Peace.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
What's up guys, it's Nick2. I finally hit level 100, so I'm going to be able to make way more content for you guys, so if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. I'll be uploading a ton more. But in today's video, I just want to talk about how you guys can literally double, if not triple, if not quadruple your damage by taking advantage of some things that really aren't clearly explained in the game, and talking about some of the stats that you guys want to be prioritizing on your gear, and what pieces of gear you can actually get these stats on. This video is not going to be like a best in slot list for your character, because it's really subjective and depends entirely on your class. If you guys want a video going over all the really important defensive stuff in the game, so you can become incredibly tanky and stop dealing with dying all the time, leave it down in the comments and I'll make a video on that. There's a couple things you can do to make yourself insanely tanky. But anyways, let's just jump right into it. So, the first thing that is really important to know is that the majority of the stats in the game are actually additive with each other, such as it's all damage, damage versus crowd control, damage versus chilled, whatever. If I just have 95% increase all damage, you'd think, oh, that sounds really good. But it's not 95% extra damage for me. It's added with all of this other stuff. So at the end of the calculation, it's adding all of this, therefore it is affected significantly by diminishing returns. So it's 95% damage. In the grand scheme of things, it really depends on, all the other numbers, but in the grand scheme of things, this could be only like 10 to 20% increased damage. It doesn't necessarily mean that these stats are bad, but what it does mean is that any stat that is not in this bucket or is not additive with each other is significantly more important and is the thing that we need to prioritize the absolute most. Those stats include vulnerable damage, crit chance, overpowered damage, and your main stats. There's a ton of different ways to get all of these stats, but let's just talk about each one real quick. So vulnerable damage is probably the single best thing in the game to get for your build. So if you aren't applying vulnerable, your build is significantly behind. As you can see, I have nearly 300% vulnerable damage, and personally I'm actually missing a lot right now. So this is literally just 300% extra damage because it's in its own multiplier, it's in its own bucket. So getting vulnerable damage is unbelievably important. Overpowered damage is also its own multiplier, but most builds have a very hard time taking advantage of this. The chance is always going to be capped at 3%, but there's some skills that kind of get around this or have guaranteed overpowers, but for the majority of builds, overpower isn't something you're going to want to build into. If you're playing like Necro or something on Barbarian or like a very specific Druid build, it might be worth it to stack some overpower damage. The next one is crit chance and crit damage. You do need 2 stats for this to work, but this is still incredibly important to stack as much as humanly possible because, again, this is a multiplier, and crit chance is incredibly hard to come by, so any source of crit chance you can get is going to be a massive damage increase. Swords have a legendary that just gives them like 50% crit chance when they use their abilities at max mana, so that is unbelievably powerful. As a rogue, I have a really hard time getting close to crit chance path, and obviously to take advantage of that crit chance, we need a lot of crit damage. The next thing is our main stat, which simply increases our skill damage. As you can see, I have 972 dexterity here, so every 10 points of dexterity is going to equal 1% straight up damage. So if I have 100 dexterity on my crossbow here, I have a little over that, 154. That's literally 15% straight up damage. Getting your main stat is unbelievably important. For rogue, it's dexterity. For other classes, if you just hover over, you'll be able to see which one is yours. Those are going to be the 4 main stats that you care about. Now let's talk about how we actually want to get those stats and which pieces they roll on. Real quickly though, I want to mention that there are a lot of multiplicative sources of damage in the game. Rarely it's going to be through, stats on your gear, other than the stats I'm going to mention. Usually it's through like a legendary effect, through like Edge Masters or something that I have in my weapon here, or it's going to be like the unique that I have, or in your skill tree. So for example, because I have advanced sword dip on, it's going to tell me that there's an X next to this, you deal 10x more damage to chilled enemies. This is different than if I just have damage versus chilled, because damage versus chilled is additive with all of this stuff. But this is literally, I just do 10 times, or not 10 times, 10% more damage to enemies versus chilled. It's as simple as that. And then I have even more of that in my skill tree here. There's glyphs that have it. You can see it in the Paragon board, 10x increased damage, 5x increased damage. So that is one way that you pretty much can take advantage of the same things that I'm mentioning here. When it comes to which pieces of gear actually roll with all the stats that we care about, the main pieces are going to be gloves, your weapons, your rings, and your amulet. There's one other thing I need to mention really quickly in this video, is that attack speed is very important for certain classes. As you can see here, this doesn't display in the game, but if you're playing Sorcerer, for example, a lot of your skills actually have an attack speed multiplier. So like this one, for example, has an attack speed multiplier of 1.25, which makes it very important to get attack speed pretty much wherever you can get it, whereas a lot of other skills, such as Frozen Orb, doesn't have any interaction with attack speed. I would just go on this website, check if your main skill has an attack speed multiplier. If it does, attack speed is simply just way more important than it otherwise would have been. Don't worry about it too much though, because it's a little bit difficult to get attack speed. So first off, we're going to talk about gloves. As you can see here, gloves have one of the most important stats in the game, which is ranked to your core skill. So for an example here, my Twisting Blades does 101% of my weapon damage currently with a max roll, as you can see at the very bottom there. If I put on my gloves, plus 4 ranked Twisting Blades, that goes all the way up to 130% damage. So I pretty much just made my Twisting Blades do 30% more damage, which is unbelievably strong, and is simply probably the best stat you can get, because all the damage that you're doing is scaling off of this. Like, my Twisting Blade says it's only 19,000 damage, right? But I hit for like well over 900,000 at this point. That's also why getting weapons with incredibly high damage per second is probably the most important thing outside of getting ranked to your core skill, because this is literally what this weapon damage percent is going to scale off of. If I take off my weapon, that 19,000 went down to 8,000. Side tangent aside, the gloves are insane because you can get those ranks to core skills, but you can also get up to 10 to like 15% critical strike chance on your gloves, which is unbelievable. It's very difficult to get crit in this game. I only have 35%, so the fact that literally a third of that is coming from my gloves is unbelievable. And if you're a class that needs a lot of attack speed, gloves can also roll roughly 15% attack speed. That's unbelievably good. Similar to gloves is rings. Rings can roll a trifecta of unbelievable stats, giving you crit chance, crit damage, and vulnerable damage in incredibly high portions. So the main thing that you care about on your ring, look, you can get up to 7.5% crit chance on your rings. You get 2 rings like that, boom, that's 15% crit chance. The amount of crit damage and vulnerable damage on this is insane. So on rings, you just want to prioritize those 3 stats. If it doesn't have at least a combination of 2 of those, you can probably just immediately get rid of it, because they are literally just 5 times better than the other stats that you could otherwise get. Your amulet can also get some pretty insane stats. Unfortunately, you can't get vulnerable damage or like critical strike chance or damage, but what you can get is ranks to certain passives. So for example, I have +3 ranks to the Frigid Finesse passive, which, like I was mentioning earlier, is literally giving me a total of 15% increased damage to chilled enemies. There's also another passive, Weapon Mastery, which basically does the same thing, but also on your amulet you can get percentage increase to your main stat. So I could get up to literally 11% increase to dexterity, which is just going to scale the more dexterity that I end up getting, which is unbelievably powerful. Next, let's talk about your weapons. So this is a little bit convoluted because it kind of depends on class, but certain weapons actually have different inherent stats. So for example, swords are always going to have critical strike damage at the top here. Crossbows are always going to have vulnerable damage at the top here, which makes them incredibly good. Also, depending upon the weapon that you're using, they will have different attack speeds. So swords have an attack speed of 1.1, while daggers have an attack speed of 1.0. This is also going to change if you're using like a staff versus a wand, etc. I do not know the perfect set of stats for every single other class, but basically just use your own judgment. Typically you want to use whatever weapon has either the single best like inherent stat, such as the vulnerable damage here. So on a rogue, I kind of always want to use a crossbow because the vulnerable damage is really good. Or on a sorcerer, you always want to use a wand because the attack speed is going to be better. Outside of the inherent roll, all the rolls that you can get on every single weapon type is going to be the same. So the trifecta that you want is going to be vulnerable damage, whatever your main stat is, and then critical strike damage, like I have on this insanely, actually like best in slot crossbow that I got a super long time ago. So as you can see here on my crossbow, I have those stats, and then on my weapon here I also have crit damage from the inherent, and then crit damage again, and then vulnerable damage, and then your main stat. The fourth stat can kind of just be whatever you want. Generally, I think getting force skill damage is probably going to be your best. Anything that's conditional, like damage to chilled, is usually just worse than something that is just going to work all the time. So as a rogue, I would prefer to just have damage to close on everything if I could. If anything that's conditional is simply just going to be up less often. My perfect sword would be critical strike damage, dexterity, vulnerable damage, and then instead of this force skill damage, I would way rather have critical strike damage because that's on its own multiplier, and then the damage to close is always up and going to work for all of my skills. Another great thing you can do is slap in emeralds, or you can even do sapphires for critical strike damage to vulnerable enemies. I'm pretty much permanently applying vulnerable, so I would prefer to have critical strike damage to vulnerable enemies, but a lot of people do sapphires because that's crit damage against crowd controlled enemies. Again, it's conditional, where vulnerable I kind of just have up all the time, and this is a crazy source of additional crit damage. If I were to have all royal emeralds in here, that's 48% increased critical strike damage, which is really high. Yeah, taking advantage of emeralds is insane. That's pretty much going to be it for the video. As a final TLW for those of you that don't really want to watch the entire thing, if you're watching the TLW, drop a like. Basically, vulnerable damage is the single best stat in the game. Next stat, critical strike damage, is unbelievably good. dexterity, or whatever your main stat is also probably the third best. Could even be better than crit damage, but it depends on your crit chance. On your gloves, you need to make sure to get ranks to Twisting Blades, or not ranks to Twisting Blades, but ranks to whatever your core skill is. Get crit chance. Attack speed is incredibly good. On your weapon, make sure to get the trifecta of vulnerable damage, crit damage, and your main stat. On your rings, make sure to get the trifecta of crit chance, crit damage, and vulnerable damage. On the amulet, if you have the room for it, amulet has a lot of survivability-oriented things, but on your amulet, if you have the room for it, try to get a percentage for your main stat, that's just massive damage increase, and also ranks to extra passives that are going to increase your damage, such as Blast Cannon, or the ranks that I have, like Weapon Mastery, is going to be really good. Make sure to stock it in Emeralds, because all of that is on its own multiplier as well, but that's it for the video. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Peace. And then I'm going to be showing you guys an incredibly powerful rogue trapper build. It's going to help you get all the way up to level 100 with a very consistent high damage output build. And one of the better things about this is with all the crowd control and with all the trap modifiers that we get to take advantage of, it's really going to help with our survivability. Poison Trap is just a fantastic skill for really increasing the consistency of the gameplay, knocking down enemies, getting a permanent CC chain. It's just really helpful. There's a ton of stuff that we can take advantage of here. But also Death Trap is just one of the most satisfying skills to ever use in the game. When you're in like a massive pack and you throw it down and you just nuke everything, and you have so many enemies around that you get all the cooldown back and you get to throw it down again. It is just an insane amount of fun. The power of this build is just undeniable, and this can easily get you all the way up to level 100, so if you're a fan of traps, this build is absolutely fantastic. If you're a little bit like me and you prefer the playstyle of using some shadow stuff, feel free to check out the Shadow Rogue build. For those of you guys that have watched that video already and you're wondering why the swap, I'm just making this video because a lot of people do really like the traps, and I think it is kind of just a different playstyle sort of thing. I think both builds have their merits, and they are both incredibly powerful. So if you're playing the Shadow build, don't worry, I'm probably going to make an updated version of that one pretty soon here, so leave it down in the comments if you guys want to see that. But anyways, let's just get into the video. Again, I'm only level 90, so this is not going to be like incredibly in-depth. Once I'm level 100 and my gear is literally dust and slot, I'll probably have a very in-depth version of this. However, I'm going to post this on my website, so feel free to check that out, link in the description, if you want to be able to quickly copy the skill points, and also I'll be updating that over time with, alternative legendary options, etc. So, let's get into the skills. As I'm sure you saw in the gameplay, there were times where I was actually not using a basic skill, which a lot of people were asking me about, and I was using Shadow Beam instead. The reason for this is I was just speed clearing and speed farming dungeons, and you can take Puncture off in that scenario, but I took the build into the Nightmare Dungeons without using Puncture, and it felt a little bit weird and just not as consistent, and you also need Puncture for a couple different things. I'd say for the 99% of you guys, keep Puncture on, but if you want to try min-max and you want to try some crazy stuff, you can take Puncture off and add Shadow Beam to get even more AoE, but for most of you guys, you want to keep Puncture. So we're going to be playing Puncture for the vulnerable application here, and you get a little bit of energy back anytime you damage a crowd-controlled enemy, and pretty much every enemy we fight is going to be crowd-controlled, so that's really nice. Twisting Blades, obviously, Twisting Blades, not even going to talk about it. Dash and Shadow Step. Dash and Shadow Step gives you a lot of mobility. Dash has the crit damage modifier, which is really powerful. Shadow Step gives you 8% crit chance. It's going to stun enemies, but you also pretty much need Shadow Step because it gives you unstoppable. A lot of the times when you're doing higher tier content, you're just going to get stun locked all the time. You can just Shadow Step out of a stun lock, and that is very good. Poison Trap, I honestly don't like this skill at all, but the problem is that it is just so good because of this modifier here. Poison Trap knocks down enemies for 1.7 seconds when it activates. The fact that it is just a guaranteed knockdown is very good. When an enemy gets knocked down, they just fall over and you could just beat the crap out of them. But also, there's just a ton of modifiers in the game that work against traps and against poisons that you get to take advantage of with this build that you otherwise can't take that much of advantage of. Personally, I hate this skill because it is just such a small radius, but even though I hate it that much, it is still really powerful, and I can't tell you to not use it because in order to take advantage of Death Trap, you pretty much need Poison Trap. The reason Death Trap is good is, and it pairs pretty nicely with Poison Trap, is because it's going to suck enemies in, but it's also going to just do crazy damage. And if you happen to kill an enemy, it's going to reduce the cooldown by 10 seconds. So it has very nice synergy here. The Poison Trap, like I said, has super small radius. You pop it down, you pop down the Death Trap. The Death Trap sucks all the enemies into the Poison Trap. They all get CC'd. You deal a ton of damage to them. And that's also going to synergize very, very well with our key passive Exposure, where anytime we deal direct damage to an enemy affected by a trap, there's a 25% chance to reduce the cooldown of our trap skills by 20%. And it's also going to drop some stun grenades, which is nice just for getting more CC. Reducing the cooldown here is very important because if you play Death Trap without exposure on, you're not really going to have a good time because the cooldown is just going to be way too long. It'll be like around 30 seconds because most of the time it's going to kill an enemy. So you pretty much need to use Poison Trap so that you're always trapping enemies and always being able to take advantage of exposure here, which is a little bit unfortunate because I really like Momentum and some of the other stuff here, but it's pretty much mandatory for this build. When it comes to our specialization here, it's between Inner Sight and Preparation. Personally, with this build, I prefer Inner Sight. I just feel like the energy generation is a lot more consistent, but if you feel like your Death Trap cooldown is just way too long, you can swap on Preparation for doing like ad clearing, and then right before a boss fight, literally just pop open your menu, boom, Inner Sight, and that's what I do a lot. I really like Preparation because personally when I play the build, my goal is to Death Trap like constantly, and in order to do that you need a lot of like really good gear, get trap cooldown reduction and other stuff. So Preparation is really nice for just further reducing the cooldown on that, but until you can get all that gear, you know, it's nice to use, but Inner Sight generally is going to be better, and for bosses, 100% swap to Inner Sight. When it comes to the skill tree here, honestly there really isn't much to deviate from. Like, for the most part, it's pretty set in stone what you want to go for. You want to go for Puncture for the vulnerable, max out your Twisting Blades. I have +4 ranks on my gloves, make sure to get that. And then when it comes to some damage reduction, we get 12% with Sturdy. Siphoning Strikes is our heal, very, very good. Stutter Step, oh, why do I have Stutter Step on, dude? I guess I was using this for farming. You could definitely feel free to swap this on if you want, but probably not going to be using it. Shadow Step here for the stun and the crit chance. 3 points into Concussive. This is fantastic, and one of the reasons that traps are good because we're going to be knocking back and knocking down enemies constantly. 12% extra crit chance, but it's only against them, so it's not as powerful, but Poison Trap is guaranteed knocking those enemies down, so pretty much have that all the time. Trick Attack is nice whenever you crit a dazed enemy, which we're going to do with our legendaries. So you're also going to knock them down for just further concussive benefit, and also just really nice for the CC. Then we have Dash, and with Enhanced Dash for the 15% crit damage modifier. With an extra skill point, you can put this into Discipline Dash, but I don't have the extra skill point, which we'll talk about in a second. 3 points into Exploit and Malice. Never take these off. These are multiplicative. These are insane. Always go for that. Oh, I forgot to mention Weapon Mastery. I have 6 out of 3 here. You can get 3 points on your Amulet. Very powerful. Then we go into the poison stuff. This is really good. The poison damage kind of sucks, because Poison Trap doesn't really do that much damage because you can't crit, yada yada. But mainly we're using this for the alchemical advantage. If there's 15 enemies, this is 15% attack speed. Only put 1 point in here. You could put 3 points if you wanted, actually, but we'll talk about it in a second. And then you want 3 points into Debilitating Toxin. This is better than 15% damage reduction because it means the enemy deals 15% less to you, so it's the second modifier. Damage reduction, not affected by extension returns, yada yada. That's really good. I have 3 points into Frigid Finesse here because I'm using the boots. I have the boots on. This is insane, 15% damage. Quickly watch my video on the boots in the description. If you don't have those, I'll talk about the 3 to 4 points in a second. Innervation for a lot of energy generation, very good. Trap Mastery, even more critical strike chance. Death Trap maxed out, obviously. Adrenaline Rush, and into 3 points into Haste. Haste is mainly for movement speed, but you do get a little bit of attack speed here and there, and then obviously exposure. In terms of if you want to deviate at all, if you don't have the boots, obviously you don't want to put 3 points into Frigid Finesse, so where would you put it? 3 points that I would recommend, probably 2 would be Alchemical Advantage, because that's just more damage. If you want more survivability, you could go 3 points into Rugged. If you want even more survivability, you're having a really hard time, take the points out of Haste, and the points out of Adrenaline Rush here. Put 3 points into Rugged, 3 points into Reactive Defense. That'll probably help you out a little bit. You can put 1 point into Rapid Gambit, and you bleeding enemies a lot. It's legendary, so if you want to just further reduce the evade cooldown, and you want to dodge a lot, that's something that's really nice to put a point into. And you could also put the point into Dash slows enemies. Feel free to deviate. Obviously, a lot of people want me to tell them exactly, but it's going to depend on, you know, your personal preference. Personally, if I wasn't using 3 points into Frigid Finesse, I would probably max out Alchemical, and then I would put the points into Dash. So this is a very offensive version of the setup, so feel free to go defensive if that is more your thing. Alright, let's get into gear. Again, I'm going to have an updated version of this on my website. I'm just going to speed run all the legendaries really quickly, just talk about like the 4 that you set up the most, and then I'll just go over each individual piece and just hold what you want on them. Keep in mind that my build right now is not perfectly optimized for this because I'm swapping around and I'm testing a lot of stuff, and I don't want to delete my other builds and make them not testing. So some of the stuff I'm going to show you guys is not actually equipped on my character. Sorry for that, but again, stuff will be written on the website for like the mandatory stuff, whatever. Mandatory legendary aspects, Twisting Blades Orbit, that's insanely good. If you're having survivability issues, or just in general, Disobedience is literally the best legendary in the game. 50% armor, all the time. If you have survivability issues, put this on. If you have a low roll of this, put it on your amulet, because it'll roll higher. It cannot go on a two-handed weapon, though. By the way, obviously make sure to put the damage. But anyways, disobedience, unbelievably insane. You need this. The third most important thing, again, survivability. Most people, that's what their issue is with survivability, right? So aspect of nice, 20% damage reduction, 6 seconds into your basic skill. I'm using puncture a lot, so definitely make sure to slap this on. Personally, I don't have it on right now, and that is because I'm using the unique pants, which I made a video on yesterday. The majority of you guys aren't going to have this, and if I was going to play this build more, I'm probably going to find a way to slot this in. Right now, I just can't because of my current gear. Anyways, the next most important thing is getting blast trappers here for a chance to make enemies vulnerable when they are affected by a trap skill. This just helps you for, you know, a distant vulnerable application. However, with our glyphs, which we'll talk about when we get the Paragon board, you have guaranteed vulnerable when you enter the path anyways. So I don't think this is worth it on the amulet. This is more for single target vulnerable application, but it's still very powerful and probably mandatory. So aspect of the Umbral is great for just getting more energy generation because it keeps getting energy. So like the mandatory legendaries and obviously also the other ones that I think are really powerful. So getting into our helmet, what you want on here is maximum life probably. Percent armor is incredibly powerful. Maximum energy is really good to just overall increase your energy generation. And then for the last thing, you probably want cooldown reduction. The helmet I'm not 100% sure on, but resistances seem to be kind of a bait. So I'd kind of ignore resistances, try to get armor, max life, and cooldown reduction. That's probably what you're after on the helmet here. On the chest piece, try to get as much defensive stuff as possible. The damage is additive, so it's not that great. You want percent armor, damage reduction from close. That is crazy good, okay? For the legendary we have, dealing direct damage to vulnerable enemies, daze them, constantly dealing damage to vulnerable enemies, daze all the time, which counts for, you know, crowd controlling them, for damage or crowd controlled, and also restoring energy. Just really nice. If anything were to be swappable, it would probably be this. You do not need this for the build because we already have a lot of CC with our poison trap. Also, then on the gloves here, the gloves can have some really crazy stuff. The main thing that you want on here is rank attrition rate. That's crazy good. After that, you want crit chance, and then you want trap skill cooldown reduction, and then you want attack speed. This lucky hit chance of slow is actually quite good because it really works well with our Umbral here. But attack speed is just simply going to be better because you can get like 15% attack speed, which is crazy. And then we have even more attack speed with the accelerating aspect. This one is a little bit optional, but when you have inner sight up, 23% attack speed is crazy for increasing your uptime on doing damage. Right? Temerity is good for the barrier, pairing that with my amulet to give me extra barrier stuff. Most people aren't going to have this, so you would just slap on Knight instead, right, and then keep on the vulnerable thing. When it comes to what to get on the pants, sorry, I've not looked at the pants. I don't really know what rolls on here that's all that good. Try to get like damage versus distance. I think you can get on here. Anything survivability oriented, I think you can get dexterity for some damage. That's going to be good for you. So the boost, best in slot is Penitent Greaves. Try to get these. Made a video on that. It crowd controls enemies. You deal extra damage to chilled enemies. Movement speed is fantastic. Otherwise, just try to get some survivability oriented stuff. I don't think these really have much damage. When it comes to the crossbow, this is incredibly important. All these stats do count. Obviously, you have the Twisting Blades thing here. Oh, by the way, if you don't have the Penitent Greaves, you want to put on Double Shadow Step. Double Shadow Step is incredibly powerful, but ultimately this is going to be better for offensive sort of stuff, and Shadow Step is more defensive, right? For the crossbow here, you want double damage to vulnerable. This is crazy. You get well over 100% on this one item. Dexterity is crazy because this is 15% extra damage on the multiplier, very good. Crit damage is the next best thing. After that, you either want force field damage or damage to close. Damage to close is probably better because it's going to benefit your trap skill, while coarse crit damage does not benefit your trap skill. You want to slot in emeralds here, and then on all of your gear you want topazes, and on your jewelry you want skulls. For the necklace, there's a lot of good things. You want 3 ranks of weapon mastery. It's the most important because it just gives you so much extra damage. Movement speed is good, but you can get amulets with like crazy cooldown reduction. This one has like energy cost reduction, but you can get like, I'm trying to see if I have one. I think you can get trap skill cooldown reduction on here, which is fantastic, but you can also get damage reduction twice. You can get damage reduction close, and just damage reduction straight up. You can also get ranks with the Frigid Finesse if you're using the boost, which is damage versus chilled. So my perfect amulet would be 3 ranks to weapon mastery, 3 ranks to Frigid Finesse, and then damage reduction and damage reduction versus close. and I would swap maybe one of those for perhaps skill cooldown reduction if you can get that. I have the barrier thing here, but obviously you can't get that. For those of you that don't have that, in terms of what you want to put on your amulet for the 50% effectiveness, the critical strike with 4 skills increase your attack speed is very good. Or you could put Edge Masters here, which is just 20% extra damage, which would then be 30% on the amulet, and you have Inner Sight, which is fantastic. My rings are absolutely terrible. This one isn't that bad actually, but this one literally is terrible. On the rings, vulnerable damage is the most important. You can get crit chance. Those are probably the 2 most important stats. Vulnerable and crit chance. After that, you can get like damage to close, damage to poison, damage to enemies with traps, and anything survivability oriented. I think you get maximum energy speed or max life. That's probably what you're looking for. But again, vulnerable and crit chance is the best. When it comes to the weapons here, prioritize the weapon damage. I'm using 2 swords because it works well with weapon mastery. If you happen to get Ashira's Conjar, this is really good for the attack speed, and I would probably swap it out for this legendary where making enemies vulnerable has a chance increases the strike chance. Not 100% sure though. I really do like the crit from this, and we have a lot of crit damage with this, so it's pretty good. I think swords are better, generally speaking, but if you have daggers, don't really too much about that. When it comes to what stats you want in here, the most important thing is the item power so that it's higher weapon damage. After that, you want to get vulnerable damage and dexterity. This weapon that I have right here is pretty much perfect. Dexterity, vulnerable, force skill damage, damage to close damage, crit damage. That's really, really fantastic. This one isn't as great because I don't really slow enemies that much. I don't really like days or damage to crop and close because it's just way more conditional. So I have like 3 stats in this one that I don't really like, whereas this one is just damage all the time, and this one is missing vulnerable damage. That's the most important stuff. When it comes to Paragon, I'm not going to lie to you, mine is entirely stuffed for this setup. I'm going to go over it really quickly, but I'll have a link to a Paragon board on my website and in the description for one that is probably a bit more optimal for the trap stuff. But if you want to see it, I'll show it to you guys, but again, it's pretty stuffed. So first off, I went for closer for the damage reduction. This is pretty much like how you want to set it up, I think, if you're starting out and you're just getting to endgame, because the 2 most important things is getting closer for the cooldown, or sorry, for the damage reduction, and then getting exploit for the guaranteed vulnerable application. These are incredibly powerful. I spent a lot of points getting all the crit damage and damage to healthy, but also getting no witness to make my death trap do 30% more damage, and it gives me 10% damage that I had up pretty much 100% of the time. Then I went into the cheap shot board. Cheap shot is insane because it's constantly power controlling enemies. 5% extra damage there is fantastic. You get a bunch of damage with power controlled up here as well. And then I put in the combat glyph, which I need to get to level 15. It's pretty bad until you get to level 15. But there's a good amount of intelligence nodes here that you can grab to just increase your crit damage with 4 skills, which is a great thing to get. And also going to give you some energy cost refund, which is going to be really nice. I passed down, got the damage and health that I really like. And then I went to the Trapper build to get Deadly Ambush, 23% increased crit damage, and traps. That is pretty good. There's a lot of really good stuff on this board that I'm missing. The glyph that I went here is Ambush. I don't even have this maxed out, but basically you want to get all the strength nodes around here to get enemies affected by your trap skills take 10% increased damage. Like I said in the description, I'll have a fixed version of this because this is so scuffed. Down here you can get a bunch of damage to enemies affected by trap skills, but this is additive, so it's not as good. There's also more trap skill damage, but I think you more or less are going to ignore that. One of the better stuff that you can get here is a trap skill cooldown reduction, and reduces the time to arm your traps. This is really good and it's not that far out of the way, but I beelined it to damage reduction versus enemies with traps because that's just added damage reduction. That's really fantastic. After this board, I'm not entirely sure. Probably go for a 5th board and go for the glyph slot. Again, I'll update this in the future, but this is what I'm just running right now. That's pretty much it for the video though. Hopefully you guys did enjoy. If you did, please make sure to drop a like and subscribe for videos similar to this one, and I'll have an updated Shadow Rogue video coming out pretty soon, and there's a lot of videos in the pipeline. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Peace. Hey, what's up guys, it's Nick2. Starting tomorrow, there's a drops event over on Twitch, so if you guys want to come support me, hang out, ask any questions that you might have about the build, you can get some free cosmetics if you're interested in that sort of thing. I'd love to see more of you guys around, and I would really appreciate the support. But anyways, getting into the video, people constantly in my chat are asking me, what is your build? It looks updated, what did you change about it? Because I made a previous build video, which I still recommend for people very early on into the game, But at this point, I'm level 76, I've been playing an absolute ton, and I've made a little bit of adjustments. I've tried a myriad of different builds, and this is what I've landed on in terms of like really, really efficiently fast. It's a
Yo guys, what is up? Maxer Diablo 4 video, and today we're talking about the best dungeon farm post-nerf. I apologize for being annoying and putting out another XP farm, but a lot of people have been asking me what is the new best dungeon farm, and Blizzard did do a much better job at making the dungeons more well-rounded and giving a fair amount of XP. Between our highest dungeon that I've tested and our lowest is only about a 3 million XP farm difference, so it's not like drastically different where one dungeon is giving 20 mil XP and another one's giving 10 mil, so dungeons are more even. However, they are still not equal, and today I want to go over what the best dungeons are now to run for experience per hour. I hope you guys enjoy the video. We tested a ton of dungeons to make this video, so yeah, let's get right into it. So this is a top 3, but I've got 2 dungeons tied for 2nd place and 2 dungeons tied for 3rd place. Now the dungeons tied for 3rd place are probably no stranger to. That is Champ's Demise and Iron Hold. Now, Iron Hold you can find in Howitzer. You can come down to the very, very bottom of the map, and then you'll find the ruins of Ratcat, the inner court, and Iron Hold is just to the right of that. Now, this dungeon is great because there is still massive elite packs of mobs. You still need to clear the beginning part of the dungeon. You gotta go kill an enemy, have them drop their key. But once you make it to the second part of the dungeon, there is 2 big swarms of elites, and they're giving millions and millions of XP. I was averaging around 8.8 million experience running Iron Hold, and that'll fluctuate based on your speed by about 500,000 or so. The other dungeon that is at our 3rd place, tied for 3rd, getting about the same experience, is Champion's Demise. Now, I am so glad that this is no longer the best experience farm, simply because I'm tired of running it. Champion's Demise is still really great, and we'll be talking about it later in the video, but you can find that in Kyrgyzstan if you come over to the Jarandai waypoint. To the right of that is Champion's Demise. Now we get to our number 2 spots, and our number 2 spots are really, really interesting because they're actually located right next to old, really good experience farms. So, at our number 2 spot, we have Blind Burrows. Now, Blind Burrows is giving 9.3 million experience an hour, and it is located right next to what used to be the best farm, Eridu. Now, Eridu is only giving 7.6 million experience an hour. It is pretty much nerfed, quite heavily nerfed. However, it's still a bunch of experience to farm, especially if you're in a group, and it's next to Blind Burrows. Now, the reason I mention that is Blind Burrows, you can run, leave the dungeon, and then run Eridu, and then leave, and then run Blind. So you'll never have to save and quit. The dungeon will reset as soon as you complete our activity. So this is a really, really nice thing to do between the 2 of these. Now, this is our 2nd best loot. The better loot is actually over by Champ's Demise. Now, Champ's Demise was around 8.8 million experience an hour after the nerf. However, a better experience is right next to it, Charnel House. Now, Charnel House is giving me around 9.3 million experience an hour, and you can do Charnel's House, run this, and then go do Champ's Demise, and back and forth. Charnel's being a better experience farm than Champion's Demise, and if you want to just run this over and over again, you absolutely can, but if you want to avoid loading screens and saving and quitting and all that annoying stuff, you can literally just clear these back and forth, and you're going to be extremely efficient in your XP game. At our number 1 spot, however, this is just a solo dungeon that you can run, save and quit, and then reset. Is Older's Cave. Now, Older's Cave is in Kyrgyzstan. It has no boss. You basically just run through it, kill everything, and you'll just make your way through this dungeon. You'll complete it basically on accident, which will give you the XP for completing it, and it's very, very straightforward. It's a great solo dungeon to run, and it was giving me 10 million experience an hour running this, versus the other 2nd best farms, which were around 9.3 million experience an hour. Now, if you want to avoid loading screens and saving and quitting and leaving, Older's is probably not your best bet. I would still recommend the Charnel's Champ's Demise rotation. However, However, if you're looking for a single best XP dungeon just to run, the Blast Older's Cave is it. Now, one thing to note is these were all tested solo. Older's Cave is pretty narrow, so it's not as great for splitting up into a group. All of this is tested solo. If you're going to do groups, I think Blind Burrows and Champ's Demise are still pretty great. But in terms of the amount of XP that you can grab in a efficient amount of time as a solo player, Older's Cave is definitely the #1 spot right now. In case you were curious, these were all of the dungeons that we ran in order to make this video. We ran Mercy's Reach, which is around 7.2 mil experience an hour, Iron Hold 8.8, Big Bull Run Canals, which was 7.9, Blind Burrow was 9.3 mil, Anika's Claim was still 7.8. That was the same as I tested it last time. Champs is 8.8. This was about 1.2 million experience less than it was last time. Charnel's House, 9.3 mil experience. The one thing that's weird with Charnel's is you can run the base of it and then save quit, and you can do it really, really fast in about a minute and 30 seconds. So it's going to be a lot more saving and quitting, but it is very, very efficient. Older's Cave with 10 mil an hour. Eridu with 7.6. Eridu is down from, I think, around 22 million experience an hour to 7.6. It got absolutely butchered. Now, before I end the video, just one thing I want to say is, hopefully they don't change these dungeons anymore. I think Blizzard is kind of missing the mark right now on these changes to these dungeons and the XP farms. The big issue right now is that Nightmare dungeons don't give enough experience, and if they just made Nightmare dungeons give more experience, then that would be the activity to run. People are just blasting easy Nightmare or easy dungeons because they give so much good XP. One thing that they could do is change the XP values that the elites give in Nightmare dungeons to boost them up. There is currently not much of a reason to run Nightmare dungeons, which is definitely soiling the endgame for some players. So hopefully, if they see this video, they'll know that please buff Nightmare dungeons, make them more worthwhile, give them XP value bonuses, and then players will shift over to Nightmare dungeons, hopefully. Guys, that's going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I will catch you on the next one. Take care. Bye. And quitting and all that annoying stuff, you can literally just clear these back and forth, and you're going to be extremely efficient in your XP games. At our #1 spot, however, this is just a solo dungeon that you can run, save and quit, and then reset, is Older's Cave. Now, Older's Cave is in Kyrgyzstan. It has no boss. You basically just run through it, kill everything, and you'll just make your way through this dungeon. You'll complete it basically on accident. This will give you the XP for completing it, and it's very, very straightforward. It's a great solo dungeon to run, and it was giving me 10 million experience an hour running this, versus the other second best farms, which were around 9.3 million experience an hour. Now, if you want to avoid loading screens and saving and quitting and leaving, Older's is probably not your best bet. I would still recommend the Charnel's Champ's Demise rotation. However, if you're looking for a single best XP dungeon just to run, to blast Older's Cave is not your best bet. I would still recommend the Charnel's Champ's. Want to avoid solo, basically just run through it, kill everything. Cave. Now, this is just a solo dungeon that you can run, save and quit, and then reset.
Necesito ayuda.
Saludos.
Una ayuda sería bienvenida.
Me disculpo.
Necesito ayuda.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no.
¡Te bendigo!
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. No puedo hacer eso aquí. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. 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 Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. No mientras esté en el poblado.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Todavía no.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. 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 Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Nos separamos. Liquidaron.
Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. 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 Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. 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 Todavía no. 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 Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Wait, does Game Pass have a pre-install now for City Skylines 2? Alright, well, I mean, if you have literally shoelace as your internet connection to the wall, that might work. The buildable area is 159 square kilometers. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to compare those two. I'm not sure what the base City Skylines is versus City Skylines 2. What I'm going to do though when we get started with a city in City Skylines 2 is I'm going to have a city that's no mods. I'm going to start one city and be like, or have a city and save it in two different things and be like, there's going to be a city that I'm going to want to build with no mods, so I can judge the game based on what the developers want you to pay for. Because to make a new game and then tell you to buy it and then just hope mods and 400 DLCs fix it or add stuff to it is not fair. It should feel like you're getting extra on the side, not that you're, it's like, it shouldn't be burger and then the lettuce is extra, tomatoes extra, all the things that you want shouldn't be extra. They should be there, and then there should be extras on the side. And hopefully that's the way it'll be. But EA seems to be the opposite, with no pools on day one of The Sims 4 and no toddlers and babies and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. But that's probably why they haven't made a new one, because they're like, damn it, we can't charge them for the 7th time for the same thing. Damn it. And that makes them mad. Well, let's let the city load in a little bit. Woo! Just chugging, boys. Alright, so again, remember, we're going to build our island out there, our rocket launch island. I was thinking about filling most of this map, but not all of it. Probably this island here, and a few other things, but map's rather flat, to be honest. Alright, let's go ahead and have the city go. Oh, wait a minute. I know why it's chugging. Hold on. There we go. That'll smooth things up a little bit. Alright, I was thinking about building our university today, chat. So I think what we'll do is we'll build the university and some things around it. We've kind of already started like our Eat Street here, which was going to be a kind of the promenade and the kind of pedestrian area. But I want to do something in this roundabout first, since it will attach to the university. Oh, my bad. Sorry, everybody. No, mientras esté en el poblado. I can't tell you how excited I am to see those roundabouts in there, though. It's like a default thing. I feel like a lot of the things they announced in the second game should just come to the first one, too. Everyone should just want the second game because they love the first one so much. You know what I mean. There we go. Fixed. Hey, what's up, Rod? Welcome back, dude. Oh, man. We're going to have so many cool things going on with City Skylines 2 when that drops. It's going to be very exciting. A new Tropico game? I haven't heard any news about that, but it would be cool. Looks like we built a fence there. I feel like we should build a... Yeah, we have kind of a pathway that connects there. Alright, so today we're working on the university, chat. So big brain emotes will be the theme of the day.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
I built a highway there, but in retrospect, I kind of wish I would have built a road with
I grew up hearing about American Gothic and Black traditions. Cannot wait to see more. So, Cog, I gotta go.
Of course, the Starfield Direct thing was just, I was on the edge of my seat for 46.
Albert in chat says, as a South Carolina native, South of Midnight feels like it was scanned right off my brain with the stories I grew up hearing about American Gothic and Black traditions. Cannot wait to see more. So, Cog, I gotta go to you, because I know you are the leader of the hashtag Just One movement.
Yes, sir.
Telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. So I know you were looking forward to this. What are your thoughts on South of Midnight and Compulsion?
I'm very excited about the potential of the game. I do think that, shout out to Jez, obviously we got a little early preview what it could be. So now to get the realization of it in the trailer, and I love what Miles said about the Deep South aspect. Like, that is a genre, for the most part, not touched, and I'm excited to see how far they go with it, right? Now, we do know, obviously, third person, that kind of energy. I gotta be honest, I'm not as high on it as everyone else only because we have not seen gameplay on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I need to see it in motion, and, on one hand, I feel the stop motion is extremely unique. I think that presents a very distinct style. But at the same time, I need to see, because I'm going to be real with y'all, I got to be honest, when I first saw it in the trailer theater, I thought there was some frame rate issues. I didn't know what was going on. And then people had to tell me, no, that's the stop motion. They're going for this specific look. And I'm like, okay, cool. To me, it all comes down to the gameplay, how they execute. But like Miles said, from a potential standpoint, what we know from Compulsion, I was a guy that had contrast very early on PlayStation 4. That was one of their early indie games, seeing the light to dark kind of thing. We all are excited about the potential of what We Happy Few can be. The whole, taking joy, and Jez appreciates it. It kind of gave me, from a British standpoint, Clockwork Orange kind of vibes. It's kind of hilarious. God, yeah. Bro, like you know what I'm saying? Taking joy and the old it out and all that foolishness. Like it just spoke to me.
Man.
So
Cricket bat.
Oh, let's go. So, my whole thing was, I see the potential of Compulsion. I just need to see the production value, it in action, and then. But I'm glad to know what we're working on. Let's just wait until we get some gameplay. Then I'll reserve more judgment and see what's going on with it. But yeah, I do like the idea.
So, what do you have any thoughts on this? On South of Midnight? Oh, Colt's not here. Jez? I'll go to you instead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it was kind of bittersweet seeing it because obviously I leaked it.
Yeah.
And
Greg got in trouble for leaking it, so
you
should always listen to me.
I do. Yeah. It's kind of. I mean, I was doing my job at the end of the day, but it kind of would have been. It would have been cooler if I'd known nothing about it, But it looks like. I had the concept art and stuff, and we knew it was a Southern Gothic kind of vibe and stuff like that. It sort of exceeded my expectations. Like, that stop motion animation style just looks incredible. Like, more games should do that. I wonder, is that how it's going to look when it's playing? Is that how it's going to play, or is that just sort of how it looks in cutscenes? Because I'm trying to imagine, how would that look in gameplay if it sort of had that stop motion vibe? That could be really, really cool and unique. But that's Compulsion. For all of We Happy Few's shortcomings, and there were a lot, the uniqueness and the atmosphere and the sort of the style factor is absolutely oozing out of that studio. So we just need to see the gameplay now. And I think it's fine to, when you introduce a game initially, give us an idea of the vibe they're going for, and then next time we see it, we get the gameplay. I think I'm completely down with that flow, that marketing flow, and I'm pretty excited for it.
No, yeah. Dub, member for 23 months, has something to say about this. He says, like Miles, South of Midnight is super on my radar. Love the Spider-Verse-like stop-motion animation style the trailer had. Shout out to the panel. So this was always one of those games, very much like in Exile, where I'm just like, come on, guys. I've played Compulsion's games in the past. Contrast, We Happy Few, not good games. And I even questioned why you would purchase Compulsion, because it's not like they're Playground Games. It's not like they had a pedigree like Double Fine, or made some really great experiences like Wasteland, or Ninja Theory, right? It was kind of like all these other studios are on this level, and then Compulsion was like down here. I was like, Phil must have got him for like $5 and a coffee and a ham sandwich or something. It's like, all right, well, we can buy 2 get 1 free, and Compulsion's the free one. All right, come on over, right? I'm being a little harsh, but it's for entertainment purposes. But it goes to
be a mess.
What I'm trying to say is that I wasn't. It's like whatever. I played their previous games. One thing you can say about them is they definitely have killer art direction. So seeing this, seeing the stop motion, I'm like, okay, that could differentiate itself from other titles. And knowing that it's a third-person action adventure, which is something that you can make an argument is lacking from Xbox's first-party studios. Like, they have a lot of RPGs. We know they're going to probably have a lot of shooters with like id and Halo and the Coalition and stuff. So it is a genre of game that has a spot to be filled on Xbox, and talking about like the Deep South and the American, like the gothic sort of stories you could tell there. Like, that has me super interested. Like, before I was telling, whatever, I don't know what they're gonna make. Now it's like, all right, it's on my radar. I'm super interested now. Now I just need to see like, what is the gameplay loop and how does it look like and all that sort of stuff. So maybe Phil was right to essentially get them when he could, with his buy one get one free ticket.
It's all about seeing the promise in these teams.
Sure.
Once they're already a big hit, it's too late. All right, they got offers lined up around the deal, but you gotta look at the promise and potential and get in there early. And again, Xbox Game Studios is supposed to be about helping teams deliver on their dreams.
Yeah.
Deliver these ideas that they've had but haven't been able to execute. And so Compulsion, I think could be the perfect example of that working.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right, and I think like the way that we've seen In Exile step up is an example of a studio that has gone through that pipeline. Like, if you look at Bard's Tale 4, then go to Wasteland 2 and 3, and then to what they're showing off with Clockwork Revolution, that is absolutely a studio that has gone from being sort of barely even AA, arguably, Bard's Tale 4, which is. It's an interesting game, but it is the king of all janks, right? And Wasteland 2, amazing game. I really love it, and that's what made me fall in love with In Exile. But I'm mostly there for the story because it is, again, really janky. Even the gameplay is really good. And then Wasteland 3 is like, okay, they're rolling into AAA now. So it's like AA.5 or something. Still a little bit of weirdness, but you can start to see them shine through. And Clockwork Revolution looks like the Bioshock game that we've been waiting how long for? 10 years or something?
Yeah.
So like, I saw that and immediately thought Bioshock. And they've got like some serious pedigree working on the game, like the creator of Arcanum, which is a legendary steampunk RPG from back in the day, and then you got Brian Fargo, he created Wasteland and Fallout, so that guy knows his stuff, and this is a whole new universe. It's going to be incredible, and I kind of hope like we see Compulsion make that leap to that level, and we see State of Decay, Undead Labs make the leap to that level, and like, I don't know, like, I think with Redfall, you can't avoid talking about Redfall when you talk about how studios have been handled as part of Xbox. But I kind of like, I hate people roll their eyes at this excuse, but that was a product of like the transition of the acquisition and the pandemic as well. So like, I really do feel like after seeing this showcase, Redfall was a blip, and I think Arcane, like what they do next, will probably look a lot different from Redfall in terms of quality. They're gonna build that studio back up, and they're gonna,
Redfall looks like nothing they've ever made before as well. I think it's a total outlier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a complete outlier, and it's like Phil said in an interview. He said, what did he say? He said, if you aren't, willing to risk a 6 out of 10 every now and then, you shouldn't be in the entertainment business. Like, even some of the greatest directors in Hollywood have had, like, their flops, here and there. Even people like Christopher Nolan and stuff like that. People who are like really huge. They've all got that story where something just went wrong and they just have to ship it to recoup some of that investment, But I think we're moving towards bigger and better things, and I think Miles is totally right. I think it's really exciting, and clearly they saw something special in Compulsion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm joking around with the whole buy two get one free. People are roasting me in chat for it.
You're getting roasted.
I'm being a little, over the top there, right? But Cold, what do your internet went out, so you're back now. What are your thoughts on South of Midnight?
Compulsion is one of the only studios that I don't have a lot of excitement about. Although We Happy Few really made me really happy for part of the time I played it, and then it kind of just fell apart for me. But they're the one studio that I'm like, I don't know about that. And I've kind of said that a few times in videos, but South of Midnight looks really great. I played a little bit of Contrast, and it's just a bit too old for me to jump into in 2022 when I played it. But I expect something good. I'm kind of with Cog. I don't know what that game is. We know it's a third-person RPG set in the Deep South, so we would expect that would be the gameplay perspective instead of first, like We Happy. But there's a little bit of magic from Compulsion that you can see in We Happy Few, and they've never been able to properly make a game. When they made We Happy Few, they were on crowdfunding, and then Gearbox, does classic Gearbox, has stepped in the 9th inning and said, hey, we'll fund this and make a quick buck, and they got the game out for them. So I just have to wait and see what the game looks like. But the visual art style, you kind of have that real sculpted claymation type look, is really cool. And the vibe, I'm with Miles and those others, like Samuel. That vibe, we don't get that Deep South thing. Like, if you haven't watched Princess and the Frog by Disney, that came out 15 years ago. It is so impressive what they do with the voodoo and the Southern culture, and I can't wait to play that in a video game. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look forward to. Jez, we'll go to you. So we talked about South of Midnight. Yeah, well, I want, what game do you want to talk about next? We talked about Starfield and Fable and South of Midnight, right? As, picked by Cold, Cog, and Miles. I already know the game that you probably want to talk about, and I'm sure everybody else here wants to dive into it too, so... Unless you're going to surprise me with...
Skylines 2?
No, you don't... No, come on. Yeah.
No? What's with the booze? You guys...
I mean, if you want to talk about City Skylines 2, go right ahead. Is that the game you want to talk about?
Sure, yeah. City Skylines 2, man. It's one of the most pre-ordered games on Steam right now, even though you guys don't appreciate it, which is completely fine. That was one of my favorite trailers of the show. I'm an avowed city builder, okay? It's my inner. I tell you a story, right? When I was a little kid, near my house there was a store where for model railway enthusiasts. People build those model railways in their basements, right? Really expensive hobby. The little trains and little tracks, they cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I used to walk past that shop every day on my way home from school and just look in the window and just be like, I'll never be able to afford all that. Well, thanks to City Skylines, I can heal my inner child, because I thought that game just looked incredible. The granularity that game is bringing, I just know I'm going to be playing that game for hundreds of hours. But I know it's one of them sort of passionate niche kind of games. The game that, other than Starfield, which I'd say Starfield's in a category of its own, man. Starfield is just in a category of its own, and I think most people would agree with that. So putting Starfield to one side, which was definitely my game of the show. Love Todd Howard and all of his games. I was like, and I've already mentioned it already, but Clockwork Revolution, man.
That's what I thought you were going to pick. Am I Cog, Miles, Cole? We all thought he talks enough about NX-File on the podcast enough. I was like, all right, this is an easy layup. Jez is going to talk about Clockwork Revolution, but no.
I wanted to come out of left field. Okay. And I did want to mention City Skylines because I do love Paradox a lot, but Clockwork Revolution, that's another one of the leaks from that tumultuous pandemic leaking time. And Project Cobalt, as it used to be known, it's probably got a new code name now. But you know, the sort of the concept art did leak for that. So like one of I think they had a contractor who did some concept art for it, and they put it up on their art station, and they were like, "Here's some concept art I did for an Exile game," which basically revealed the game because the street from that concept art was in the trailer. Like, it looked very, very much like it. So that was my fault. Blame whoever that was. But I just thought it looked incredible, and it was such a step up for an Exile. You know, an Exile, of course, is known for sort of traditional, classic RPGs. You know, like Bard's Tale is like a first-person dungeon crawler with turn-based combat, and then Wasteland is like an isometric CRPG. And the rumor was that this was going to be a first-person shooter, right? But like, you're kind of imagining, because in Exile and the size of the studio, although they've become a big studio now, but at the time it was kind of like, well, it's probably going to be like a AA kind of game, maybe like on the scale of, I don't know, The Outer Worlds in terms of fidelity. But it just looks really incredible. Creativity, reactivity with the branching narrative can change the past, present, and future. And you know, some of the violence, you know, that's classic in Exile. Over the top 80s inspired violence is all what in Exile's all about. You know, with the sort of the traditional practical effects that just look ridiculous, and like see it like. Initially, I was kind of like, "Oh man, this barely looks like in an Exile game. It just looks so impressive." You know, not to throw them under the bus, but it was just like, this just looks like the, you know, true AAA. And then like the dude pushed the guy into the fan blades, and then he just exploded into a volcano of viscera, and it was just like, yes, that's in Exile. That's the In Exile I know. So it's so incredible as a fan of In Exile's games to see them really take a step up to that level. I will say though, I'm kind of nervous that they'll go all in on this now and just be like, we don't need CRPGs anymore, because I still want Wasteland 4 and I still want it to be turn-based and all that kind of stuff. Like I kind of lament that, like, you know, Final Fantasy 16 is just a full-blown Devil May Cry action game, because I know that's probably going to lead it to bigger sales and bigger audiences in 2023. But I lament, man. I still want my turn-based, and you know, Square Enix still, you know, they're doing that with Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler, which are great games. But I feel like I'll never get that classic Final Fantasy experience again. So I hope that, like, I wish them every success with Clockwork Revolution. I just hope that it doesn't come at the cost of like the classic Wasteland games, or you know, and with Avowed, and like, will we ever get another a traditional Pillars game again, that kind of stuff. But they've always said that they'll let the devs make the games they want to make, and we'll see what happens. But that was a big game for me. I don't know how you guys felt about it.
I mean, we have over 1,800 people watching, so do us a huge favor, hit the like button. There's only like 700 likes. Let's get that up to 1,000 before the show. But Cog, you got anything you want to talk about? Clockwork Revolution, In Exile. I think when me and you talked on the phone, because I called you, we talked after the showcase, right? And we were talking about, like, if Starfield Direct wasn't there, it felt like Clockwork Revolution would have been the one more thing, yeah?
Yeah, I'm so with Jez on that and what we talked about, man. Because it's like, you know, In Exile was one of the studios I felt people were really sleeping on. You know, if you look at the history and the pedigree, you know, say as far as Fallout and I would say what Jez is talking about as Wasteland, you know, 3 is just an absolutely amazing game. And like, look, we got to put respect on Brian Fargo and the team. Like, he's a legend in the game. And one thing I've really been kind of cognizant of watching that social media account is they've been kind of like cheering on the other Xbox game studios. Like, they've been they're really active. And to me, when I see that, I get the sense that they're really excited about what they're about to do. And to see their reaction, I mean, they even shouted us out because we lost it. We were like, yo, like, this is absolutely absolutely amazing. And what's your man name? I think his name is Lord Cromley, the dude who was too bougie to walk on the ground, so he got to have the moving conveyor. So you got the steampunk kind of vibe, and then the thing that really sold it for me was you got the time like reversal mechanic, right? So you got this manipulation thing going on. The gunplay looked kind of tight early, and I liked the way they ended it with almost like these old school big behemoth robot kind of coming after you, almost like an Ed 209 RoboCop kind of vibe. This thing is like really monstrosity, and I love the narration of, you know, the character who's talking to you about, like, you know, what they're gonna do to you. They're not, you know, they're gonna stop until they, you know, they kill you and finish you. It really set the tone. And again, if Starfield is not there, that is a show ender, and it really showed me the potential of In Exile underneath Xbox Game Studios with that budget, with the freedom to create. I'm pumped. The only negative, I was so excited, they hit us with the, you know, to be determined, or in due time.
In due time. Yeah.
So I was a little, you know, a little annoyed because I'm so excited. I'm so pumped, you know, and you could tell they were super proud of what they're doing. I'm pulling for Exile. I think people are sleeping. They're up there as one of the, I call that class of 2018, draft class, right, who got signed, and now we're starting to see the fruits of it, and they really showed out. It just goes to show you, like, Xbox future for their game studio looks bright. And that's what I got out of this. We kind of got an idea, okay, this is what everybody's doing, and man, it looks stacked. And now it's just a matter of, you know, executing, landing the plane, making sure these games are good. But that pedigree in that studio of In Exile, I'm super excited about.
Yeah, Miles, you got a lot to add on this? Clockwork Revolution?
Yeah, I want to echo kind of what Cog was saying. The biggest takeaway for me when we saw In Exile and Clockwork Revolution, and Jez touched on this too, is obviously this team is getting resources. Obviously this team is getting more financial resources and development resources to make games they never would have made before. And I love the energy of that. I love the energy of Xbox Game Studios. I love when Phil Spencer pushes back on people who say, yo, why did you let Arcane make Redfall? You should have forced Arcane to make this one thing because that's what they make. I hate that idea. I hate it so much, and that's not how this industry grows. That's not how this industry evolves. Your favorite video games of all time are the ones that challenge what you know a video game to be. Deliver an experience unlike anything you've had before, and we don't get that if we have the old Xbox that's like, all right, here's the Gears team, here's the Forza Horizon team, here's the Halo team. Like, with the modern Xbox Game Studios, I want that gone. I want that mentality gone, and I want these teams, like Phil Spencer talks about, to have the opportunities to pitch new ideas, create new ideas, and be empowered to deliver on those ideas. And so this show, more than the last several, gives us a bold picture of that with Compulsion Games in Exile, because they are doing things that they've never done before, and for me, that's exciting. That's why I love video games, is the possibility for what could be, and the idea that these artists and these creative talents can be empowered to make something that we've never seen before. So, yeah, Clockwork Revolution looks fantastic. It looks like a humongous glow up for In Exile. Again, like Jez touched on, they've always made games that have been received well, but you could tell that, you know, a little janky, a little lower budget, AA at best. So now, Clockwork Revolution looks like, as many people have compared it to, BioShock Infinite, of just a massive, huge game for Xbox, and the reception for that game has been massive. So, yeah, that game looks incredible, but more importantly, Xbox continues to demonstrate the future of Xbox Game Studios. And the pitch that got me excited back in 2018, 2019, when there was this re-energized Xbox coming out and saying, all right, we're doing things differently than anyone else in the industry. And that's why I have an Xbox podcast, is because I like to talk about those possibilities. And so to see Xbox finally start manifesting that is exciting. And like Cog said, they need to deliver games. As Phil Spencer even said, like, you know, hey, it doesn't really matter what we say until you have great games in your hands. And that's absolutely true. But we're starting to see glimpses of potentially great games.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, my first thing was, like, as Jez will attest, anytime he brings up In Exile, I'm just like, okay, whatever, I'm not paying attention. Who cares? Like, it's just like Wasteland. He's like, you play Wasteland. I'm just like, whatever, Jez, I don't care about Wasteland. Oh, but dude, this trailer, I mean, what they're working on spoke to me. I mean, you want to get Rand excited, just even sort of like have a slight, I don't want to say homage, but like kind of resemble BioShock in any way. You got my attention immediately. Like, oh, we doing BioShock? Or okay, like, are we doing steampunk BioShock? Oh, but if you really want to get my attention, throw some time travel in there, because Rand loves time travel. So I'm like, just kind of very much like Compulsion, a studio that I wasn't really high on, right? Because one, I didn't like their previous games, and two, I didn't really play their games within Exile. But now I'm like, oh, you're making a BioShock sort of steampunky and time travel game? Oh, bro, like, I am so in on this. And Colt, I know you probably have, you may be in a similar vein to me, where like Wasteland didn't appeal to you, and you probably haven't played any of their other games.
I tried it.
What do you think about this? What did you think about this and what they're working on next?
So what I think about this is I gave quite a big speech earlier about how games are moving into fully next generation, and what I see from Clockwork Orange.
Clockwork Orange, you did it.
I had to edit my video like 3 times because I kept saying Clockwork Orange. Anyway,
Ultraviolence.
I know. So Clockwork Revolution doesn't look like something we've never seen before, but I know Rand's going to immediately remind me of the name of the game is, but when you finally get something that was in the early 2000s, like the BioShock series, which we don't get those games anymore, we have to wait until Judas comes out, so you get that BioShock Infinite and the older Fallout-style game with Clockwork Revolution, and then the other thing with the reversing of time you get, and fill in the blank for me, Rand, the game where you had the 2 different watches that let you break stuff and reform it on the 360.
That was Singularity?
Singularity. Is that what it was?
Yeah, from Raven.
Yeah, Singularity, which was like a B or a C
Singularity
game.
Was actually
I
really
really liked it. I really liked it, but I think most fans look back on Singularity and think, man, that game was great. You know, bring that back. Get that back in pattern. Yep. Or where's another one? Where's a remaster? But I think with Clockwork Revolution...
so good.
Yeah, we get that Singularity thing in a small portion. We get that BioShock Infinite feel, or the old BioShocks. And then, of course, you get the DNA of Brian Fargo and the team that helped create the old Fallout games. And it's out of that third-person turn-based stuff, so it really appeals to somebody like me. So, Rand, I think you had a good idea what was going to be at the showcase, but I told my audience on my podcast and my videos, like, I don't think In Exile is going to be there with their game, but we know what they're making. And I was floored that it was there. And I was sitting next to Risket for the Biscuit. And, of course, he's like a big, excited puppy dog, you know, all the way over from Australia. And all these things are showing up on screen. And when they showed In Exile, I think I about broke his arm. I yelled at him so hard. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, that was a great showing. And that team, Cog says how they were getting real busy on social media. And they were supporting all the studios. They're making their little meme things and cracking everybody up. And that's why I'm like, man, maybe they are ready to show something because they want to. Yes. Joaquin says Time Shift that's another game that I loved back in 2007, I think.
Yeah.
Time Shift also did some of that. So I mean, how can you lose with Clockwork? That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I feel really good about that game. But you know, we talked about all this, the highs and but we haven't talked about the lows because I didn't think it was a perfect podcast, and it wouldn't be. Well, you may say what lows, but there definitely were some lows. You know, so I'm gonna throw it to someone I know who has a similar problem as me. Cog, you're gonna have to give him this work, bro. What was the thing that you wished was there more than anything, and that maybe lessened the show in your eyes?
This is because the standard. Shout out to the street, the cars that's going by. But this is the standard of this show. Right? It's so great. We have Starfield. We have all these great new IPs. We know what everyone's going to do. But this is one game so highly anticipated. My brother Ray, all he talks about. We love us some settings. We love to know what's going on. This game debuted with the Series X, with the console. Then we got a second showing of it, with the troll over the beach. And then the way they started, you have the actors who play Sailor Moon comes out. Like last time, we showed you, the troll fight, or whatever on the beach.
The big baby on the beach.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, because the only thing left, we are all convinced that graphical fidelity. We are all convinced that Hellblade 1 punched above its weight. That this is that kind of hashtag just one energy, it's a sequel. But we know this is the game. And even, a lot of people are like fighting through the LSM community. A lot of PlayStation fans talk to me. Like, they are dying to see the combat. What's going on with Hellblade? That was maybe the only thing that you can slander, right, from the first game. That combat was kind of repetitive, it wasn't really intuitive, and we know, we've heard the reports how they really are going into the mocap, and it's supposed to be taken that seriously, but we haven't seen the fruits of it on screen. So they start off, Unreal Engine 5's looking beautiful, she's walking, going into the cave thing, and they spent so long, with the whole psychosis, the great use of voice, and Dolby Atmos is going to be popular in the theater code. It sounded amazing. You can hear the voices from all different angles. But I'm just like, man, it was such a miss to not show the combat. And now, not that I'm worried, but I think when I spoke to Maddie about this, I think what they are probably going to do is showcase it at a developer direct, because we've seen it now 3 times. And I think the miss comes down from the 3rd time. This should have been the combat segment. And it just was a disappointment to me, because if they nail this, and you show the combat, and you show, Hellblade looking amazing in that space, you now elevate this show into all-time greatness. And I think that's why I had to take a point, because after it was over, I tapped out to the side of the table. It didn't any combat. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, it was disheartening a little bit. And I'm only saying that is because I have confidence in this. I know what they're capable of, so I'm going to be hard on you. I'm going to say, bro, you cannot, if you're going to do that, I hate to say it, don't show that. Like, we want to see combat. So, Ninja Theory, I have confidence. I think y'all going to do all right. But I have to give y'all the smoke. Do not come up there and show me another cinematic trailer with no interaction with any enemies and walk away and say, finish. No. Give me combat. Okay, I'm finished. Ran over.
Right.
I think what this is pointing to ultimately is that there isn't any combat.
Oh, no,
and that it is, in fact,
you said it.
Just a walking simulator.
It really does seem like that. It really does.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Really? You always tell me there's something wrong with that every single week. You always say there's something wrong with it.
No. Like, I respect people who have unique.
That's not what you tell me.
Some people just, have hipster tastes, and they prefer more art than game in their game. There's nothing wrong with that, Rand. You shouldn't be ashamed of that fact, Rand.
Also, some people, some people want more than click, move, click. That was an epic side quest, right, Cole? Oh my God! Click. Wait for my cooldowns. XYZ. Click.
They're roasting Diablo.
Somebody tell me they had amazing epic side quests. I'm like, what'd you do? Go to a guy, he told you to go get a feather, and you went to a cave and came out and opened a chest? Epic, bro!
Yeah, totally epic. Let me just spam the left on my mouse over and over again. Click. Totally amazing, bro.
And then we alt tab over to TurboTax and do my taxes. Oh, since I've got it all right there.
Damn.
We're just kidding. We're just kidding.
I'm playing League of Legends out here.
But I kind of, I know Jez is trolling a little bit, but what if Hellblade isn't a combat-focused game?
I mean, I guess it's possible for sure.
Because I
honestly think this is the message they're sending. I really do think.
I'm not dooming, because I thought what they showed at the showcase was beautiful. I thought that sequence was incredibly powerful. It elevated the moments of the original Hellblade, but nothing that they've shown so far suggests that combat is the focus. We know they're motion capping combat. We know that. We know there will be combat to some level, but is that going to be the focus of Hellblade 2? And is that going to be a problem if
no, I don't
Xbox fans want the cinematic experience, but what if this is mostly the cinematic experience?
I don't think it'd be a problem if it wasn't the focus, because I do think the focus of the first Hellblade was the atmosphere and the story and the voice acting and everything that Senua had to go through, right? Is it that what people wanted from a sequel was this, give us all that again, but the combat needs to be improved, because it was an indie team of like, what, 15 people on a budget of 10 million? And it's something that everybody said can be improved. People are just like, yeah, give us more Hellblade 2 with more performance capture and all the atmosphere and all the crazy stuff that you can do. We're here for that. But also at the same time,
if
they're making a sequel,
but train that team for combat. They brought in the guy that does the sword and lightsaber training for the Star Wars movies and other movies. So we know there's a whole. There's not going to be hit, parry, like. And I thought the combat was okay. I mean, it just was so infrequent that I was never quite prepared. But we know there is a big. I mean, she's been training for a year to do this and to do this combat. So we know it's there. But the major problem is they showcased this game in 2019 in December. They showed it again. They've done a couple developer docs. And then they said, remember last year when we showed you when we fought the giant troll in the cave? And we're like, yeah, we remember that. And literally the only gameplay was pushing forward on the thumbstick to run, turning and hitting X to throw a spear maybe once or twice. And then the rest was all in-engine, real-time cinematic sit and watch. Right. And so when they're like, remember that? Here's new gameplay running on Xbox Series X, and literally all they did was push forward on the thumbstick while she shimmied under a rock. She got up, and I think the rest of the trailer is completely out of control of the gamer, except for maybe an interaction with the pool of water. And then they dimmed to black, and I'm like, what? Like that's not what they should have shown. And if you're going to launch the game in the next 12 months or 6 months, like, that should have been the day to have an 8-minute trailer or a 6-minute trailer showcasing combat cinematics or different set pieces or something. And we literally know nothing about how this game plays outside of her listening to the voices in her head, which are still really cool.
Let me ask you this kind of question. I had this discussion with Maddie. Do you think maybe the misstep was that they thought that the second show on the beach fighting the troll was combat, and that they already did that? I'm just curious what the mindset was.
That was the tone, the way she introduced. Like, hey, last time we showed you this, like a fight sequence on the beach. Now we're going to show you something different. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you know what? I need to call out somebody in chat. I need to call out Zocker. Okay? He says, can't wait to walk up to a puzzle and hear people like Rand whisper in my ear, 10 out of 10 story. Listen, okay, you're like the leader of the click, 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 click. Amazing, bro. It's total. Did you see what I just got? Oh, my God. You're the leader of the Diablo is 10 out of 10, which, you know, Diablo's great. But, like, don't give me this shit about Hellblade 2 while you're out here capping for click, 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 click. My cooldown.
What about Mushroom Kingdom, Ram?
Click, 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 click. Move 10 feet. Click, 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 click. Oh, dude, you see this thing? It's so cold. It's so epic.
Look at the chat hitting, spamming the laughing emojis.
Oh, man. Got my man out here clicking for the new booth. Oh, man.
Yeah. We ain't doing that, Zocker. We ain't doing that. I do have an so OBM sent me a couple articles. There's one here from Games Radar. Hellblade 2, Everything You Need to Know. And it starts off by saying this could be set to change. In an interview with Vandal, combat designer Juan Fernandez explained that Ninja Theory was, quote, raising the bar with respect to Hellblade 2 combat. He noted that development of the first game was completed by fewer than 20 people, and that Ninja Theory has drastically scaled up its production efforts for the sequel. And then another one from WCCF Tech that Hellblade 2's quality is through the roof. Says Ninja Theory's combat through the roof. Let me see if there's any quotes here from it. Combat experience is different compared to its predecessor. Yeah, we're raising the bar of doing more with less. We're more people than the first Hellblade, but the quality we're giving versus the team behind it compared to similar games, I think is through the roof. What I like about Hellblade 2 is that it's a very unique approach. I think it's going to have an impact like Hellblade 1, but for other reasons, because obviously there's a lot of things that were new in the first game that will have less impact in the second game, but there's a whole bunch of other new things that will have an impact. He said that what I was least satisfied with in Hellblade 1 was the lack of enemy variety, long-range combat was stifled, and the balancing stuff. The way the difficulty systems were tuned, the enemies had too much life, they had too much durability, and it got tiresome a lot of the time. We had a lot of variety of attacks and combos, but the enemies didn't really encourage you to use one or the other. People found 2 or 3 moves they liked and repeated them constantly. There were very generous parries and story timings that could be balanced more intelligently. So, you know, I mean...
So what that says is there's not necessarily going to be more combat. There will be different combat. Combat will be better.
Yeah.
Right?
It's improved.
So...
Okay, so what do you call a walking simulator that has 3 combat sequences in it?
Doing this to me.
A cinematic narrative adventure.
Cinematic narrative adventure.
Isn't that what the gamers want?
Nah, it's mean because like I do appreciate art. I can get my hipster on sometimes, but man,
sorry.
I just kind of I think a lot of people are pulling for this to be Xbox's answer to God of War. You know, God of War kind of has that cinematic, epic storytelling that Hellblade's going for, but it also has a crap ton of great combat.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people. That's kind of what I'm pulling for. I'll admit it. I kind of look at Hellblade and think this could be Xbox's answer to God of War, but I don't think that's fair on Ninja Theory, because Ninja Theory clearly have a vision for the game. You know, they clearly want it to be a certain way. And I'm being greedy and I'm being unfair by saying that. But I do think that's where some of these anxieties about. Where's the combat? Why aren't you showing us the combat? Is there no combat? Just tell us, you know. Just tell us. At the end of the day. I'm still going to play it. I'm still going to enjoy it. But it'll be one of those kind of games where I have to be in a specific mood for it. Like, I have to be in a sort of a mood. Because I'm often just not in a mood to... I want the click, 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 what Rand says. I just want to turn my brain off and just kill loads of shit. And I really have to be in the mood for the kind of game where you have to sit and actually, you know, put headphones on and actually immerse yourself. I have to be in that mood. And I'm not often in that mood. True. I'll be honest. I'm not often in that mood.
I'll ask you, the panel in the chat, is that going to be an L if Hellblade 2 is just a way better produced version of Hellblade 1? Bigger scope.
Out there. We not putting that negative energy out
bigger narrative moment. Like, everything I've seen from Hellblade 2 has me excited. I'm still incredibly excited. But I was of the camp when I saw that emotional moment with Senua at the showcase. I was like, yeah, this is what I want from Hellblade. This is what I loved about the first Hellblade. Because I didn't really love the combat of the first Hellblade. I don't think really any of us did. And I would love to see the combat improve. Because much like Jez, I want the dumb action. I want the chaos. I want to smash buttons. I want to sweat a little bit when I play a game. And so I want that from Hellblade 2, but nothing that they've indicated to us suggests this will be God of War.
No, so, I don't think anybody is expecting God of War, though.
I don't think that's true, Rand. I think some people are.
Well, then
they're expecting a God of War competitor, I think, but not God of War clone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Roberto says in chat...
Ninja Theory can't... I don't expect Ninja Theory to stray wildly far from the award-winning Senua's Sacrifice from 2017. Like, if I was them, I would be building upon that, widening it out a little bit, adding more combat variation and more enemies, and a little bit of, development of the character physically in the game. Other than that, like, why would you stray much further from
that's all I want.
Hit?
That's all I've ever wanted.
Yeah,
I'm not asking for God of War. I'm not asking for a 40-hour type experience. I'm asking for what they did with Hellblade 1, but improved. You know, like, combat needs to be improved because the combat in the first game was serviceable, It's like you got the bigger thing now. You can do better things. I'm not expecting Devil May Cry or anything like that.
I think we got COG worried though. I think we got.
We'll see. I mean, there's still a lot of time.
I'm not worried.
There's still not a lot of time. Yes.
I will say, like real quickly, Rain, just to your point, it's always been a psychological thriller to me with action sequences kind of stuff between. So the key is just, okay, what's the evolution? I'm not worried about it. I just think the mentality of the way they're presenting is incorrect. I just don't like the way they're presenting. But I'm still confident that we will get, most likely, the developer direct when it's close to release, and we will finally get it unveiled. I just didn't like the way the sequence of reveals were handled, because it almost felt to me like they thought they did it already with the beach scene. That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah. Roberto says, love how this 41-year-old man Rand gets easily triggered. Oh, believe me, I'm not triggered. I'm having fun. And I'm only doing it because my buddy Zalker is in chat talking about Hellblade, so I had to give it to him. I don't get triggered about anything, so I don't know. You might think the overtop reaction is being triggered, but trust me, it's not. It's just called entertainment.
Rand just loves riling people up.
Yeah, it's called entertainment. It's the reason why Xbox 2 is the biggest podcast ever seen, with Randall Thor and Jez Corden.
Randall Thor and Jez Corden coming at you live, 2 p.m. I don't know how Colt would do it. But Colt, I know also you're not a fan of another thing that you wish Xbox would get rid of in these shows, right? So
Banjo?
Well, Banjo would never come around. But what do you think? Because I have a similar thing, even though I know they're always going to be there. But you
want me to just do the one,
speak
2, 3?
Speak your truth.
Yeah, I mean, I like Sea of Thieves. I just don't think that Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls Online, and Fallout 76 need to be at a showcase.
You shut your damn mouth.
Hey, can you mute Miles' microphone so I don't fall out of love with him?
Okay.
So I strongly feel that those games are super important. They're very important. They have 15 to 20 million people playing each of those titles. So they're huge. But they do not belong on the big, I waited 12 months to see what Xbox is doing.
Do not belong, Miles.
The Monkey Island crossover, that wasn't good enough for you, Cole?
No, hold on. Now, they're very brief. They're very brief, and they are perfectly placed in the extended showcase. Because you want to make sure those games get their shine because they have a big audience, but it's not for the big reveals and exciting new updates. Even Grounded, like I thought Grounded was going to have a big update trailer, and I thought we would see it, but I even told my friends, as much as I want to see that as a big fan, I would rather that wait to give more time. In fact, I think that if you left out Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, and Sea of Thieves announcements from the show, and shaved off 10 minutes from the show, it's a better show for it. That's my preach.
L plus ratio.
Oh, L plus.
Oh, wow.
I get, we're sick of the Elder Scrolls Online updates. I get it. We all expect the Fallout 76 Elder Scrolls every single year. But I think when a game like Sea of Thieves has a big moment, like a Monkey Island crossover, I think that's a big enough deal to put in the main show. I think that's a prime example of something that people who aren't already playing Sea of Thieves say, oh, damn, I love Monkey Island. I haven't been playing. I'm going to check that out. And again...
And Pirates was big, or Caribbean was huge.
And if you're Xbox, that's a moment to...
¿Estoy ahí? Te fuiste, puta, que te extrañaba, weón. Te echaba de menos, weón. Puta, qué bueno, weón. Te eché de menos. Me haces la vida feliz, Tetón. Es que no sale nada bueno, weón. Es que no te va a correr. Ah, tú dices, pero tú estás hablando no del Diablo 4, tú estás hablando del Immortal. Sí, el problema del Immortal es que es muy pay to win. Entonces te va a aburrir rapidito. Porque es malo. Porque solo puedes hacer como 4 misiones al día para farmear objetos, porque como que el mundo está limitado hasta cierto punto, hasta cierto nivel, y de ahí para adelante no podía hacer nada, ¿entendí? Si no pagas. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? De que, claro, por ahora te va a entretener un par de días, definitivamente. Yo creo que te va a entretener un par de días, pero está hecho para gente que quiere gastar mucho dinero, la verdad. Está hecho para eso. Pon en YouTube, pon World y pon Diablo Inmortal. Solo para que caché.
No puedo hacer eso aquí.
Pruébalo, si no perdís nada, pero te va a aburrir rápido.
Para preparar eso.
Eso se ve desgastado. Yo puedo arreglarlo.
Esa es pay to win.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Pero no es Diablo 4, pues es Diablo Immortal. ¿El Diablo Immortal? ¿Se juega con los botones del celular? Supongo. Está hecho para celular. Y después lo sacaron para PC, pero la verdad que, como te dije, no les fue bien. Yo estaba viendo un podcast ahora recién y se están quejando de Diablo 4. Se están quejando de que era clic, 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 clic. Bueno, he estado farmeando todo este rato que te fuiste y no he sacado absolutamente nada. He sacado 2 weas posibles que podría re-rolear, pero posibles, digamos. Nada así como que tú digas ahí, esta wea sirve. O sea, me ha caído solamente me han caído 2 objetos únicos. Pero el problema es que, o sea, el tema con esto es que no te sirve invertir en un objeto que tenéis que rerolearlo 4 veces, ¿entendí? O 3 veces. Porque cada objeto tiene 4 stats. O sea, tienen 5 en realidad. Son 5 stats, porque los 2 de arriba no se cuentan. Y son solo...
Todavía no.
Y uno, claro, va a cambiar, correcto. Correcto. No sé, por eso te digo, por eso te estoy diciendo. Me han salido objetos que tienen otras cosas, más de otras cosas, o sea, más de 2. Y no me sirve. ¿Cachai? No me sirve. Simplemente no sirve, ¿no? Y me cambié de cueva, pero no sé si estoy ganando más experiencia aquí, weón. Creo que sí, pero no estoy seguro.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Es como rara la cueva. Tiene menos mobs, pero tiene más elite.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Van a ser las 6. No, yo, ¿sabes qué? Yo creo que me va a demorar más que la tula, bueno, en encontrar buenas. Más que la tula.
Todavía no.
Estoy sintiendo esa guaya. Porque yo creo que me va a demorar una semana en conseguir tal vez un objeto o dos.
Para preparar eso.
Uno tal vez. Pero me va a demorar. Y aparte estos son sacres, o sea, ni siquiera son ancestrales. Que eso es lo peor de todo, porque esto lo va a cambiar después igual. ¿Entendí?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Escuché o no? ¿Guato? No me refiero. No sé si yo lo jugué muy poco. Cuando me di cuenta que era pay to win, chao, lo agarré, lo desinstalé y chao. No, ni ahí con pay to win.
Todavía no.
No, yo te lo juro, o sea, no me gustan los juegos pay to win, me pasó lo mismo con los Ark. Los Ark los jugué en historia, saqué como 900 mococos, una cosa así. O tal vez menos, no sé, 700, 800. Y cuando me di cuenta que era pay to win, pum, para afuera. Adiós. No, yo no juego juegos pay to win. Y aparte este año van a salir muy buenos juegos. Pero el chance de que te caiga una wea buena es de, yo creo que 0,01%. Más o menos, ¿no? ¿Pero qué opinas? No sé cuántas cuentas. Eso es lo que me pasa a mí con las cuentas. Bueno, yo tenía como 500 cuentas. Y me aburrí, y por eso grabé las 2 cuentas que utilizo. Chao. Muchas cuentas guante por piso. Al final no sabéis qué juegos tenéis, qué juegos, qué cuentas tenía acá.
Todavía no.
Es una enredo. Chao.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Eres bueno para las matemáticas o no?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Eso es lo que me gusta de vos, wey. Que diga huevonado, pero completamente, Por último te tomáis la vida con calma, pues, weón. Está más buena. Estáis como yo me la tomo con calma, da igual que me molesta.
Necesito tiempo.
O sea, igual cuánto, o sea, te falta un puro día para empezar a jugar, no es mucho. Hemos esperado tanto ya que un día. Entonces me salgo y después juego otra cosa.
Todavía no.
Igual te va a demorar tu tiempo en darte la vuelta.
Todavía no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso. Todavía no.
Estaba cachando de que yo no va a tener problemas para actualizar las pociones, weón. Había gente que se quejaba de esa weá.
Todavía no.
No había actualizado mis pociones, bueno, eso va a haber un problema para mí. Estoy nivel 62. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Ah, y a ponerle el glifo, ¿no? Sí, ¿qué guas tengo? Charge it, control, destruction. A ver, vamos a echar, porque tal vez ya puedo poner alguna. Esa weá de aquí, a ver, esta weá de aquí, la primera es territorial, ¿la tengo esa weá? No la tengo. No la tengo. ¿Y la segunda? ¿Cuál es la segunda? La segunda es Adept. ¿Y tengo Adept? No, tampoco. Y la tercera... Burning Instinct. La tercera era Exploit, ¿no? Y... Exploit está... Se dio vuelta esta weá. ¿Se dio vuelta? ¿O es mi idea? Las partes aquí... Qué raro. Espérate, ¿en serio me estáis hueveando? Pero si esto estaba bien. Elemental, el elemental es este. Y termina así. ¿Y qué? No, me estáis hueveando, me equivoqué. Me equivoqué, hermano. Me equivoqué, viejo. Me va a costar una millonada, weón. Todo esto está bien, pero después viene Elemental, que está bien. Hasta ahí está todo bien, yo creo, ¿no? Ah, no, bro. No, man, me equivoqué. ¿Te comparto, si querés? No, pero me equivoqué. Me equivoqué completamente, bueno. ¿Sabéis qué? Eso me pasó cuando vi la... No se puede, Human Reform. Cáchate, bueno, no se puede. Tienes que... Oh, la wea. ¿Cuánto me va a costar la gracia? A ver... You can not... ¿Qué me dice? Hasta aquí, bueno. You must refound all... Sí, ¿y ahí cómo hago el refound, bueno? Oh, tenía abierto otra guía y seguí la otra guía, bueno. ¿Y cómo...? ¿Cómo la elimino toda, bueno? O sea, la parte que quiero eliminar. Si se unbound, you must refund all Pero no hay un botón que diga refund. You must refund. Oh, esta weá me va a doler. A ver. No se puede. A ver. Tú decís que desde arriba hacia abajo, ¿no? Ah, ahí está. ¿Y cuánto me va a costar esta weá? Todo está mal, todo esto está mal porque yo estaba viendo otra guía, weón. Joder, culiado, weón. Adepto y más encima le di experiencia a otro glifo, weón. A exploit le di. Ahí la vendí. Pero no, pero no le di casi nada, le di muy poco. Le di solamente una vez. No he hecho más dungeon de lo otro. Ya, bueno, filo, da lo mismo, si no me voy a quejar, bueno, da lo mismo. Tengo harta plata, así que da lo mismo. Pero duele. Duele. Porque esta weá está bien hasta como... Bueno, me confundí brígido, hermano. La confusión mató a Shaggy, weón. Esto está bien. Hasta aquí está bien, eso está bien. Hasta ahí está todo bien. Y después viene para acá. Viene acá. Viene acá. Viene aquí. Después viene esta weá. Acá, claro, yo miraba la weá y decía, pero esta weá no me calza, weá. Después esta weá viene arriba, es que esta weá es muy importante. Si esta weá la haces mal, estáis cagados. Y este es la pilar de esta, sí está bien. Y después que viene. Después viene Burning Instant. Sí. Y aquí viene otra buena que esta weá. Este es Burning Instant, pero no me calza con la que tengo. A ver. Se llama Burning Instant Exploit. Burning Instinct, ¿no? Esta es, pues. Sí, pero esto tiene que ser. ¿Y por qué no me calza, weón? No veo la misma weá que él ve. No entiendo. Esta de acá es... Claro, es que... Elemental Summoner, que es esta. Esto está bien. Sí, esto está bien. Ah, ya sé por qué no me calza, weón. Porque tú las tablas las puedes dar vuelta. Rotate. Ojo que hay que tener cuidado con esa weá, weón. Eso está bien, eso está todo bien. Está todo bien. Y esta de acá tiene que ir como... Esta tiene que ir con el puñito. Esta weá la tengo que rotar. Y... no. Esta es la que tiene que ir. Esta. Ojo con eso, hermano. Debería pegar más, sí. En teoría sí, porque estoy usando la tabla que debería haber usado. Debería haber usado esta tabla. Sí. Sí, pero hay que tener cuidado con esto porque igual, bueno, no me costó tan caro la verdad, pero mira, ahora tengo 400 de inteligencia. Pero sí hay que tener mucho cuidado.
Todavía.
Que es muy caro más adelante, en nivel 80, 70 ya se pone, pero... Se pone brígido.
Todavía no.
Y estaba usando otra nada que ver, un casco que vale callampa esta puesta. Estas botas valen mi mierda.
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
¿Qué weá? ¿Más configuraciones? Ah, el Immortal.
Todavía no.
Sí, pues sí, esa weá de juego culiado le está dando plata, weón. Igual hay gente estúpida que gasta $200.000
Todavía
por
no. Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Ahora, ¿para qué gastarte $200.000 en
Todavía
juego? No entiendo, weón. ¿Vos entendí esa ola?
Necesito tiempo para preparar eso.
Pero es que ni siquiera, porque yo hablaba contigo y hemos conversado ese tema y hemos quedado siempre en la misma. O sea, los dos pensamos igual en eso. Acuérdate de lo que hemos conversado, que al final te termina aburriendo. Es como si yo agarrara y me metiera en una página que venden todas las weas de Diablo 4 y las comprara todas. Porque probablemente hay una página que lo hace. ¿No?
Todavía no.
¿Y qué sacáis? ¿Cuál es el endgame? Porque aquí yo creo, no me he metido a ver, pero yo creo que los precios no son tan caros. O sea, ¿cuánto te de gastar? ¿$300 en comprar el set completo? Yo creo, o sea, no creo que valga más. Pues no te lo pueden dar con aspecto y tampoco te lo pueden dar con todas las huevas perfectas. Te lo pueden dar con algunas huevas perfectas, no con todo. Porque acuérdate que es account bound.
Todavía no.
No. No, sí, pero es que tuvo que haber sido un legendario brígido, pues, ¿me entendí? Eso es lo que yo creo. ¿En serio? No, ¿por qué? Ah, claro, y el otro día valía madre. Ya, bueno, pero eso Blizzard lo hace para cagarse a los buenos que gastaron plata, ¿no? ¿Mm? ¿Cómo? ¿Cerraron la tienda? ¿Por qué? Ah, claro, porque, bueno, el cliente se va a quejar, supongo, pues, pero... Ah, pero Blizzard lo cerró, ¿a eso te refieres? ¿Los obligó a cerrar? ¿O era parte de Blizzard? Ah, ¿en serio? ¿Podía comprar objetos del juego? O sea, como Diablo Immortal, lo mismo.
Un perro y un lobito vienen a unirse a la manada.
No, pues, pero tú sí, claro que podías hacerte más fuerte en Diablo Immortal, pues. No sé qué voy a comprar porque la verdad que nunca me metí mucho en Diablo Immortal, no te quiero mentir, pero sé que te podís hacer brígido, eso sí lo sé. Ah, mira, ahora que estoy solo, para contarte lo que me pasó. Estaba hablando con Katy. Espera un segundo, ¿eh? ¿Para qué?